In June 2023, I started the process of ranking and reviewing every episode of Doctor Who, from Series 1 all the way up to The Power of the Doctor. If you haven't seen it, I would definitely recommend watching it. I have left the link in the top of the description. However, this was made around the hype of the 60th anniversary specials. The Russell T Davies video has accumulated over 150,000 views, thanks guys. However, when I watch back over the video, I can't help but kind of want to curl up into a ball. Not necessarily because of my opinions, more because of how I approach the video. As you guys are aware, I recently announced that I was going to remake the entire video again, which I am. I am starting the whole process again from today. However, I need to get an understanding of where I actually went wrong. So today, we are going to watch the entire video together, and I will break down where I went wrong, explain my thought process, and tell some funny little anecdotes. I'm sure there'll be laughs, I'm sure there'll be cringes, but I'm sure it's going to be fun all round. And because Doctor Who Season 2, Series 15, whatever, starts today, I thought it would be good to give those of you that have already seen my long video some extra content in celebration of Doctor Who Day.
The Sarah Jane Adventures Series 2 video is coming very, very soon, I promise. Just bear with me.
So please get some snacks, set up a video game, do some work, or simply lay back in bed and have me on in the background as we watch my full review together. Obviously, if you clicked on this video and you haven't seen it, please go check it out. You can see it uninterrupted, link in the description. And as always, please don't forget to show your support and leave a like on the video if you can. It really helps. Of course, subscribe if you haven't. Oh, look at that 10,000. It's looking hella sexy. And other than that, ladies and gents, let's get straight into it. Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're sitting comfortably. Now, if you did click on this video by accident expecting a full review, I mean, you will get it in this video, but it will be interrupted by myself. So if you want the uninterrupted version, go to the link in the description. It'll be there. For those of you that do watch my content and you're about to shout at me for making a lazy video, listen, right? I'm working on a bunch of videos at once, all right? And I wanted to give you guys some content whilst you wait. And of course, I'm remaking this whole video again, so I need to see where I went wrong. Anyway, are you tucked up in bed, or if you're sitting there chilling, doing some gaming or whatever, I hope you enjoy me in the background at least anyway. The joys of doing YouTube is that when you do long form content like myself, you tend to forget most of the stuff that you've said after a few months. So I don't remember the majority of my actual review. So this is going to be interesting to see if I've got anything horrendously wrong or just had a really bad take. I don't know. Let's find out.
So it's a new millennia, and I fell out of my mother's womb and did nothing for 5 years straight. Until one day on a Saturday evening, I suddenly gained consciousness, and I happened to stumble across this tiny television show. It's called something like Doctor Who? Man, I was gripped. Watching this balding middle-aged northerner follow a 19-year-old girl around on a council estate, fighting farting aliens and demonic gas masks wearing infants? This show had me in a chokehold.
I really wanted to emphasize how ridiculous Doctor Who Series 1 sounds to anyone that hasn't watched it. I can't imagine how jarring Doctor Who Series 1 was for classic Who viewers, because they're so used to this suited and booted older man. To see some northerner in a leather jacket and a t-shirt must have been so weird. And I think people forget that, especially when they look at the new Doctor Who with Ncuti Gatwa, and they go, the outfit is weird, his outfit changes, they don't make sense. I could argue that the leather jacket was the most unhinged Doctor outfit, hands down.
But the chokehold slowly became pure strangulation when David Tennant appeared. From 2007 to 2010, I could not leave the house without wearing some sort of outfit that somewhat resembled the 10th Doctor. I would go to family and friends' birthday parties dressed as the 10th Doctor, usually standing in the corner on my own with my sonic screwdriver.
This is true. I used to do this. I used to sit at parties. I would walk home from school pretending I was flying a TARDIS. This picture here, I remember this picture being taken. This was the day that Midnight was released, and I believe this was my sister's birthday party. And basically what happened was I stayed at home with some of the family to watch Midnight. I remember it so clearly. And this picture here, this blonde woman on my left, man, I was crushing for her hard, I swear. I was sat there. I was ahead of my time. I was sitting there trying to drop Riz on this woman. Yeah, she was stood by me. She kept going you're so cute, look at you. And I'm like, listen, man. All right, love. Yeah, it's me, the Doctor. I've got my pint of beer right here. Look at me. I'm so fucking cool. It does look like I've had a busy day and the stock market's crashed, but you know what? I thought I was the Doctor. I thought I was pretty damn cool.
Usually standing in the corner on my own with my sonic screwdriver, thinking that every fat person at the function was a Slovene, or that every single shadow was the Vashta Nerada.
I
For
did do that.
2 years straight, I was
Look at
David
that, man.
Tennant. I would genuinely record interviews with myself with a Scottish accent, thinking that I was David Tennant. Thank God all records of this have been lost, burned and destroyed. But alas.
Yeah, so that is true as well. I used to have an iToy webcam. That's what I started making videos on in 2007. We had this conservatory with a computer in the back, and I would just sit back there, do interviews with myself. I wouldn't even ask the questions. I'd just be sitting there as David Tennant, like, yeah, it's great. I love Doctor Who, and Doctor Who's great. I like to think that, you know, when I took on the role, it was quite difficult, actually. It was quite bad. And the only reason I can somewhat do a Scottish accent is because I used to do David Tennant impressions. I sound nothing like David Tennant, but at least I could do a Scottish accent. So yeah, it was a role I was committed to play.
Nothing lasts forever. As the pubes began to blossom, my interest shifted. Until 2022. It was announced that the two men that shaped my childhood, Russell T Davies and David Tennant, were returning. My show is returning. I may fall in love with this once great show all over again. And you know what? It got me thinking. I was like, God damn, I really need to do my own tier list on this. Because everyone on YouTube loves a good old tier list. They've been around for about 6 years now. Honestly, I was prepubescent when tier list started, and they're still going strong. So today I'm going to be doing a tier list video for every episode of NuWho, from perfect to god awful. Oh boy. Now guys, I want to emphasize a few key points before getting into this video. This was recorded throughout 2023 and 2024, some of which was filmed before the 60th anniversary specials through to the release of season 1 of Doctor Who. So some of the points I make may be outdated or at the time speculative. Secondly, I will have some opinions that will differ to yours, and I cannot stress this enough. This video is my opinion.
Don't be a
You are
meanie
more than
weenie.
welcome to share yours in the comments, because I love to see other people's views. However, there is no need to be rude or aggressive if I have a differing opinion to you. So please,
Facts.
guys, hugs and kisses all round. And
That's
also,
right.
please remember that throughout the process of making this, I was consuming large amounts of Doctor Who at the time, so I may seem or come across a lot more agitated than I should be. Honestly, some nights resulted in me staying up till 6 AM to make this.
Yeah, that's very true. You can see that already. I'm getting very self-aware of the fact that it's during that Stephen Moffat era. I'm just so angry. I do think a lot of it is valid, but we'll get to it and I'll explain. But let's continue.
Okay, so sit down, relax, press the subscribe button.
So please, whatever.
Without further ado, let's start all the way back in 2005 with the Russell T Davies era.
Here we go.
So we start off with Series 1, Episode 1, Rose, the episode that started it all. And boy oh boy is it great. I'm sorry, I love it.
Hello, Wilson, it's Rose. Wilson?
I don't like
Wilson?
that delivery.
Wilson?
Wilson's dead.
So what has to be remembered is that this episode is solely for introducing the characters for the series. And this first episode alone makes me remember how good Eccleston was. The repetitiveness of Rose's life. Her mother who wants her to work or contribute money. Mickey being just a wet blanket, man. In this early era of Doctor Who, Russell T Davies' style is so like soap opera-y. It just works. It's cheap, it's cheesy, but my god, do I just love these characters so much. This episode to me is still great, and no, I am not going to criticise the CGI. It was 2005. Most of us were watching on a 3-ton, 21-inch box when this came out. So back then, it was hardly noticeable. Sweetheart, sugar, darling, sugar, sweetheart, pizza.
You can tell I had a very vague script I was following because I'm rambling a hell of a lot. I love this show. I love it. I really love this show. I really absolutely love it. Love it. Love it. I think during the start, I used a lot more like pictured memes. I was focusing more on like using funny pictures than I was actually explaining what I was talking about. And that's the case with a lot of the first series, I think.
Criticise the CGI for all episodes of Doctor Who. My god, we'd be here for hours. I would be ripping apart the Tom Baker era.
That's not CGI, that's just special effects.
Shut up! Time takes its toll. I'm going to put this episode in good because, you know, it's not fantastic. There's a lot of issues with it, but my god, is it a great episode to start on. And I think it's just good all round. You ain't going to have a bad time watching it. You ain't going to have an exhilarating time watching it. It's just good.
So, as you see, I discuss absolutely nothing about the episode itself. I just say, hey, it's introduces the characters, it's really bloody good, and I like it. That's pretty much it. And that was the original plan for the video. It was going to be, I just give my opinion on the episode and rank it. That changes, obviously, into more episode breakdown, you know. Gotta get that watch time, guys. Gotta get that watch time. But also, I think as well, Doctor Who Fan 91 already did it in that sort of same style where he just discussed his opinions on it, which was fine. He had some absolutely horrendous takes. I stand by that. Yeah, I realised quickly it was going to look a lot like his video, so I didn't want to do that.
So with End of the World, the Doctor takes Rose to the year 500 billion, 60 billion to witness the end of the world. Yeah, that's a great place to take a 19-year-old on their first trip. Yeah, that's cheerful Doctor we've got going on here. The alien designs in this episode are just incredible. The show is just so fresh and full of ideas. These aliens look amazing. Even to this day, they look beautiful.
I do just want to say as well, I've seen the face of Bo in person. In 2008, we went to the Doctor Who exhibition in London, and holy shamoly, the face of Bo up close and personal looked incredible. Like, it's the design of the early Doctor Who aliens were absolutely nuts. A lot of heart and soul went into it, and you cannot fault it, especially on its shoestring budget. It looked bloody excellent.
The face of Bo, Cassandra, the sexy tree lady, man. There was some tension between her and the Doctor, I'll tell you that. This episode is pretty important as well because it's very lore heavy. We learn all about the Doctor and the big old scary time war between the Daleks and the big Time Lords. But I will say, the off-screen deaths and the spider pushing the button to melt the Avatar man, come on, that's poor. That is really poor. Again, this is just another good episode.
I showed no examples or anything.
Happy days. Episode 3, Big Charles Dickens. This was the first episode where they venture into the past of the NuWho era. And let me tell you, I love the setting.
I didn't even watch this episode when doing this video.
Damn, the snow. Big Dickens Charles risen up the place with his intellectualness. Guys, please subscribe. I will say, though, this episode is boring. Yeah, it's just boring. To be honest, on a first watch, if you've never watched Doctor Who, you're gonna find it a pretty nice watch. But for long-term fans, this episode is always a miss. And watching it now, it's just meh. It's just meh. I'm gonna put it in okay.
Didn't even watch it.
Moving on to Aliens of London. Now, this episode gets a lot of shtick for some reason, including the Slovenes. Why? This episode is so good. The introduction to this episode really highlights the issues with time travel.
Oh, that clip.
What's been going on? How you been? What? What's that face for? It's not the first time I stayed out all night.
It's not 12 hours, it's 12 months.
Rose has been gone a whole year and her mum's losing it. It may be very on the nose,
Instantly, you can see the difference, right? With 4 episodes in, and instantly you can see the difference. I've now started showing clips of the episode as well. It's like watching me learning in real time. I like it.
There is something that Russell T Davies does better than any other showrunner. He makes the show for kids. Me, as a child, I found farting aliens hilarious. I was ruffling, lamowing everywhere. One of the things that makes this episode so good is the build-up. The build-up to the climax of that cliffhanger, man. All of them getting set up in a trap. All of them interlinking. It's so good. It's so entertaining. And this is what Doctor Who has been missing recently.
Excuse me, do you mind not farting while I'm saving the world?
Also, can we just talk about the Slovene design? It's incredible. Why do people hate the Slovenes so much? They're so good. You know what? They're so good, in fact, they actually genuinely traumatized my sister. She was mortified by the Slovenes. We also see really...
I really cannot stress enough how much the Slovenes shitted up my sister. She was terrified. And the only reason I can think Slovenes get some level of hate is obviously the farting side of them, but also I think the Sarah Jane adventures slightly ruined them. They made the Slovenes look really pathetic. Like in Doctor Who, they're these big, like, gorilla running aliens with like huge claws. Actually genuinely scary. Those scary, like, blue lights. I think that's what got my sister, like the fact that any person that is overweight could be a Slovene. It's genius.
Introduction to the relationship between the Doctor and Ricky, and we start to see Mickey coming out of the shell. All in all, though, this episode is wonderful. I love it. It's great. I'm putting it in great. Why? Because it's great. It's so good. Which takes us on to World War III, and I can't lie, this is things go a little bit downhill. I mean, this sequence here where the Doctor walks into the back of an elevator after being told he's going to be executed.
Little word of advice. Don't stand him against the lid.
Why did no one shoot? Like, he could have been dead instantly. No. If Doctor shot, plot can't move forward. Let's be real, the comedy in this 2-part is phenomenal. I love it.
They'll never get in.
And how do we get out?
That narrows it down to one planet. Raxicorico-Phalapatorius!
Yeah, great, we could write him a letter.
Again, this is something that Doctor Who doesn't do anymore. It's not just the Doctor making all the decisions. It's the companions doing their bit as well to save the world. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I love it. However, Mickey just casually hacking into the Royal Navy to set off a nuke. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. Look at that setup, okay? That's not even hacking into my nan's Facebook account, let alone hacking into the Royal Navy unit and the British government. I'm sorry. There's just no way. And I will also say that Russell T Davies loves his explosions. I might have to start calling him Michael Bay at this point, because that's 3 episodes, 3 explosions. Russell, mate, relax yourself. All in all, though, this episode is just good. It's not as good as the first part. It's still good, though. I still love it, despite its flaws. It's just fun.
Every other sentence out of my mouth is, it's so good.
Fun,
it's so good. I love it
so much. Dalek is up next, and now, if I ask you to suspend your imagination, forget about what you know about the Daleks so far, and watch this episode as if you haven't seen the Daleks since Classic Who. This episode has an impact. This is such a good introduction to the Daleks in the NuWho era, and my God, is there more lore to lap up?
I am alone in the universe. So are you.
The Doctor destroyed everyone. He executed them all. Rest in pieces. Rest in pieces. Eccleston in this episode is incredible. My God, he's such a good Doctor. I'm so upset he wasn't around for longer. But if he wasn't, we wouldn't have David Tennant, so it all works out for the best. I have got a few nitpicks for this episode. The Doctor goes on about how a Dalek can calculate 1,000 billion combinations in a second flat. It then proceeds to take 10 seconds to calculate a combination.
It can calculate 1,000 billion combinations in 1 second flat.
We're also introduced to Adam. I can't stand this character. I hate him. But I think that was kind of the point, so therefore,
yeah,
okay, I guess.
Screw Adam.
The scene where the Dalek and the Doctor are having this little domestic, my God, is it juicy.
You
a little spit.
would make a good Dalek.
God, that is such a good line, and my God, does Eccleston really play it off well. Mwah! It's an episode where not only Rose, but us as an audience question the Doctor's morals. Who is this man? Using a gun. What is this Doctor? This is a Doctor fresh from war, that's for sure. This episode is so good all round. It teaches us all about the Daleks, the relationship with the Doctor and the Daleks for a new audience. It all works well. Eccleston outshines. Rose has a purpose. Adam is there. This episode definitely belongs in great. It's a great episode.
It's so interesting. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we're done with that. 93,000 views.
Who is this man?
I think hands down that's probably one of the best reviews of an episode I've done, because obviously a lot of my video is plot breakdown and I just make it a bit funnier and add my input here and there, because that's really the point of my channel. It's not supposed to be an in-depth critique. This is what happens in this episode. This is what I like. This is what I didn't like. That was in my opinion, I think that was the best example of what this whole video should have been. I didn't delve too much into the plot, but I explained in detail the elements that I liked and disliked. I think that was the perfect example. That wasn't done enough, I think.
Great. It's a great episode.
No, perfect.
Henry Van Staten,
I think it's a perfect
bit
episode.
of a cringe bag. The woman in it as well. Bit of a cringe bag. But other than that, this episode is great all round. I absolutely love it. I'm going to say this a lot for the first series, because the first series of this show is so damn good. However, every high has its lows. Episode 7, The Long Game. Adam is still here. Great. And the Doctor's a little jealous baby boy.
He's your boyfriend.
Not anymore.
Off you go then. Your first date.
You're gonna get a smack, you are.
She's 19 years old. You non. The only thing I can really give this episode is that A, Simon Pegg is in it. Love Simon Pegg. He's great in this episode. And Russell's world building in his era is second to none. Anytime he shows like the human civilization in another place that isn't Earth, it's always built so well. And he does that all throughout, and I can't fault him for it. It's really engaging. It's really cool, and I love it. Basically, all this episode really is Adam being a massive knob. The best part of the episode is...
I will say that's actually more in favour of the set designers. That's the overall production team than it is just Russell. Obviously, Russell gives his expectations, but I think that's genuine. I don't give the actual production team of this era enough credit. The directors, we had a lot of Graham Harper back in the day. He is just the best Doctor Who director, hands down. I don't know too much about the lighting, the set design, and all of that side of stuff, but they all worked well together. It's so clear. It all just gelled. That's why this era, to me, just looks so brilliant.
Absolute snooze fest. I'm going to put it in not for me. Like I said, the only good thing about this episode is them dumping Adam, Satellite 5 as a setting, great, and Simon Pegg. That is it. However, things are back on the up once again with Father's Day. This episode teaches us the consequences of fiddling with time. This episode further shows that the Doctor has now fallen for Rose. Why is he taking her to a point in her past that is going to be clearly traumatic for her? You're a stupid, silly man. Rose saves her dad from being...
Yeah, I don't think we focus on this enough either. Like, he's taken her to some strangely questionable places. Like, she is a child. Let's be real. She's been an adult for a year, and he's taken her to the end of the world, an underground base that was taken over by a Dalek, and now to see her father dying. That's weird, isn't it?
You're a stupid, silly man. Rose saves her dad from being smashed up by a car that's moving at 14 miles an hour, and then Rose shows her toxic side.
You'll be back in a minute. Will you hang around outside the TARDIS waiting for me? And I'll make you wait a long time!
Everything goes wrong after Rose saves her dad, and I must say this episode is fantastic. Don't get me wrong, there's some off-screen death point of view shot cringe that I can't stand. And let's be real, while Rose cocked everything up in this episode, we would probably do the same thing if we went back to a moment in our past that could save a loved one. Time fiddling, paradoxes, Christopher Eccleston's performance, yes, yes, yes. However, that car is going way too slow to kill anyone. It's literally going at about 8 miles an hour. All in all, this episode is going in great. The Empty Child is up next, and let me just say, it's another banger.
Captain
This episode
Jack
is set in the Blitz. We get an introduction to Mr. Captain Jack Harkness. And let's be real, this episode is the first creepy, quote-unquote, monster. I love that Nancy teaches manners while simultaneously stealing from other families. You can definitely tell that this episode is written by Stephen Moffat, though, because the pacing is so much slower. It's creepy and anonymous. Russell T Davies goes the epic route, whereas Stephen Moffat goes the creepy slow burner route. This episode is also responsible for one of the most traumatic sequences in Doctor Who history.
Truly
that is literal
terrifying.
Nightmare fuel, that is. That terrified me as a child. And the ending is equally as creepy, with Nancy hiding under the table and, are you, mummy? Is that you? Mummy? Yes, this episode is great.
It feels
The
weird
Doctor
just laughing at
dances.
myself.
Well, isn't that just one big euphemisms? Yeah, Stephen Moffat, you little hornball. Yeah. I see you, man. I see you. Writing with one hand again. You know, naughty. The second part to this episode is a perfect little wrap-up. The I'm here is absolutely creepy when the tapes run out.
Doctor?
I'm here. Can't you see me?
What's that noise?
End of the tape.
Is Stephen done there? Oh,
It's so good.
Because he does it again with the typewriter.
So who's typing?
The resolution is oh so sweet because it turns out all along she was the mummy. She was the mummy all along. Roll credits. The Doctor shouting, "Oi, oi, man! Everybody lives. I'm from Newcastle, apparently." The whole "everybody lives" line, yeah, that becomes a real prevalent issue in the Stephen Moffat era. So we'll get to that when it comes to it. The ending is so great because the Doctor's just so happy. Look at him, he's beaming. He starts dancing around the shop. Brilliant, just brilliant. All in all, this two-parter was a 10 out of 10. This episode is going in great as well. This is definitely one of the better two-parters of the show. Fantastic work. Well done, Mr. Moffat. You did a cracking job there, fella.
What quality is this playing at, by the way? Because it's playing at 480p. I've been playing this whole video at 480p. We're half an hour in, but that's outrageous from me. Get in 1080p right now. Man, I hate where I live. The internet is so pants.
Now, this is another episode that is considered just filler, just crud, just not epic, really. Just not really a good episode. I love Boomtown. I had a portable DVD player when I was about 8 years old, I watched this on DVD on repeat time and time and time again. And there's one very simple reason as to why this is. This episode just shows a group of friends having a laugh. Russell T Davies is so good at writing human dialogue.
Into time and space! Oh my God, have you seen yourselves?
Why do we not see...
I used a poor example there, but I'm mainly emphasising the fact that I really could, as a kid, I wanted to be a companion, and that's how a lot of people feel. They want to be a companion of the Doctor. So to see them all chilling in the TARDIS, just having a chat, I felt like I was part of that as a kid. I used to build my own TARDIS on my chest of drawers, and I'd just put loads of old keyboards and gadgets and things, and I'd just sit there with my portable DVD player, that was my scanner, and I'd watch this episode, and I just felt like I was there. It's incredibly sad, but... fuck me, I had some fun. The amount of hours I'd spend as a kid just sitting here watching the same episode over and over again. I don't know what, I was obsessed with that green glow of the TARDIS and just being there. cannot stress enough. This episode is definitely my rose-tinted episode. I mean, if you look at it from like a really critical perspective, the episode itself isn't great, but it's really good, and it's actually an essential episode. It establishes the rift in Cardiff, which is obviously what Torchwood is based around. We obviously have Captain Jack. We have a relationship dispute with Mickey and wait, what am I doing right now? I'm adding stuff that I should be putting into the new video I make. I'm staying stum now.
A bunch of friends having a normal conversation. This is why Russell T Davies is goated. Stephen Moffat can to an extent, but it always goes a bit too like serious or something interrupts it to forward the plot. Gah. Boring.
That's
we don't
Chris
even
Chibnall.
talk about Chris Chibnall's dialogue.
Yeah, that's
My
Chris
God.
Chibnall in a nutshell.
Well, like I said, we'll get to it. Russell T Davies is so good at making a group of friends just having a normal conversation so entertaining to watch. Seeing like 4 of my favourite characters just chilling there, having a conversation is wonderful. I'd like to point out as well, Russell T Davies is really good at making you feel bad for the villain. Yeah, nice work there, Russ. I was actually feeling a bit bad for her in the toilet there.
Is there a Mr. Blaine?
Not anymore. I'm all on my own.
The comedy when Margaret is trying to poison the Doctor when they're out on dinner together is great. I love it. In the end, Margaret looks into the soul of the TARDIS and she becomes a giant egg. How that works beats me. But all in all, I think this episode is really enjoyable. And I don't care what anyone says. It may be filler, but it's entertaining filler. And I love entertaining filler. Fill me right up. This episode is going in good. And I like to think of this episode as the calm before the storm because, ladies and gentlemen, next up we have the season finale two-parter. The season finales start off with Bad Wolf. The Doctor and gang get put into different game shows that were relevant during the time of this airing. Wow, Big Brother, this fashion one, and The Weakest Link. The comedy is great, but it very quickly
the premise
turns
is
sinister,
just
and I
unbelievable. It's so
absolutely
good.
Love it. Watching the game shows gradually deteriorating is fantastic, as the Doctor and Rose slowly realise what it is they're actually playing for. Their lives. Captain Jack is just Captain Jack.
Where were you hiding that?
You really don't want to know.
I found another thing Russell T Davies is really good at. He's really good at making you feel for potential companions who will inevitably be killed off. Thanks, Russ. That's great. I really like Linda. She's sweet.
Linda, you're sweet.
And that sequence in which Rose gets vaporized is amazing. Christopher Eccleston's performance is next to none. He is so damn good. The noise in the background silencing out while he's trying to process what's just happened. It's just amazing. When it's revealed that the Daleks are back, my God, he thought he killed them all. It turns out he just killed his entire race for nothing. Wow, I bet he feels good. And then there's the bit where he promises to come and get Rose. Oh, he is so cool. He's just so cool. I love him.
I'm going to rescue her. I'm going to save Rose Tyler. And then, just to finish off, I'm going to wipe every last stinking Dalek
out of the sky.
What an epic first part to the finale.
Yeah.
And my God. I guess what, guys? Guess what? Guess where it's going? It's going in. Oh my God. Yes, 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 yes. I put that at the top because some episodes do get me very excited. Bad Wolf is one of them. I love it. It's going in. Oh my God. Yes, yes, yes. I could watch this episode over and over and over. The second part is just as strong. We get introduced to the Dalek Emperor where he's all like,
Patience, my brethren.
Patience, my brethren. The Doctor's bare charming. Man don't even know me like that because man's going to come in like, bruh, bruh.
I can't help it. Anytime I do hear like a brethren, I just think of like 2000s Roadman. Sup, my brethrens? Right, you don't know me like that. As you can see, my Roadman lingo has kind of staled out over the last few years. I don't know the new terms. Rah, that girl was Skibbity Riz. I don't know. I'm getting older. What can I say? I'm halfway to 50 at this point. I'm not down with the kids like I used to be.
The look of defeat when the Daleks are shooting at his TARDIS and you really go, damn, the Doctor is stumped. What is he going to do? Well, he pranks Rose and sends her home. No, actually, for real, that was a tearjerker. That was rough to watch. The Bad Wolf graffiti, that sequence gives me chills. We see Linda get brutally game-ended. Seeing the Daleks saying exterminated from behind the glass, brutal. Jack gets exterminated as well. J.K. Lamau, he's alive. Rose looks into the time vortex. She comes back. She saves the day.
He's now
the
immortal
Doctor
as well.
is like, give me a big old smooch. Saves the day. Christopher Eccleston regenerates. God damn. What an episode.
I've also like to mention you're starting to see me breaking down the episodes a little bit more. I can understand some people get a little bit like, oh, I've seen it, I don't need you to explain it. But I think in the context of this, on these kind of videos, you kind of do, just to jog people's memories. Like, it was 20 years since this episode come out.
Not only was it an amazing ending for Christopher Eccleston, but we also get David Tennant at the end. This episode as well is going in. Oh my God. Yes, 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 yes. Everything about this episode is perfect. Not a single flaw. Don't want to hear it. It's perfect. What a way to bow out Christopher Eccleston. He is an incredible Doctor, and I am genuinely gutted we didn't get more of him because he is just perfect. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on
Rest
to
in peace,
David
Chris.
Tennant. Moving on
He's
to
alive and well.
Series 2, ladies and gentlemen. We start off with the Christmas invasion.
David
I
Tennant
love it
time!
when the TARDIS comes crashing down. It looks so good. Even 18 years later, looks amazing. Although Jackie going, Doctor Who! I hate that. I really hate that.
There is genuinely nothing worse in an episode of Doctor Who when they do that typical intro where he goes, "Oh, the Doctor." They go, "Doctor? Doctor Who?" You're like, oh, stop. Us Brits would respond in a very sarcastic way. I think Doctor Who did kind of catch on to that at some point. No one will go, "Doctor Who? Guys, this guy just called himself the Doctor. Like Doctor Who." I get it, it's the name of the show. I also really don't like, I know that technically his name is Doctor Who, but there's nothing I hate more. And I think even David Tennant agrees with me on this one. There's nothing I hate more than people calling the Doctor Doctor Who. Because the name of the show is sort of like the question, you know, Doctor Who is this Doctor? So for him to be called Doctor Who doesn't make sense to me. I find it strange.
Killer Santas and killer Christmas trees. It's that typical Christmas goodness. Seeing Mickey again, I actually forget how funny Mickey actually is as a character.
I can't even go shopping with you. We get attacked by a brass band.
The Sycorax make
Brass
contact
band,
with
ADR.
Earth, and when they get beamed up into their ship, Rose really shows she's a worthy companion, speaking on behalf of the human race. We don't see no companions these days doing this level of companioning. She doesn't just stand around asking questions, she takes action. That's why Rose is such a good companion. I don't want to hear this,
"Yeah, but I don't like the fact that the Doctor and Rose is in love. Therefore, Rose is really bad companion, actually."
Shut up, get over it.
I do agree with my points. I am so smart. Rose gets so much hate by modern fans, and I don't understand why. She has moments where she's, you know, not the best person. She does nothing but consistently prove why she is a companion. She takes action. She protects the Doctor just as much as he would protect her, regardless of their blossoming romance. Why she specifically gets a lot of hate, I don't understand. And if none of you see it, go on to Twitter. I mean, Twitter is an absolute cesspit anyway, but she gets a lot of criticism, and people go, "Rose is my least favourite. Rose is my least favourite." But why, though?
Rose is actually one of the better companions. She actually does things, unlike other companions. And after being Doctor Light for so long, David Tennant comes out of the TARDIS thanks to a good old cup of tea.
Did you miss me?
David Tennant just
Yes, I missed you.
absolutely shines. He is incredible. I just watched this whole sequence with a smile on my face, remembering how excellent he actually was. He has a sword fight, loses his hand, wins the battle, kills the Sycorax, and then gets beamed back down to Earth. Harriet Jones takes a fat L.
Don't you think she looks tired?
And then the Doctor chooses his new costume.
I wish today was just like
Any other day.
Wow, what a Christmas special. What an introduction to the Doctor. In the wider scheme of things, this episode, not a lot actually happens, but it's David Tennant. He just steals the show, and he's only in it for like half the episode, not even that. This episode is going in good, because it is just good. It would be great if there was a little bit more, but David Tennant is what made this episode, and I have to say, he's incredible in it. Moving on to the official start of the series with New Earth. We're in 2006 now. Wow, mobile phones are starting to still exist, I guess. We have cat nuns, we have the face of Bo, we have this man, the Duke of Manhattan, turning into a weeping angel. Cassandra's back as well, and she puts herself in Rose, and I love this sequence in which she goes into Rose, and she's all like, "I'm a chav, nah, rotted." Why have guns when we have claws? Love it, love it. The only thing I have an issue with is these people have every disease in the world. How are they able to walk? I'm 100% sure there are some diseases out there that completely immobilize you and leave you paralyzed. So if anything, these should all just not be able to move whatsoever. So yeah, that is a massive issue with this episode.
That is a fact, though. And I remember someone started an argument with me in the comments. I'm going to see if I can quickly find it. Let's have a little look. So I think I've earned the right to complain about what he said at around 2146. The idea that wouldn't some of the diseased people be incapable of walking is cool and all, until you realise that in the relatively short time spans we've had the medicine, it's entirely possible with X thousands of years that either humanity would have evolved, realised that applying these kind of scientific accuracy standards to one of the most science fiction surface shows ever sci-fi is a little ridiculous, especially in the same episode they're all magically cured by dumping all of the same medicines on them. This is not all how medicine works at all, but in order for the show to be 30 minutes long, I don't know this way. I said, this is my response. I'm all up for criticism and feedback. This is a lot of words over one comment. I'm just pointing out, it's not that deep. Jesus. But yeah, that rifled this guy. Listen, dude, it ain't that deep.
David Tennant's performance when Cassandra is flipping between him and Rose is impeccable. They both do such an amazing job. Guys, this episode is going in good. Okay, there's some huge glaring issues, but all in all, it's still a great and fun episode to watch, and the performances, again, that's what makes it with this era. The episode itself could actually be bad, but it's the performances from David Tennant and Billie Piper that always bring these episodes back. All in all, New Earth is going in good as well. It's a solid little start here for Series 2. Tooth and Claw. This is the one that I was really like, ugh, I don't want to watch this one. I really don't want to watch this one. I've probably seen this.
So that was such a good fitting gift there. Man, I'm funny at times. I tell you, I'm funny.
The introduction to this episode is literally just to flex the high shutter speed and high frame rate cameras. It just comes across really obnoxious. Not for me. I will say the sequence in which they land the TARDIS is great. I love it. It just shows them, again, having fun. Russell T Davies showing them having fun time travelling. It's not always serious, wearious, gloomy, woomy stuff. It's not always like, we have to travel to the end of the universe because there is someone calling for me. My death is coming. My fellow companion who I am slowly falling in love with. My life is coming to its bitter end and I must seek whoever is calling me. No one is sending me a distress signal. It may be very bad. All I'm saying is the chemistry between the Doctor and Rose is really nice to watch. It's infatuated. I love it.
I think why this is my focal point for the earlier episodes, the Doctor at this point isn't seen as this magical god that like just is the most important thing in the universe. I think what's been lost, and one of the reasons Doctor Who's kind of declined over the years, the show has forgotten the whole point of the Doctor doing what he does is because his race are people who think they are better than everyone else. So he was like, fuck this, I'm going to steal a TARDIS, I'm fucking off. And he just travels. He's just a traveller, that is it. But the show in recent years has made the Doctor out to be this god, this undefeatable, immortal god who just, the universe is terrified of him. And it gets a bit like, oh man, can we just see him travel around for a bit and have some adventures? Like, that's all we need.
We have David Tennant, who's Scottish, playing an Englishman, playing a Scottishman. Mind equals blown. Epic. The only good thing I can say that comes from this episode is the little bet that the Doctor and Rose have.
He looks so young.
Queen Victoria to say, I am not amused. And it leads to this little bit.
Be amused or something. No?
This device surveys the infinite.
Guys, I think you can tell kind of what I like about this show, especially in the early eras. It's that human, relatable side to it. The fun, but the editing is all over the place in this episode. Oh my god, it's awful. The direction, the handheld camera shots, the POV shots, it's just too much. No.
Sounds like an episode of Torchwood.
Has no substance. It's just
ironically, this
boring,
is the episode that Torchwood was announced.
It's going in not for me. It's not like so bad you can't watch it. It's just I would rather not watch it again because I've seen it. So yeah, not for me, thanks. School reunion up next. We've got Sarah Jane and K9 coming back. The sequence in which Sarah Jane gets introduced to the Doctor. Oh my god, it's great.
Miss Sarah Jane Smith. Miss Smith is a journalist who's writing a profile about me.
I noticed that this video is just me saying, oh my god, I love it. Oh my god, it's great. That will change.
Yeah.
It will change. And the sequence where Sarah Jane finds the TARDIS. Oh my god, goosebumps. I'm getting goosebumps. Woo.
I got goosebumps again. Like, I just get goosebumps.
We see the jealousy come out in both Sarah Jane and Rose, which makes for great comedy. Speaking of comedy, Mickey's back and I love him.
Oh, mate. The missus and the ex. Welcome to every man's worst nightmare.
The bickering to taking the piss out of the Doctor is also great. Now for my issues with the episode. These super smart children all typing away on their big 2005 computers. All it takes is for Mickey to unplug one plug to turn them all off. How much electricity is going into that plug? How is that building not blowing up? Oh, wait a minute. It does. In typical Russell T Davies fashion, the school gets blown up. Wow. KSI is an absolute badass. Sorry, editing me here. Why did I call K9 KSI?
I still don't know how I did that.
Look at him, shooting up the Krillitanes. Beautiful. This episode is just pure cheese, but it's good though. It is very, very good. I never get bored of it. It introduces Sarah Jane to a brand new audience, and we actually feel for her, despite some of us maybe not even knowing her from the classic Who. She's introduced brilliantly. Mickey and Rose are great, and David Tennant, as always, mwah, cherry on top of the cake, mush. This episode is going in good, because it's good. It's
Fair
just
enough.
good. There's a lot of cringe in there, but it's very, very good. The girl in the fireplace. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Set on the ship of Madame de Poppadom, the Doctor, Mickey and Rose land there and find pockets of time leading to Madame de Poppadom. The Doctor meets her as a child and...
It's a few things. One thing I will say, I pissed some people off with that comment. I kept calling her Madame de Poppadom and people thought I was genuinely, like, mispronouncing her name. Like, come on. You could tell at this point I was chronically single because every time I put a picture of a woman up on screen, I'm putting a caption saying like, damn, she's fine. Damn, she's so pretty. Damn, I love her. Please marry me.
Meets her 5 seconds later and decides he's gonna smooch away. When she asks the Doctor, what do monsters have nightmares about? Oh, what a cold line.
What do monsters have nightmares about?
Me!
That is ice cold, Mr. Doctor Man. This episode by far has my favourite pieces of music from Murray Gold. The most beautiful motif for Miss Madame de Poppadom. Madame de Pompadour does the old Uno reverse with the telepathy. You can tell this is written by Stephen Moffat because he does the same tricks he does in the Doctor dances.
If this clock's broken, then what's that?
There is not one thing I would change about this episode. It is a bittersweet episode. Getting Madame de Poppadom's hopes up, taking her to travel to see the stars. JK, LOL, Lamau, you're dead now. I can't see you ever again. Sure, I could probably just come pick you up in the TARDIS, but nope. I ain't doing that because of time and stuff. This episode is a tearjerker. It's written beautifully. The music's beautiful. The performances are beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, I have changed the name of the top tier to Yes, Yes, Perfect. Why? Because it is perfect. I really want to illustrate the point that I would not change a single thing about this episode.
First episode
well
perfect,
done,
isn't it?
Stephen
Oh, no.
Moffat. You're off to a
Quite
hella
other ways.
strong start in the Russell T Davies era. I really hope that your era really continues that. I really do. I can't wait. Going on to Rise of the Cybermen now, and yeah, the TARDIS dies. They get stuck on a parallel world. It's a slow burner, I guess, where not a lot really happens. A lot of subtle social commentary about humans being addicted to their phones in 2006. Yeah, the writer of this show was ahead of his time, let me tell you that. Rose being a dog is actually quite hilarious. And the moment with Mickey and his nan was also very sweet.
You are all the time in the world.
Oh, you say that, but it's all talk.
Other than that, this episode is just okay. There's really not a lot to talk about. Cybermen are back, I guess. Yeah, hopefully part 2's better though. Right? Short answer is no. Age of Steel doesn't improve that much. The cliffhanger just gets resolved just like that. Bye, cliffhanger. The more interesting side of this episode is the fact that Mickey is constantly forgotten, and you can see him start to make the decision that he is going to stay here, isn't he? He has nothing at home. Doctor doesn't care about him.
One thing I don't talk about enough, Mickey is a cuck, man. He's constantly following the Doctor and Rose about, trying to keep Rose on his side. When actually he's just watching her, falling in love with the Doctor. That's just nuts. Poor Mickey, man. Justice for Mickey. Cuck boy Mickey.
Rose doesn't care about him. His nan's dead. You know when a character's about to die when they start randomly just dumping exposition about themselves.
Angela Price. Don't tell us all.
Yeah, I didn't use a good example.
Yep, Lamau, dead. Rest in pieces, rest in pieces. In my opinion, this episode is just meh again. It concludes a 2-part, introduces the Cybermen again, and introduces the parallel world, which is going to be very prevalent in the future. So, I mean, I guess for that bit, it's all right. But yeah, the sonic screwdriver is way overused. Characters I don't really care about. Some real terrible acting in this, my God. Also, I know this is not written by Russell T Davies, but my God, it's another explosion. For God's sake, man. And other than that, it's going in okay again. An okay two-parter. I'll give it a miss next time, thanks. Episode 7. We got Rory Jennings. When he's not complaining about Chelsea Football Club, he's living in 1953 Britain. That's what he's doing.
As a Chelsea fan myself, I used to really rate Rory Jennings. If any of you are football fans watching this and you follow like football YouTube, you'll know he's become a massive knob. I don't know what happened to him, but he hates when Chelsea are doing well, will only make a video on them if they're doing bad, but will sit there and make videos glazing Arsenal. What? Some of you are watching this like, what are you talking about? The young lad in this episode, Rory Jennings, was an actor, and he was in this and EastEnders. He then eventually moved on to YouTube and now does football content. Yeah, he's making a living for himself, I guess, but yeah, he's turned into a bit of a knob.
There are some really great bits in this episode. I love the I am talking and I'm not listening. Yeah, it's me, David Tennant. The Doctor is a feminist. We love that. You drop this, King. You absolutely drop this. And Rose's face when she tells off Derek is bloody fantastic. I love it. Rose gets sucked off and then the Doctor's all like, I'm so annoyed. But my God, is his performance really good. The Wire then starts sucking off everyone while the Doctor climbs a pylon and then, yeah, just like that, put in a plug and bish bash bosh. The day has been saved. Rose is back to normal and they can live their life. It's a filler episode. And I'm going to say it, it's okay. That's 3 episodes on the trot that are okay. Oh, the series is making a little dip here. Yeah, it's that horrible mid-season filler
actually
bit.
think
we don't like that. And will it go up?
I think
in the
that
next
episode gets a lot more
Let's have a
hate
look.
than it deserves.
The Impossible Planet. My God, it's another episode I used to watch religiously on DVD on my little portable DVD player. They're on the space hub near a black hole, and the Doctor loses his TARDIS. No way! How is he going to escape with Rose Tyler? I love the setting for this episode. Russell T Davies has a real knack for making like gritty, worn-down spaceships. I absolutely love these designs.
He does
The Ood
indeed.
saying threatening sentences in a polite tone is always hilarious to me.
The beast and his armies shall rise from the pit to make war against God.
The scene with Toby and that menacing voice. My God, that is an incredible little voice.
Toby, don't turn around.
Toby, don't turn around. If you turn around, it's kind of awkward because then, like, you're kind of making eye contact with me and I don't really know what to do about it, Toby. Side characters we actually care about.
That's not a bad impression, actually.
Scooty dead up in the spaces.
Stop killing attractive ladies.
It's a 2-part, so you know the first part is going to be that tense, slow build-up, really hashing out these side characters who I actually care about. This is so rare. The build-up to the cliffhanger, again, always good when it comes to the Russell T Davies era. I'm going to put this episode in good. It's very good. It's a good, solid episode. Okay, the season's going up again. Moving on to the Satan pit. So the Oods have gone skits. The devil is awake. On a rewatch, this is a fantastic second part. This episode really plays on the Doctor's beliefs. What does the Doctor believe in? Is he a religious man? We don't know, and we never will know. And even when he comes face to face with the devil, he still refuses to believe that the devil exists. The Doctor and Rose are in love.
If you talk to Rose, just tell her. Oh, she knows.
Satan has been a little rascal in this episode.
906 years old.
Damn, Satan,
That
no
man.
need to expose my boy like that, alright? Keep your head up, King. You'll lose it one day, trust me. The side characters' deaths are a noble act. They escape on the rocket ship, and the Doctor has a realization he has a dilemma. He can destroy Satan, but Rose will die. Or he can let Rose live, but Satan will go to Earth. What does he do? Kills Satan, doesn't he? Kills Satan, but it's okay, because the TARDIS is there. Hooray! I'm going to say this a lot during his era. David Tennant's performance is absolutely outstanding in this episode. And Toby goes into absolute meltdown. Sorry, mate. Guess you're never losing your virginity. I love this episode. Okay, I love it. It's a very rare occasion that the second part is better than the first part. So I must say this episode to me is going in great. I may have some bias from my childhood. I do not care. It's going in great. Well, now the season's on the up. Surely nothing can go wrong now, right? Love and monsters. I hate the intro to this episode. The vlog style in 2006. Epic cringe. A gang is set up to find the Doctor because Elton wants it. His mummy is dead and he wants to find the Doctor because he saw him one time. Something's telling me she's not really playing the piano.
Bring me down.
The acting in this
actually
episode
so bad.
is absolutely atrocious. It's so bad. Elton wants to smash Jackie.
And that's what you become. Hard.
Sorry, what? The reveal of the Absorbaloff. Terrible. The way he sucks them up.
Jesus.
God, no. damn, Ursula. Although I will say, tastes like chicken did make me laugh. The guy who plays Elton, his acting is actually woeful. It's so bad. The Absorbal office trying to kill Elton, but don't worry, the Doctor and Rose appear. The Clom bit did make me die, I can't lie.
Clom. Clom. Yes, and I'll return there victorious.
But the resolution to this episode. How did they all decide they were going to rip him apart and he turns into a puddle of liquid? Oh, this is so bad. It's so bad. Bye-bye, Elton. Bye-bye, Elton. No, Ursula dead forever. Rest in peace. J.K. Lamau, he getting that sloppy toppy chrome dome from the paving slab throat goat. This episode...
It's interesting because as well, like, it's not even like I'm just making that up. They actually allude to that in the episode. She says, like, we still find our ways to be intimate. It's like, no. There's a lot of questions that arise from that comment. And, like, couldn't he just suffocate her? How is she alive? How are her organs working? And if he gets annoyed at her, he just puts her face down. Shut up, shush. I'm done listening to you now. I'll give it a sloppy copy, Elton.
It's the first episode to go in god awful because my god, it's so bad. The only redeeming feature of this episode, I guess, is some of Peter Kay's lines. Yay, I guess. Surely nothing can be worse than that episode, right? JK, there's fear her. God, the premise of this episode is actually very good. I like the idea that you draw someone, they disappear forever. Although the person she's drawing could look like any of like the 3 billion children there are on Earth, right? The child acting is absolutely awful.
So one of the arguments of that is like, oh, but she's got the person in mind. That drawing genuinely looks like thousands, if not millions of kids. So do they all disappear as well? Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to get rid of anyone past her street. Her aim is to take over the world. Why didn't she just draw the world in the first place? Would have saved a hell of a lot of time.
So bad. I hate child actors with a passion. I think child actors should just be avoided. I love Chloe Webber. Chloe Webber is me. For real, no cap. This episode is so boring. It's so damn boring. The only thing holding it somewhat is David's performance. Yeah. Yet again. The cancel, mate. The cancel. Rose throws a spaceship into an Olympic torch. The Doctor then carries it or some shit. Who cares? This episode is not worth my time. It is going in god awful. And let's not even talk about the ending to this episode. Oh, Dr. Wachter, nothing will ever split us apart. We're together forever and ever. The storm's coming. Storm is coming. And the next time trailer shows Rose saying that it's her last ever episode. I don't know. 2 on the trot in god awful. How can this be? The series has fallen into the mud. However will it come back? Army of Ghosts is up next, and ghosts are roaming the streets. Jackie thinks it's her late dad. Not We've got an excellent bit of dubbing here.
It's not worth it for a snog.
It is.
Not Martha gets game ended.
It's not even subtle, is it?
And we have the introduction to Torchwood. This leads to the horny big boy version of Doctor Who. We see a big Dalek disco ball that makes you feel glum. The Doctor walking the wrong way always makes me laugh. As in every Russell T Davies finale first part, there's an excellent build up. The cyber boys are back. The sphere opens. It's the big cult of Skaro. Everyone's in danger. Poo-poo is about to hit the fan, and my god, is it a great introduction to Doomsday. Ladies and gentlemen, this episode is going in.
The more I'm watching this video, the more I'm realising how much work this new video is going to take. Like, it's going to take me about 3 months just to get to this point. If I do the whole video again in my current style, to get to this point of the show, that's going to take me 3-4 months alone if I wasn't working on anything else. This video is going to take ages. Holy schmoly.
Great. I love this episode. It's always a great, fun bit of television to watch, and I'm looking forward to the second part. Or am I? Doomsday. Sphere Man gets triple sucked so hard he gets turned to a crisp. We see some absolute savagery from the Daleks and the Cybermen. This is not war. This is pest control. For real, no cap. For real.
It makes me cringe.
Got sass.
Makes me cringe so hard hearing that back.
Oh, guys, it's so late. It's so late in the night. I've watched so much Doctor Who. David Tennant is amazing in this episode. Russell T Davies is back to being his usual epic self. But we do need to talk about Jackie being reunited with Pete. Oh my god, this scene. This scene. We just don't get moments like this anymore. Russell T Davies, I love you. After Dalek starts squirting out of this little deodorant can, the Doctor's like, zoinks, I've got to suck them back into the void. So the Doctor and Rose do that. Bye-bye, Daleks and Cyberboys. Back into the void you go. I hope Rose is okay. Whoops. Butterfingers. And ladies and gentlemen, Rose gets sucked into the void. Psych.
Here
Pete
we
saves
go.
her. How did he do that? It doesn't matter, is it? She's alive, I guess.
It's
this
true.
leads to the saddest scene in Doctor Who history.
Arguably one of my most iconic moments. This was so fun to make as well. I tried it again in the Stephen Moffat era video and it just didn't quite work.
Billy Piper smashes this. The Doctor
Full version on
burns the
Spotify
sun just
soon.
to say goodbye. Doctor, you little cutie pie, you. If my future wife isn't burning suns to say goodbye to me when I go to work in the morning, is she even my wife? People
Facts.
criticise the Doctor and Rose's love story, but you got to remember, at the time of this airing, everyone was rooting for it. It's why everyone loved the show. The chemistry between the Doctor and Rose was second to none. He's leaving the show. Bye-bye, Rose. This is so sad. This episode is, of course, perfect. All right, it may not be perfectly written to some critics. Those that became fans of the show way later on will not see it in the same way that us back in 2006 watched it, but this episode holds a special place in my heart. Watching this episode just takes me back to the times where I used to watch this show with my late granddad. We used to watch this episode on repeat. We'd cry at this scene over and over. My granddad was not an emotional man. I wouldn't change it. This episode is genuinely perfect. Billy Piper is amazing.
I really can't stress enough like the impact that my granddad had, because obviously I would stay around his and my nan's a lot when I was a kid. They would often have, I think it was UK Gold. This is around 2007, so I think UK Gold was a channel then. And they'd play a lot of Classic Who, and I used to watch it. That's how I got introduced to Classic Who. I didn't know there was a Classic Who before like this series. That's how I got introduced. He would sit with me, and I basically, with my iToy webcam, I would make my own Doctor Who episodes, or I'd reenact Doctor Who episodes. But he basically would help me write the scripts. He always thought he was hilarious because in the credits he'd put written by an ink pen. And he found that hilarious. I said to him, I was like, what do I call my company? Doctor Who's from the BBC, but what do I call mine? And he said, DDC, Danny's Dubbing Corporation. I still to this day don't know what that means, because I don't do dubbing. It was production. And then from 2008 to 2018, I would make my own sitcoms. I'd make my own films and everything. I would end every single video with DDC. And that was a little homage to my granddad, who I lost in 2014. And his death impacted me, I think, more than anyone that I've lost over the last 10, 15 years. Because of his influence on my love for this show. Because my family loved Doctor Who, but like me, him and my nan, we were like Doctor Who lovers. I would go there specifically to watch Doctor Who.
What an arc to this story. The Doctor is devastated. Rose is devastated. They say goodbye.
Rose Tyler.
And that is the end of Rose. Or so we thought. But alas, we move on to Series 3. It's Christmas 2006. We are introduced to Miss Donna Noble, my favourite companion in the whole of this show. I love her so much. We start off with some absolutely banging comedy. Catherine Tate is up to her usual comedic antics. Sonicking money out of a cash point. Oh my goodness me. When I had my toy Sonic screwdriver, you bet I was going up to every cash point doing this. The money never came out, but I still felt cool doing it. This episode has hands down the best sequence in the show's history.
It still is.
Sequence is absolutely sensational.
2 years later from making this,
to this day, it still looks amazing.
It still
the
is.
way the TARDIS is flying, the way Doctor saves Donna, yes. This instantly makes this episode an 11 out of 10. I'm sorry. This sequence has not been topped, okay? And this sequence was 17 years ago. We also have to think about this, how genuinely traumatic this would be for someone who's about to get married. They've been teleported into a time machine in out of space. They've been kidnapped by Santa robots. They're now having to jump out of a taxi on the motorway. That is horrific. And it's back to that usual Christmas goodness. We got killer baubles. Yes, killer Santas are back. Oh, yes, yes, yes. The way Donna is treated to make her unimportant in this episode. Wow, I'm sure that's not going to be prevalent later. They meet the Rachnos and she still looks incredible to this day. Some of the best animatronic work in the show's history. The Doctor commits mass genocide, but it's okay. He's in mourning, okay? He's rest in peace, Rose.
Oh, they will suffer! So suffer!
The star gets blown up and we get the first mention of Mr. Harold Saxon. Ooh, I wonder who that is. I do not know. I've never seen this show before. This episode is going in great just for this sequence alone and the introduction of one of the best companions of all time, Miss Donna Noble. That's it. That's all I'm saying on that. Not hearing your arguments. Don't even care about it. Now to the official start of Series 3, Smith and Jones, a tasty series opener, introducing us to the brand new companion. Ah, she's cute, isn't she? She's adorable. We've got Jadoon, Black Stigs and vampires. My God, what a strange sentence to say. The Doctor repping that crisp blue suit, getting radiation in his shoe. Doctor, you're so silly.
Yeah, I think that's the first time we see the blue suit, to be honest. I do prefer the blue suit to the brown one. The brown one is obviously iconic, but there's something about the blue suit in particular. You know, he means business.
This was the first episode of Doctor Who I recreated back in 2007. The first video I ever made. I do not have evidence of this anymore, sad times. I imitated the scene where the Doctor throws his Sonic, and I actually did this and threw it behind me into a fish tank. It landed inside the fish tank, and my reaction was exactly the same as the Doctor's.
My Sonic screwdriver. Oh no, my Sonic screwdriver. I love my Sonic screwdriver.
Doctor.
Very
the Doctor
true.
acting human.
So for anyone who had the OG 10th Doctor Sonic screwdriver, there was nothing worse because it's built on this little ball thing. There was nothing worse than when you threw it or dropped it, this bit would just be flimsying off the top, and you'd have to keep it closed, because if you had it up it would just be flopping around, and it was just a horrible, it was a sign. I must have gone through about 8 Sonic screwdrivers as a kid. I just love it, man. I still, hands down, best Sonic screwdriver. I don't care. Oh, it's my Russell T Davies era bias, is it? I now have it on my wall permanently. Look, me and David together. It's just perfect. It's perfect.
No. Oh, yes.
You're joshing me.
I am not.
JK, he's joshing her. He makes her drink his blood, and then whoopty boop, the Jadoon are like, hang on a minute, she ain't human, is she? She a little vampire. The Doctor is dead. Rest in pieces. JK, Martha saves him, and then bosh. When I say what happens in this episode, it sounds like not a lot happens, but yeah, it's a pretty solid opener. Martha gets a little bit horny in the TARDIS.
Well, you're the one that kissed me. And if you will wear a tight suit and then travel all the way across the universe just to ask me on a date.
But then they go zoomy woomies through
but
time
she's got
and space.
a point.
This series is off to a good start. I'm going to put this one in good. The Shakespeare Code. Doctor and Martha head to Shakespeare time.
Fun fact, I didn't watch this episode when I made this video. I didn't watch it. There's a few episodes, this one and Gridlock, I didn't watch. I just made it. I'm very annoyed at myself.
And they see Big Willie.
Shut your big fat mouth!
He has a play that the world hasn't seen. Why was it not released? Because of witches. Attractive witches. Martha goes back to being horny.
Daddy, stop!
Not much room.
Stop it!
Two here, same bed.
Horny man.
And the Doctor is literally me in this.
Still, can't be held.
There's a witch flying away on a broom. Yeah, that was a bit cringe. I can't lie.
The
Carrie Knights use Shakespeare plays to return, but the Doctor's like, oh, hell no. And then stops. And he stops them. Wow, what a great day this has been. I honestly wish I could say more for this episode, but that is pretty much it. It's not terrible. There's a few good moments in it, but yeah, this is just going in okay. I have.
What are the good moments?
What epic adventure is going to come up next? Is it going to be the Daleks? Is it going to be Cybermen? The introduction of the Weeping Angels? No, it's about a traffic jam. It's 45 minutes. Of a traffic jam. I mean, Martha gets snatched and the Doctor's like, oh, give me my Martha back, you little rascals. And then they end up in a traffic jam. They just sit there. Oh, the face of Bo dies. So sad. Rest in pieces. That is it. This episode.
Okay. This is the one episode that I'm annoyed at myself for because I didn't watch it. Didn't watch it because in my memory, I was like, I found this one quite boring as a kid. I think this is one of them episodes that as a kid you might find boring, but as an adult you can appreciate. And I need to watch it because I do kind of make it sound ridiculous. Whilst in essence, yes, it is about a traffic jam, there's a lot more to it than that. And it annoyed a lot of people. So for those of you that have seen that and were annoyed at my Gridlock review, fair enough. I will do better. I will actually watch it and actually break it down and actually point out the good and the bad and not just be like, it's about traffic jam, it's fucking shit, mate.
Going in, not for me. If you're watching the show for the first time through, then you might like it, but
I'm just waffling here.
I don't ever want to see this episode again. Thank you very much for your time. Ay caramba, this series is deteriorating, right? Each episode has gone down in quality. Daleks in Manhattan. Laszlo gets turned into a police officer. Yeah. There's a lot of bad American accents. And oh my god, it's Spider-Man! The Daleks are back. What a shocking revelation.
Wrong Spider-Man song.
Anyway, Andrew Garfield gets taken away to be converted into Spider-Man. Evil Brooklyn man's getting that sloppy, toppy, doppy, croppy.
You heard the devil in me.
I actually still sing this song randomly from time to time. The gang ends up in...
I was literally about to say, I still sing that song to this day. I'll be in the kitchen making a cup of tea and I'm like... It's such a tune. I mean, Murray Gold and like Ben Foster, not the cycling GK, but Ben Foster, the composer. I think they just smash it.
Lab and the human Dalek is revealed. Wow, wow, wow. I liked this episode more as a kid, but it's not as good as I remember it being, so I'm going to put this in okay. It's not good. Oh no, is the show on the decline already? Evolution of the Daleks. Talking.
Yeah.
Who's under attack? Oh my Jesus! Oh my Jesus! Man with bad American accent tries to reason with Daleks.
What do you say? Exterminate!
Oh my god, he got game ended, and the Doctor's like really cross about it. He's like, "Ugh!"
I want to point out as well, some of the comments I got on this video made me absolutely die. Obviously, I've been on YouTube a long time, and I know that you get demonetized for saying certain words, up to a certain point. Basically, when you upload a video, it gets reviewed to see if there's any naughty words or if it needs to be demonetized for advertisers. But they kind of review the first sort of, they review the intro to the video, and if there's no swearing or anything like that, they kind of let go. But sometimes you can be flagged later on. We have to do these stupid censored words. I will never get to the point where I'm going, they've been essayed or graped. I hate that. That just makes it sound stupid. But like when you're talking about death in a TV show or a video game, and you say, oh, they've been game ended because they've been game ended. Like that's what happens when you die in a video game. So I was saying game ended. I say game ended because it's not only is it stupid, but it's a censored version. But people will thought I was saying gay mended, as in fixing gay people. And people were commenting like, why the hell does this dude keep saying gay mended? The man's not even gay. I kind of had the idea that people would catch on, but I forget that not everyone is YouTube savvy or, you know, down with the kids.
Human Sec is having very human feelings, and the Doctor's all like, oh, Daleks can't do that, bruh. The Doctor has to climb to the top of the Empire State Building, and he drops his sonic screwdriver. Whoops, butterfingers. Human Sec's been game.
Whoever found that sonic screwdriver, lucky
Dalek
bastard.
Khan just dips. Why did I think this episode used to be good? Because it's not. It's just okay. Series 3 has not had a great start. I really, really hope it doesn't get any worse.
Damn, Series 3 really isn't as great when you look at it from the whole perspective.
JK, no, he doesn't. He's back again. The only bit I like in this episode when the Doctor says to Martha's mother that they've been busy, but for her mother, it's only been a day.
No, actually, that's about it. We haven't had much time to chat, you know, been busy.
She thinks they had sexy times. Mark Gatiss makes himself young and then ditches the missus. Ay caramba, this is the most horrific CGI I have ever seen in my life. I know I said I wasn't going to criticise the CGI because it's just old. Don't go for something so ambitious if you haven't got the facilities to provide it. This is horrendous. Lazarus equals dead. JK, he's gone to the church for his Sunday prayers. Time for the Doctor to rock the organ and play some hymns. God, I just don't even want to talk about this episode. It's so bad. It's so frustratingly shit. Not going in. God awful. My God. What is happening with this series? Okay, I'm 90% confident the series genuinely cannot get any worse than this. Oh no, I just realised who the next episode's written by. Oh, God.
The first Chris
First
Chibbers.
episode written by Christopher Chibnall. A ship has gone dead.
There's obviously
and it's falling into
something
the
in my
sun.
subconscious.
There's a very simple solution. The Doctor could get everyone on the TARDIS. Oh, no, never mind. It's in the hot room. That's too hot now, apparently. A bunch of sweaty people running around for 42 minutes whilst evil Sunman gradually kills people. I'm your wife. I'm your wife. I don't care. I just don't care about you or him or him or her. Martha, an actor I've only ever seen in 2000s TV, gets evicted from the Big Brother house. I'll save you. I'll save you. I'll save you. Of course he does. There's still 6 episodes left. This episode's even worse than the Lazarus bit. This series is completely muddied. If I'd never seen the show before, I would genuinely start contemplating giving up on this series. If only there was a good episode coming next.
A bit extreme.
Finally, human nature. The Doctor is hiding and has turned himself into a human. It is 1913 and he keeps having these strange old dreams of being a Time Lord. What the heck in crud is a Time Lord? I haven't even heard of that, man. Family of Blood have come looking for him and Baines gets possessed. My God, his performance is arguably one of the best and creepiest performances from a side character in the show's history. Cracking work there, lad. Nanny McPhee boy steals the Doctor's fob watch. There's scary, creepy scarecrows. The Doctor saving that woman from the piano. Yeah, it's cheesy, but it's a damn good sequence. The Doctor and lady friend fall in love. Zooey mama. And it eventually builds up to the Family of Blood knowing the Doctor, and they come and take over the big school disco. Uh-oh, poo-poo is about to hit the fan big time. This is a great first part for me, and guess what? It's going in good. Hasn't hit the sweet spot just yet. It's going in good. It's very close to being great, I can't lie. Moving on to the second part,
No, I
Family
disagree.
of Blood, where
I
Baines'
disagree.
performance continues to shine.
Headmaster, sir, good evening, sir. Come to give me a caning, sir. Would you like that, sir?
The school is under attack from the scarecrows. Headmaster gets game ended, and then there's some terrible child acting.
Now who's gonna shoot me? Any of you, really?
What I will say in this episode is it's been a while
Ugh.
since we've seen David Tennant shine. And my God, does he shine bright like a diamond? He is incredible in this episode. The Doctor gets a look into the life he will
I'm
never
sorry,
get
I'm
to
funny.
have. Martha and his lady friend convince him to turn back into the Doctor. Whoop-de-poopy, the Doctor's back. Hip hip hooray, everyone cheer. Oh, look at that. It's a good old Russell T Davies era explosion. The Doctor punishes the Family of Blood in the most brutal ways possible. As he said, he's a man of no second chances. It's a bittersweet ending of him getting turned down, and this line here.
If the Doctor had never visited us, would anyone here have died?
God damn, the change in his expression. Damn.
It's such a true point that doesn't get focused on enough.
It's a great old episode. This is definitely Freema's best performance as Martha in the series. So well done. You did a cracking job. We're on the up again. What's next? Yes, it is time for Blink.
Watch me dab when I ride past. That's too much swag, even on my hoverboard.
I'm so excited to rewatch this episode. I finally got to it. Sally walking into Wester Drumlins with that creepy music from Murray Gold. I will say though, the whole Duck Sally Sparrow thing, bit obnoxious. What if she ripped that 3 minutes later, alright, and nothing happened? How did the Doctor know that the angel was going to throw a rock at her? Because he wasn't even there. This bit makes no sense, okay? Unless it was the Doctor that threw the rock. Doctor, you cheeky monkey. This is the second Doctor Light episode, after the first one was such a huge success. The sequence where Kathy gets zapped back in time is absolutely genius writing from Stephen Moffat. Hello again, Stevie. How you doing? Everything about this episode is so intriguing and mysterious and engaging. The tapes found on the DVDs, the transcript. Life is short and you are hot. Another cracking, timey-wimey and very, very sad sequence, actually. This brings a tear to your eye, considering you know the character for literally 3 minutes. It's crazy. It's so good. The way everything interlinks and builds up towards the climax.
I think I actually calculated it. It genuinely was
the
3 minutes.
/ writing of the transcript.
That's it, I'm afraid. There's no more from you on the transcript. That's the last I've got. I don't know what stopped you talking, but I can guess.
Nuts.
This is fantastic
So nuts.
television. This is fantastic television. Sally and Larry, absolutely incredible. Well done, guys. Well done. They saved the day. They saved the day in an epic way. God, this episode is perfect, isn't it? I'm sorry. What tops this episode off is the way they terrify children at the end of it by showing a montage of actual statues around London and then say that they are a weeping angel. God, that scared the living hell out of me as a child. Well done, Stephen, you little genius man. Guys, I think you know where I'm putting this episode. It's going in perfect. perfect. It is such incredible television, and it's such a good episode considering there's barely any Doctor in it. Wow, who would have thunk it? Utopia is up next, and Doc and Marv head to the year 100 trillion. Oh my god, Jack is back clinging onto the front of the TARDIS. Lamau, he's dead. JK, we know he isn't. The bit where the Doctor and Captain Jack reunite and talk about the list of the dead, great moment, love it.
I saw the list of the dead. It said Rose Tyler.
Oh no, sorry, she's alive. You're kidding.
We're introduced to Professor Yana and Chantho. Professor Yana in this episode, he's so cute, isn't he? I really like him. And why am I attracted to a big blue beetle looking
Jesus!
alien? I'm sorry, guys. I don't know if you've noticed. I'm kind of down bad.
I was down bad, and I was chronically single.
A massive spaceship
I'm
to
sitting there
save
looking at
humanity
a blue
with a lot
beetle
of
like
talking,
damn.
right? But it's not like Chris Chibnall talking. It's Russell T Davies talking, which I like. I like it a lot. Wait a minute. Professor Yana has the same watch from the family of blood. What? Zoinks! The Master is back and he steals the big blue flying box. He regenerates into John Sim and oh my god, John Sim, I love him. Poo Poo is hitting the fan big time, ladies and gentlemen, and we lead on to the season finales. This episode is going in good. Whilst not a lot really happens, it's a great, fantastic episode with a fantastic twist, fantastic dialogue, fantastic performances. Yeah, it's going in good. Here come the drums, here come the drums. Baby, baby, baby. So Mr. Saxon, the Prime Minister, was Mr. Master all along. Vivian gets game ended by disco balls, and there's another epic Russell T Davies explosion.
Damn, there really is a lot of explosions.
And the Doctor and Master flirt with each other for a bit.
Master, I like it when you use my name. You chose it.
The bit where Doctor shows Martha what a perception filter is.
It's like when you fancy someone and they don't even know you exist.
You too, huh?
Great line. The way they integrate the Doctor's severed hand into the story, mwah, fantastic bit of storytelling there. Wow, Doctor is now Grandpa. John Sim is fantastic. It's that typical Russell T Davies cheese that I absolutely adore, so that's why this episode is going in great. The last of the Time Lords. The Master is planning to go to war, but Darth Marth... I don't know why I called her Darth Marth. Martha Jones walks the entire planet. Oh my god, it's Lucifer! It's Lucifer! Tom Thomas and Lucifer! The Doctor gets turned into a cocoa bean. Master, you cheeky little rascal, was that a little bum squeak? Martha tells everyone about the magical Doctor and how she yearns for his loins. But Master has found her. Then the power of words turns the Doctor into Jesus? This resolution is stupid. This episode is so fun, but my god, the resolution is so shit. However, Captain Jack equals face of Bo. Oh, Russell, you little tease. You see what you're doing at that. Martha Jones says, goodbye, Doctor. I cannot yearn for your loins any longer. I'm going to stay with my family. And the Doctor is left all on his own again. John Sim, fantastic. David Tennant, very good. Freema Agyeman, very, very good. All in all, a very fun episode, but with a stupid, stupid ending. I'm going to put this episode in good. So all in all, this season
I agree with everything so far.
Bag. A lot of people really rate Series 3. I, however, think it's the worst of the Russell T Davies era. It starts off so bad. The ending of Series 3, mwah, perfect. Perfect, perfect. It does get saved in the end, but all in all, that marks the end of Series 3. Bye-bye. Oh my god, it's Christmas 2007 and we have Kylie monologue. I think it's safe to say the 10th Doctor definitely has a little type, doesn't he? Two of the blondes he's met he's fallen in love with. The one companion who isn't white he doesn't like or is not interested in. 10th Doctor, a racist, confirmed. This bit here where Mr. Copper is telling people facts about the Earth is hilarious.
Human beings worship the great god Santa and his wife Mary. And every Christmas Eve, the people of UK go to war with the country of Turkey.
Oh my god, it's Wilfred! It's Wilfred!
I love
Wilfred. The best character of all time in this show. I don't care what you say. It goes the Doctor, Wilfred, and then everyone else in the bin. I'm sorry. Wilfred is just amazing. He said, borrow or steal, I'll find a way to be with my lover upon Christmas Day. I listen to that song every Christmas, okay?
I do.
And I'm not ashamed of it. Oopsie,
I still do.
The ship has been struck and the angels have turned evil. Ah, we love a good Christmas evilness. This episode has one of the best David Tennant moments of all time. Look at this.
I'm the Doctor. I'm a Time Lord. I'm from the planet Gallifrey in the constellation of Castellus.
Yes!
I'm 903 years old and I'm
Yes!
the man who's going to save your lives and all 6 billion
Yes!
people on the planet below.
That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Chills. He is my doctor. He is my doctor. I've seen a lot of people criticise this episode for the side characters. I don't care what you say. The Van Moffs, they're so sweet.
I don't half love you, Mrs. Van Moff.
They're so sweet. Look at them. Oh.
Their relationship kind of reminds me of mine with my partner, because we do this. We end up doing silly shit and we eat lots of food. Like, that's just we just enjoy each other's company and eat lots of food. Like, that's it. That's just, hey, works for me.
Oh, he's gone. He's dead. Oh no, she's dead. She's dead too. And the red cactus, he's dead. The 10th Doctor loves himself a smoochy smooch, doesn't he? God. Every person he's kissed. This Max Donny, nah, he's cringe.
I forgot to mention Madame de Pompadour as well.
He
she was blonde.
Reveals his master plan because he can, I guess. Astrid sacrifices herself and gets absolutely game-ended. Damn, Russell, another potential companion in the mud. Thanks, lad. The Doctor gets airlifted by Angel. So stupid. Like the shots of the Queen. Why? What? Why? I get it. It's a bit of Christmas fun, but no.
It is interesting seeing stuff like that, because when you watch Russell T Davies 2 and you see some things that you just think, ugh, why is that there? It's been there all along. There are moments in the Russell T Davies era that are just so cringe that are still there. You know, there are elements where that hasn't changed, and I think people do forget that as well. They're very quick to jump on it, but don't actually remember the stuff we got in Russell T Davies 1 sometimes.
So it brings Astrid back just so we can have another smooch. Doctor, you horny little munchkin, stop smooching everything. It's a great sad story with some great characters. This is some good old classic Doctor Who, and we love to see it. Oh, it's going in great. It's going in great. I don't even care. I literally don't even care. It's going in great.
It gets a lot of hate, and I don't know why.
Move on to the official start of Series 4. Yeah! New, pumped up theme. This is the best Doctor Who theme in its history. I don't care what anyone says. The Doctor and Donna are so close, yet so far. Doctor, why did you not take this woman's number? Look at her, she is fine. Sorry guys, I'm going to continue being down bad for the rest of this video. I don't care what you say. She is fine. The Atmos logo there on the taxi, that is very, very good world building. Well done. Wilfred is back, yay! Introduced literally in the last episode. They brought him back. Why? Because Bernard Cribbins is such an amazing actor. God damn. David, please, give me a cuddle. Just give me a cuddle, David. You're so lonely. This is the man that once had absolutely everyone, and now he has no one. God, this
Offer's
era
still there,
really
though,
plays
David.
on the fact that the Doctor is a lonely, lonely man, and I love it. This also has one of the best comedic sequences in the show's history as well.
We're interrupting you.
Fat people turn into little fat monsters. They're very cute. Yeah, everyone's like, oh, they're the most adorable. I don't know. I think the design of him's okay, I guess. I liked it when it came out originally, but now looking back, I'm like, it's okay. After Wilfred banging on about those aliens, him missing the UFO is absolutely hilarious. Looks really good as well. It is a bit of a cartoony ending, I will say. Zoinks! Is that Rosalind Tyrone? Rosalind Tyrone is back. She's on Earth. How is this happening? I tell you what, this episode's got great comedy. It's another banger of a season opener, and it ends with Wilf just being so sweet. I love him so much. The comedy in this episode is great. Some of the sequences are great. However, yeah, I still enjoy the episode, but I think maybe I've seen it too much, or maybe it just doesn't hit quite the same. So I'm going to put this episode in good. It's good. It's good. Ooh, it's Volcano Day. Ooh, yeah, scary. The music in this episode always makes me laugh. We've got lava transformers, stone people that aren't weeping angels.
Tell me your name!
Paedophile! This episode is a bit of a snooze fest. It really is. I mean, Peter Capaldi in it, I like his character. He's very funny. I don't really have much to say about this episode. It's just really a nothing episode. I mean, cool. This bit with David Tennant when he comes back to save them, great shot. great sequence. Love it. Episode as a whole, though, I'd have nothing to say. It's just a bit boring. So I'm going to put this episode in okay. If you're going to watch it for the first time, you'll get through it fine and you'll probably enjoy it. But this has not got much rewatch value. So, yeah, it's just okay. Planet of the Ood is up next.
I want to say at this point of the video, I travelled to Cornwall in October of 2023. I had a little laptop. I edited the rest of the series 4 episodes whilst I was on holiday, and I tell you what, I have never had such bliss editing in my life, right? Because what was happening was, basically where we were staying, there was a little Cornish pub on site. Go in there, I'd have a lot of San Miguel, and I'd sit there and I'd edit with my nan's husband. He'd be sat there, he'd be doing his work, and I'd be sat there doing my work. And honestly, 10 out of 10 blissful period of editing. It took me longer to get the work done because I was getting so smashed. I just was at peace with myself. Genuinely, I was loving every second of it. I think if YouTube ever kicked off for me and it was like my full-time job, I would look at moving to Cornwall. I'd have to convince my partner, but that is like the one place in the UK that I want to move to. Because the job situation out there ain't very good, so I'd have to be making my own income. So please subscribe right now, guys. Everyone watching, please help me make my dreams come true. Love you, bye.
No romance, no complications, just a good old bit of fun. We see Donna travel to another planet for the first time, and she slowly realises that, hey, it's not all sunshine and rainbows across the universe. This sequence with the Doctor running away from the big claw machine, yes.
Like,
such
that
a good
sequence is
Why
actually
do we
nuts.
not get any sequences like this anymore? All we get now is just talk. Nothing epic. That's why I'm so excited for the 60th anniversary of Bebe. This is the first time we really see Catherine Tate showing her range. My God, her performance in this episode is amazing. Questioning the Doctor, travelling through space and time. The music in this episode is absolutely beautiful as well.
Hear it, Donna. Hear the music.
And guess what? We get another Russell T Davies explosion. Yeah, that was one for the trailer, wasn't it? Man gets turned into Ood after drinking lots of that hair remedy stuff that you find on your Instagram adverts for when you're losing your hair. Oh, I wouldn't know. I don't even know what that's about. What are you talking about? Either way,
This point in the video as well is where I started noticing that I was losing my hair. So I had panic searched remedies. And basically my Instagram, to this day, my Instagram, any of my social medias is just absolutely chock-a-blocked with, hey, are you losing your hair? Don't be ashamed. It's fine. It's not fine. 24 and I've started losing my hair. Hence why I wear the cap, because my hair, I had a shower and I put the cap on, so my hair's not gone curly, but luckily my hair is usually curly. But as you can see, when it goes straight, you can start to see it's going, and you can start to see, yeah, it's going, slowly but surely. So as well as that, please subscribe and watch all of my videos so I can get enough ad revenue to get a hair transplant when the time comes. Thanks, guys. What a good time to live in.
Either way, the circle gets broken and the day is saved.
I think your song must end soon.
Oh, no. I don't like it. It's never ended. Never end. Please don't end. All in all, this episode has some great sequences, some great social commentary, by the way, which is, I believe this is how it should be done. Okay? The performances are great and the music is amazing. I thought this episode was good, but after rewatching it, it's going in great. It's a very good episode. IMO. The Sontaran start to charge. Martha Jones is back, but she's a bit cringe.
And I'm bringing you back to her.
Martha now works for UNIT, which causes concern for Donna. She's questioning the Doctor. Why are you turning everyone into soldiers, bruh? This episode is a good introduction to another previous Who villain. Yep, that's the one. Who villain. A classic Who villain. There we go. Doctor gets absolutely slam dunked by Donna in this bit.
Sorry. I'm going home.
If that's what you want. You're just popping home for a visit, that's what you mean.
You dumbo.
And then you're coming back.
This series has such a good balance between comedy and drama. It's so perfected. Russell, well done, son. I like the sequence where the Doctor meets Luke.
It's been a long time since anyone said no to you, hasn't it?
Doctor, that is cold. I love David Tennant, man. Oh my God, look at that. That's the first time a Russell T Davies explosion was used for comedy, because there wasn't one. Wilfred is in this episode too, so that instantly pushes it up as well. It's a decent cliffhanger, you know, good little build-up. I'm going to say all in all, this episode is good. Yeah,
I genuinely panicked
So we've got
for
the
Wilf.
poison sky. The world is being absolutely gassed. We've got the Doctor confronting the Sontarans, not giving a hecking crud.
Give me a break.
Tommy
Donna's
Zoom.
stealth mission was a great tense
Tommy
sequence.
Zoom.
Very good. Really showing Donna her capabilities. I like it. And this episode is filled to the brim with Russell T Davies explosions. Yes, I know this episode wasn't written by Russell T Davies, but it is his era, so he takes responsibility. Okay. Bang, 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 yeah! And in fact, it's one giant worldwide explosion that saves the world.
I actually remember I used a lot more pictures than I did video clips editing this part of the video because the laptop I was editing on in Cornwall was just not coping very well. Anytime I tried to put a clip in, it was so slow. Yeah, just a fun little bit of trivia for you. I was in Cornwall, guys. I was editing in Cornwall, drinking lots of alcohol, and I was having a great old time.
And if you thought that was the last one, you're wrong. The Sontaran ship gets blown up as well and just starts exploding everywhere. It is an action-packed episode where there's not really too much to individually pick out, but it's enjoyable nonetheless, so it's going to go in good. There you go. How lovely. All right, this is a pretty solid season so far. The Doctor's Daughter. This episode is literally just clickbait. It's a clickbait episode. God damn. Not only do I love David, I am a proud man. That's his wife. That woman there is David Tennant's wife. No, I'm still down bad. I'm sorry.
I'm Dr. Martha Jones.
It's cringe-inducing.
Who the hell are you?
Why is Martha so cringe in this series?
Mate, I'm in no position to talk.
The story, I guess. The war going on between the Hath and the humans. This series has been heavily focusing so far on the fact that the Doctor, deep down, is a soldier and turns his companions into soldiers. We have the not so cool Jenny flippity flip scene. There's obviously this very sad sequence where the Hath gets game ended. Okay, it's very, very sad. The war gets ended and so does Jenny. She gets shot. Bam. But David Tennant's performance, oh, wow. I never would. Oh. And it actually turns out Jenny is alive all along, but something tells me we're going to see Jenny in the 60th. I don't know why. I just have a suspicion. She's there. She's available. She's a free actress. I just think we might possibly see her in the 60th.
Why? First of all, a couple of questions about Jenny, actually. Why was she never brought back? The 60th anniversary was a perfect opportunity to bring her back. Or even like the series 4 finale, she could have come back. Like, do you know what I mean? She was around. She was bloody knocking boots with David Tennant. So it's not like she was not around. And she's not like a prevalent actress. I'm sure she would have been available because she did lots of Big Finish stuff as well.
There has some good moments, but it's just okay. I've really nothing else to say on it, to be honest. Unicorn and the Wasp, a murder mystery in Wagatha Christie's house. An absolutely fantastic episode idea. I loved this episode as a child, from the comedy, the silliness, the straight up cheese.
Colonel, snap out of it.
Fun fact, this episode actually starts off with a little subtle sound of a wasp, which I'd never noticed before.
Oh, that's right in my ears.
That's quite an interesting find. There you go. All the more reason to rewatch the show. As I said before, the comedy in this episode is great. Donna speaking posh to just try and fit in, along with the sequence where the Doctor gets poisoned. Absolutely hilarious.
Oh, he's doing salty. What about it? What is it? Salt. That's too salty. Oh, that's too salty.
The CGI for the Wasp itself actually holds up surprisingly well. When the Wasp is revealed, though, when the Vicar starts turning into...
There is like a drastic improvement in CGI from Series 3 to Series 4. Like, Series 4 genuinely holds up really well. Like, you look at the crane scene, the Wasp, like, it genuinely holds up. So, it's quite interesting. The show must have had a significant budget increase, surely.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit silly.
Bookstore romances. What's to stop me killing you?
But the ending is actually decent. It's a pretty decent ending in all. So I will say I've always really liked this episode. This is one that even my family goes back to watch because they enjoy this one a lot. It's one of the best filler episodes in NuWho, in my opinion. So this episode is going in great, because it's great. Stephen Moffat's back, and it's a big un. Silence in the library. A whole world full of books, and Stephen is back to his usual goodness, turning something simple like a shadow into something absolutely horrifically terrifying. As a kid, I would count the shadows on everything, and sometimes where the sun is, you get more than one shadow, and I used to be petrified. This episode is also a really good glimpse into what is to come from the Stephen Moffat era. Convoluted storylines, a fantastical, complicated concept. I think it's okay in small doses, but this is something that Stephen Moffat did way too much of in his era, and I actually think that's why the show started actually declining. People were having to use their brains too much. They couldn't sit and just relax and enjoy an action-packed episode. They had to constantly sit there and figure out what the hell was going on. In the RTD era, it works beautifully because we have a perfect balance. An example of the complicated nature of Moffat's era is the introduction to River's Song, which I believe to be one of the most stupidest story arcs of the whole show. I'm sorry, I really don't like the River Song story. Loads of people love it. I find it really obnoxious. To be fair though, if you're watching this first time, River and the Doctor's timelines are reversed, which makes for really intriguing television. The conscious...
Yeah, so I'm going to stop it there because, again, I have received a lot of hate because of my judgments on the River Song story. I'm not a fan of it. As I've gotten older, I do disagree with romance. I don't particularly like romance with the Doctor very much. I think my issue overall, it doesn't naturally blossom, this so-called romance that's going on. They see each other a few episodes of series in the Stephen Moffat era, and then they just act like they're lovers because they've been told they are, and I just don't like it. And even their so-called wedding made no sense and was just completely ridiculous. And I think in Silence in the Library, she's a really good character. She's really, you're really intrigued by her. She's got purpose, she's got drive. It's about drive, it's about power. We stay hungry, we devour, all that stuff. The later the Stephen Moffat era goes, she becomes just a bit annoying. I get very tired of the hello sweetie, I'm quite the screamer, you're gonna have to make me, Doctor. It's like, oh yeah, shut up. It was coming across almost like this is like Stephen Moffat's ideal woman more than an actual character. Anyway,
I can't see. I can't. Where am I?
Hey, who turned out the lights? Hey, who turned out the lights? One of the most quoted moments from Doctor Who when I was a child. All in all, this has an excellent build-up, excellent story, excellent soundtrack, excellent premise, excellent cliffhanger. Good old Stephen Moffat. This episode is going in great. Leading us on to the Forest of the Dead. This episode is where my brain melted as a child. I had no idea what was going on. Donna is now in this surreal world where her life is moving so fast.
We're all gonna die right here, and you're just squabbling like an old married couple.
The talk that this line caused. Everyone knew that she was going to end up being the Doctor's wife at that point. Well done, Stephen. Real subtle. David's face when she tells me his name. Oh, chills. I've noticed that Stephen loves adding these creepy moments that none of us realised.
Like you said, there are 5 people still alive in this room. So, why are there 6?
He did this with the tapes in The Doctor Dances, the clock noise in The Girl in the Fireplace, and the end of the transcript in Blink. And he literally does it again a few moments later.
We should go, Doctor! We should go, Doctor! We should go, Doctor!
Always stay near the door.
Sorry, where did that door come from? Why is there a door there? And how did he get there? Explain. Ice Cream Girl reveals her face. It's clearly just the Sphere-Eyes effect on Premiere Pro as Donna realises that there's something fishy going on in the world. When the sky turned red and the children disappeared, that absolutely terrified me as a child, and I still don't really know why. River Song game ends herself and everyone in the library is saved. Although that part where Donna's husband sees her and stutters, oh, that is just heartbreaking. That is heartbreaking, especially when you consider the treatment she's had from other men so far in the show. This episode is and always will be great, and as I said, it's a typical Stephen Moffat story that you can take in small doses. It's why he was always the best when writing standalone episodes instead of a whole series. This episode is also going in great.
Yep,
I agree. Excited for this one. Midnight. Oh my god, it's midnight and I'm feeling alright. This is the first ever companion light episode in which we get to see the Doctor on his own in all his glory. Doctor takes a space shuttle to the planet of Midnight, in which the trip doesn't go as smoothly as planned. I love when episodes or films are set in one location. Literally, one of my most favourite films of all time is The Hateful Eight, and it's for the same reason. It's just you and the characters you get to know talking. This episode does great at fleshing out each character and showing them building a rapport at the start, which will very quickly turn hostile later on. The monster you never see, absolutely frightening. The banging on the ship, it's coming for me, it's coming for me. The copying, which then turns into the talking with them with that deadpan expression. Damn, this is great television. This episode plays on the survival instincts of humans. The Doctor tells them they will be murderers if they chuck her out, but out of fear, they all commit to it. It's survival of the fittest.
I'd do it.
So would I.
Annie, I think we should. What?
Even the part where they all point out that he is enjoying this a little bit too much. To us, the viewer, he is in his element. We know why he's enjoying this. But we also understand everyone else's point of view. They don't know him. He's just turned up out of nowhere. He's tampered with everything. And it's understandable why they are...
If I'm not reacting very much, it's because I don't need to. This is perfect, in my opinion. This is how the video should have been done the whole way through. I'm very much explaining why this episode is good. I don't need to explain that to you guys. I'm sure you're very much aware. But that's why I'm not really putting any input at this moment in time. As we get into, I think at this point, this is where the video is at its best. Stephen Moffat era, that's where things are going to start. I'm going to start disagreeing with myself a lot more. But we'll wait and see.
Reacting like this. God, it's great television. The tension is not helped when she starts only copying the Doctor right after him blagging about being clever.
When did she? No, she hasn't. She's still doing it.
She's still doing him.
And when the copying transfers into the Doctor, God, David Tennant's performance is fantastic. Sky's sinister smile as they silence Dee.
I'm only... Attention order! Pretending you're an expert in mechanics and hydraulics when I can tell you...
They go to throw him out and the hostess sacrifices herself even though she was the first to suggest throwing him out. It's made all the more impactful when the Doctor says...
The hostess? What was her name?
That really highlighted how brutal this episode was. Christ above, what an episode. I do not have one bad thing to say about this episode. Everything about it is pure perfection.
I still think this is Russell T Davies.
If not my favourite episode of NuWho. This episode is going slap bang.
I think this is Russell T Davies' best
I don't want to hear
writing.
anything else. I think most of us would agree on that. It is incredible. Turn Left, an episode based on a sort of butterfly effect. One decision that changed the course of the past and the future. God, what if Donna turned left? Chan, though, convinces Donna to change history. The Doctor dies during that time he was committing mass genocide, and now the world is without him. But it's okay because Rosalind Tyler's back. Yay!
Hello, Rose.
Excellent way that the other characters are slowly killed off. Sarah Jane taking the place of the Doctor on the hospital.
Her body was recovered from the hospital late this afternoon.
After the Titanic wipes out London, the story turns really morbid. America was set to
The only thing I will say about that whole Titanic falling, the whole concern of the Titanic falling and hitting London or hitting the planet was that it was going to wipe the entire planet out. So it's interesting to see that actually it only wiped out London.
Only to have 60 million people wiped out. Sylvia looking drained is heartbreaking. Donna is made to feel unimportant, but this episode highlights all the ways in which she has saved the world. Labour camps for immigrants. This is by far the darkest moment in the show's history. Wow, and Wilfred's reaction is absolutely devastating.
Labour camps. That's what they called them last time. It's happening again.
Donna travels back in time to sacrifice herself and make older Donna turn left. The ending to this episode is spine-chilling, leading us to the incredible season finales. This episode is going in great. It's just great. Catherine Tate's performance, Bernard Cribbins and Jacqueline King, all of their performances are absolutely fantastic. This episode is going in great. Things are about to get epic in the Stolen Earth, the biggest crossover event in history. The whole gang is here. We got Martha, Cap and Jack, Torchwood, Sarah, Luke, Wilfred, Rose, the Daleks, Davros. Yes, yes, yes. You know it's a big deal when there's further credits after the title sequence. All of their reactions to the Daleks' return is haunting. They've all had their own experience and their own stories with them, and now they're back. The Supreme Dalek looks and sounds fucking awesome. Harriet Jones is back. The soundtrack changed when the Osterhagen key is mentioned.
That key is not to be used, Dr. Jones. Not under any circumstances.
Beautiful. And I will say it, I don't think
I was doing the wrong soundtrack. I was doing the that was in The End of Time. Oh yes, End of Time. I probably look like a right psychopath just doing that, and you guys are looking at me like, what? Don't worry, I know where my brain's going. It's fine.
Harriet Jones died here. I'm gonna put my tinfoil hat on. I don't think Harriet Jones actually died. The Doctor and Rose's reunion. Oh, it really is something special. The music, the running, the smiles. God, my eyes are sweating. JK, Doctor dead, Doctor shooted. This episode is fucking epic. If you are watching this for the first time, this cliffhanger is nuts. This first part is all you want from a first part of a season finale. Let me tell you that. I cannot find anything wrong with this episode. It is perfect, perfect, perfect. So that's where...
Another thing I want to stress about that regeneration sequence, I get really fucking pissed off I get really pissed off when people say that doctor and then the doctor after he puts his regeneration energy into the hand is two different doctors. They class that as two David Tennant incarnations. It's not. He just uses the regeneration energy from his hand to stop regenerating. He is the same doctor. It's one of them where like people were really annoyed that David Tennant come back, so they were just trying to reach for an argument like, well, no, because there's actually like 5 incarnations of him actually. There's that one. There's the 10th Doctor. There's the 10th Doctor after the hand. Then there's the Metal Crisis, and then there's the 14th. Oh, and then there's the cartoon one from the Dreamland episodes. I need to watch them actually.
Where it's going. Journey's End. We've got Mickey back. Yay! And Jackie. The way his severed hand has been constantly implemented into this era is great. And we're not even done with it yet. Donna is about to get eviscerated, but wait, it's okay, because now we've got 2 David Tennants. What? I know this sequence between the Metacrisis Doctor and Donna is absolutely iconic, but I have to admit, I do find it just a tad cringe.
Oi, watch it, spaceman.
Oi, watch it, Earth Girl.
I sound like you.
I find impressions just really uncomfortable. It's always, what I find, people that do impressions, it's always the most introverted people that are so confident of doing impressions. Like this guy from college, he didn't speak. He was very socially awkward, which is fine. I am the same. That's why, I think that might be also why I find it extra cringe. He sat there and randomly one day he just turned around and went, Hey guys, I could do Peter Griffin. Stewie Griffin. And I was like, oh my God, please. And I'm just clenching my butt cheeks. And I'm just like, please make it stop. And then he goes, oh, and I could do Scooby-Doo. Ah! I hate it. And it's always people that are adamant they're good at impressions are shit at impressions. Always.
Okay, I'm sorry, I do. It's a tad cringe. The focus goes back to the Doctor turning his companions into soldiers. The montage of all the deaths that he has caused. Damn, that is brutal.
Oh, the soundtrack as well. Love it.
However, the resolution. Why are there self-destruct switches on a Dalek ship that they can't even use themselves? Okay, how would they use these buttons? Maybe Davros could, but he wouldn't because he made them. I know that Donna spouts a lot of dialogue about how it all works, but it just comes across really naff. However, this is saved by the true ending of this episode. The entire Russell T Davies era family flying the Earth back with that beautiful soundtrack. Those of us that grew up on this era specifically, this was our family, seeing them all together for one last time. We don't get moments like this anymore. There's just no characters we truly care about. The Doctor watching Rose go off with, well, himself. Only the Doctor could cuckold himself. There's a devastating ending to his time with Donna.
No, please, no.
Wilfred, you break my little heart. This ultimately leads to the Doctor ending up alone once again. Apart from that resolution, I will say this episode is also going in great. It is a great episode, a great season finale, a great wrap-up to the series provided by Russell T Davies. Look at this tier list. Okay, look at this tier list. This is the strongest season of Doctor Who, okay? Some people will say Series 5, but we'll get to that. But in my opinion, there's not a single bad episode in this series. This series was absolutely fantastic and is my favourite in the show's history. Russell T Davies has confirmed his departure. The show is winding down, ready for a new showrunner. So we've been granted with 5 remaining specials.
Here we go.
Ho, ho, ho. It's Christmas 2008, and it was announced that David Tennant will be leaving Doctor Who. As a result of this, Russell T Davies played an absolute prank on us, didn't he? With this next episode, The Next Doctor. I will just say, Russell T Davies is really good at grabbing you by the balls.
This was a genius move on his part.
Good. This Doctor Who episode is, again, just another clickbait episode. This had me absolutely panicking when I was 8. I genuinely thought that this man was the next Doctor. It is the return of the Cyber Boys, baby. This episode has some really good moments in it. Of course it does. I love the scene where the Doctor announces himself.
I'm the Doctor. You need me. Check your memory banks.
My name's the Doctor!
I also really like that the Doctor checks the other Doctor's heartbeat and we don't hear it as an audience, so we don't clock onto the fact that actually he's not the Doctor. Anyway, it's revealed that this Doctor is actually Jackson Lake all along, and after this reveal, the episode kind of goes flat. Cliche cyberboy stuff, giant cyber robot, I don't know. This episode's cool in concept, pretty terrible in execution. I find it really boring. There's not really much else I want to say on this, so I'm going to say the episode's okay, because it's not quite bad. I don't know. It's just a forgettable episode, really. Now, the official 2009 specials, Planet of the Dead, Doctor Who is now in HD.
I wish we got more of it.
The first episode of Doctor Who in high definition.
What I find interesting, Torchwood come out in 2006, and that was high definition from the start. I don't know if Sarah Jane goes high definition. I think they go high definition after in series 4. Yeah, it took Doctor Who a while to catch on.
The first episode of Doctor Who in high definition. Catwoman steals the only trophy from the Spurs cabinet and then takes the bus.
Football banter.
Police don't catch the bus is absolutely beyond me. Either way, though, they get sucked into a wormhole in a desert, and then UNIT come and get involved. Lee Evans is in this episode. My favourite comedian of all time. I will say the alien flies things in this episode, yeah, they suck. And because this episode is in HD, the CGI does not look good at all. I know I said I wouldn't comment on it, but this is particularly bad. And what a surprise! The Doctor gets another smoochy smooch. God, he just cannot keep his lips off the females, can he? Malcolm saves the day and the bus goes zoomy woomy into the sky. See you later. He will knock 4 times. I wonder what this means. I have absolutely no idea. This episode is not great, but the fact that Lee Evans and David Tennant are in it, my 2 favourite people in existence, instantly puts the episode in okay. It's okay. It's an okay episode. Waters of Mars. Oh my goodness me, the Doctor travels to space base on Mars. This is the first time we see the Doctor really conflicted with interfering with a fixed point in history or the future. You know what I mean? The design of the monsters in this episode is absolutely incredible. I know through production they had a real tough time designing these monsters to make them practical, but damn, they have done an amazing job with this. These are almost as terrifying as the Weeping Angels. The harrowing sounds of them all panicking to survive while the water infiltrates the base as the Doctor is leaving. God damn.
Let me get back! Get back! Get back! Get back! Hello, we'll get you out through the back! We're coming! Davy! Hold on! Yes, the pedal's fused, Captain.
One drop. Oh, this episode is haunting. We see the Doctor break. The Time Lord victorious is born. The beginning of the end for the 10th Doctor. The laws of time are mine. Damn, that may be a meme, but this is David Tennant at his peak. God damn, I love him so much.
He actually looks nuts, doesn't he?
Adelaide disagree with the Doctor's decision to save them, and you can see her interfere. Russell T. Davies explosion! The Doctor saves the remaining few and takes them back to Earth. Why, though, is the Doctor saying tough? Kind of sexy. I'm not going to lie. This leads to possibly the darkest ending to a Doctor Who episode ever. I love this episode. This episode alone is why I love Russell T Davies as a showrunner. He is the best showrunner. It perfectly encapsulates how well he understands the Doctor as a character. No other showrunner gets it this perfect. Stephen Moffat is close, but I will explain later. This episode is 10 out of 10. Perfect. What an episode. It really is on par with Midnight and Blink for me, so I will say it is perfect. Well done, Russ. The end of time. Wilfred is back! Once again, yes, this time he's the companion. Oh my god. In these 2 episodes, Wilfred does more than Graham ever did. People comparing these 2. Shut up. Graham is nothing. Graham is a speck of dust compared to the big Wilfred Mott. The Master is resurrected and he is a hungry, hungry, hungry boy.
Cream and beer. And pork and beef and fat and great big chunks of hot and wet and red.
He smells the Doctor, them 2 have a bit of eye contact, and then the 10th Doctor gets SA'd, which is, yeah, big yikes.
Earlier on in this video, I remember saying, I don't say things like SA'd or graped. I said the word. I said the demonetization buzzwords. SA'd actually isn't that bad. It's just an abbreviation. That's much better than graped. I hate that with a burning passion.
This cafe scene is perfect.
Or the other one, sewer slide. Sewer slide. Ew. Just awful.
The dialogue is beautiful. The performances are beautiful. Oh my goodness me, yes.
I'm going to die.
Well, so am I one day.
Don't you dare.
Oh, what a line. This hits so much more after the fact that Bernard Cribbins has passed away. God rest your soul. I love you. You are the granddad I never had, and I'm so upset by that.
2022, it's been nearly 3 years.
Bang, 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 bang! Wilf enters the TARDIS for the first time and has the best reaction of any companion ever.
Do you like it? I thought it'd be cleaner.
Also, what is it with Russell T Davies's Christmas body doubles? Like this Obama, oh god. Like you couldn't just have like another president. Like we had Harriet Jones. It doesn't matter though because the Master turns everyone into him for some reason. This episode is great. Why? It's not perfectly written by any means, but it's got everything I love from this era. Mainly Wilf and David Tennant. And it brings us to the final conclusion. The End of Time Part 2. Donna bursts orange juice to fend off the Masters, and David Tennant gives us a sexy little wink. The sound of drums is finally explained. Oh yeah, the Time Lords are back as well. Yeah, just thought I'd put that out there. The Time Lords are back. I love the sequence where the Doctor is being rescued and wheeled away. Who is this mystery woman? This was never answered. It was pretty much confirmed that this was the Doctor's mother, but Russell T Davies decided to go against actually confirming it and has left it to us to imagine our own decision. I will say, I think everyone at the time even said that must be the Doctor's mother. Apparently, Tecteun is the Doctor's mother. Oh, fuck off. We could all agree that this scene with Wilfred and the Doctor in the spaceship is the best scene in the show's history. Wilfred pleading to the Doctor to take the gun is so heartbreaking.
And please don't die. You're the most wonderful man, and I don't want you to die.
He was all of us.
I can't watch
this
it without
episode
getting
on January
emotional.
1st, 2010. We were all like, Doctor, take the gun and finish the Master. Please don't die, please. Him flat out refusing to take the gun until he finds out the Time Lords are returning. Oh, showing the true fear that the Doctor has of the Time Lords. Yes, 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 yes. Gallifrey is returning. The Earth is being put out of orbit. Uh-oh, everyone's gonna die. The Doctor jumps into the building. For some reason, it's so stupid, but it is fucking epic. His suit is all ripped like Batman's at the end of a Batman Arkham game, showing the battle he has been through. Wilfred saves a man from the radiation chamber, and this would ultimately be the worst decision ever to be made. The longest and most tense standoff ever commences. In the end, the link gets broken and the day is saved. The Doctor is still alive. Once I see the Doctor's reaction to still being alive, 9-year-old me was so ecstatic. I genuinely thought Russell T Davies had clickbaited us again and that David Tennant was standing until... As a child, hearing...
It really is underestimated how fucking good writing that is. Like, that really messes with your head. And again, we forget, it's a family show, so this has got to make sense to the kids as well. Me as a kid, the second I heard those knocks, like, I genuinely thought, like, oh, that Doctor Who Confidential episode they showed with Matt Smith being the new Doctor, that must have all been fake, because the Doctor's alive. Maybe he just changed his mind. He's going to stay forever. I love him. I remember it so clearly, that buzz that I got when he lifts his head up, because I thought that was the end of him. And I was like, this is it. This is genuinely it. He's staying. And then those knocks, that is the first time I think I experienced something being taken away from me. And it was, the pain in my heart.
Broke my heart. The Doctor's tantrum is completely justified. He saved millions and is constantly left on his own. His own good is his own downfall. I remember I was sat on my knees on the living room floor, blubbing, realising that this was truly it for David. I did the same rewatching this for this video. This man...
And I will do it again. It's really conflicting as well because the whole reason David Tennant has to regenerate is because of Wilf. If Wilf didn't get in that bloody box, David Tennant would have stayed. How do I love Wilf so much when he took the only man that I ever loved? But I love Wilf, man. I love Wilf too much. He's so lovely. He's just what a man.
Man shaped my childhood. He was my life for 5 years and I realised it was coming to an end. I've seen this episode more than 25 times and I cry the exact same way every time. The goodbye tour, the final farewell to the Russell T Davies era, my heart My heart cannot take this. Mickey and Martha, they're married for some reason, even though she was engaged to that Tom Milligan. That's in the bin. Sarah Jane and Luke, all of Russell's aliens, Captain Jack, Alonzo. But this is brutal.
Was she happy in the end?
Were you?
Fucking hell. Oh my god. Him saying goodbye to Wilf for one last time. Wilf's reaction. We're never going to see Wilf again. Oh, so we thought. And all of this ending with him seeing the one he fell in love with, Rose Tyler. It's not even over yet. Murray Gold's Vale Deckham plays as the Doctor finally gets ready to regenerate.
Party. I
don't want to go.
David Tennant regenerates and is finally gone.
It's super sad.
Russell is gone. All those characters we learned to love, gone. The golden age of Doctor Who is over. This episode is perfect. What a send-off for this man. An influential man in my life. Mainly because I'm fatherless. That's a massive part of it. I mourned the 10th Doctor's death for months. And it really...
As we know, if you've seen my second channel, my father recently passed away, which is very interesting. Because the whole of Series 4, basically, I watched at his house. He sort of entered my life again very briefly when I was about 7 or 8. And the whole reason we used to go there on a Sunday. And the only reason I liked going there was because he would record Doctor Who. He had the skybox that you could record on, which was fucking cool. So yeah, basically I'd only go there to watch Doctor Who. That was it. Then he disappeared again. So he recently died. Went to his funeral. It was fucking terrible. Yeah, should not have gone. So no need to trauma dump on you though. But yeah, that's why this series has a recollection to me as well.
Really put me off Series 5 for a long time. I still watched it and I still enjoyed it, and I did love Matt Smith in the end, but nothing hits like this era of Doctor Who. Wow, Russell, well done. You put Doctor Who back on the map. You revived the show. You did an incredible job. But now it's time for Stephen Moffat to take over. And oh boy, it's one hell of an era.
Funnily enough, I'm only an hour and a half into the video and I've been recording for 2.5 hours. That's a good chunk of my day gone. I don't know why it's so bright. So there you can see sort of at the start, I'm very brief. I'm like, this episode's really good. I love it. Great. And then as it goes on, I start explaining more. But obviously, as we all know, the Stephen Moffat era, that's where I start getting a little bit more agitated, to say the least. I'm definitely going to watch the Chris Chibnall part and pretty much agree with everything I said. That is literally just going to be me sitting there watching it, I think. Anyway, I'm going to need to take a break because it's been a few hours. So I'll be back to look at the Stephen Moffat era. Oh boy. Gamers, I'm back. We're going to continue watching on. We're now moving on to the big Moffat era. This is the video I remember the least of the three because I did rush it a lot. I worked really hard on the Chibnall era and the Russell Davies era one. This one is the one where I've kind of completely blanked from memory, which is strange because it's such a huge part of the NuWho era. But anyway, let's go and see what I said. Did I say anything truthful or did I just make up a load of baloney? Let's find out.
Guys, let's take a little break to discuss Doctor Who Flash games.
Oh.
Wow. The BBC website was pumping out a wide range of Flash games during the Russell T Davies era, including Dalek Breakout, where you play as a Dalek moving nuclear bombs for some reason. This is some riveting gameplay.
I really enjoyed making this.
Playing this, mainly because if my brain wasn't consuming anything Doctor Who related, I would just simply shut down. Then there was Cosmic Collider. This sounds bombastic. What is this gonna... Oh. Wow. Okay, well, at least with each platform you break, it creates a picture of David Morrissey. Guys, it's clear so funny, this game was released around Christmas 2008 because every picture formed is literally one from the next Doctor. So, yeah, riveting stuff. Daleks v Cybermen. A game where you literally play as the Cybermen as you guide your formation into game-ending all of the people and Daleks, I guess. You have to wipe all of them out before you can continue. God damn, this game was sick. There's K9, Deja Who, cracking name. I never played this one, but it looks like it's just K9 catching a bone or something.
Yeah, that's
honestly,
really poor.
I don't know. I don't get this. Then there's Monster Match. Candy Crush for Whovians, right? With some of the most hilarious sound bites.
Clum.
Man, the Flash game era was such a different time.
Clum.
Honestly, just for that, this game gets a 10 out of 10. Then there's Into the Vortex.
This was
man,
nuts.
I used to sit at my granddad's house for hours playing this game. It's literally just the TARDIS flying through the vortex while you collect these, like, space gas ball things. Facts. And it has this absolutely killer soundtrack. Damn,
yeah,
what a
nuts.
throwback. Guys, these games and more are still available to play using the Wayback Machine. I'm currently making a series on the DTDW Reacts channel of me going through these games and playing them, so if you want a little throwback, guys, feel free to go subscribe to my second channel. There's a link in the description so you don't miss any of the videos. But of course, we cannot leave without discussing Attack of the Grask. Holy shit, this masterpiece was ahead of its time. An interactive adventure where you, yes, you are the companion. I used to sit round my nan's on her Wham gaming PC playing this over and over and over and over. The Doctor picks you up because Rosa is watching ABBA, Slay Queen, honestly. And because it was originally designed for red button viewers, the Doctor would sonic your remote and you could use it to help find the Grask. Damn. You watch this Welsh family having Christmas through their TV. Yep, sure. And then you see that Mum is a glowy-eyed demon. The Grask then teleports in, gives the dad a good old zap and then leaves. Guys, then you get to fly the damn TARDIS. Oh my god. I played this segment over and over, man. I was literally better than Rose. I could fly the damn TARDIS.
Facts.
You then end up in old people...
I must have replayed Attack of the Grask about 400 million times. Like, I would stay at my nan's on the weekend. I had like 3 nans at the time that I'd stay at. And the oldest one, she had that big Wham computer at the back. And I used to sit there on BBC iPlayer watching Doctor Who, EastEnders, for some reason, and then playing Attack of the Grask. And basically, I religiously played it over and over and over again just for that segment where I fly the TARDIS. It's literally 3 buttons you press, but me, man, I felt included. I loved it.
You then end up in old people times where you find the Grask again, and it turns out the Grask is holding all of these people prisoners, and you have the option to either free everyone and put them back in their time periods, or you freeze them. Damn, that's dark. But then it ends with the Doctor having a little jab at ITV.
There is a risk that if you switch to ITV tonight, the galaxy may implode.
Man, I want to play this myself again. They really set up a whole production just for this. Man, I respect the graft early Doctor Who went through, because man, it gave me so many memories.
You were amazing.
Thank you.
I might just pick you up one day.
Dude, it's been 18 years and I'm still fucking waiting. Guys, let me know your thoughts. Did you play any of these? Did you enjoy any of these?
Did you?
Let me know in the comments. But anyway, it's time to get started on the Stephen Moffat
Right, let's get
era.
into it, boys and girls.
Series 5, and we start off with the TARDIS crashing down into the Earth. Whoa, epic stuff. New theme, new vortex, new showrunner, new Doctor. Beautiful music from Murray Gold as well.
I even did the owl in the background. This wasn't appreciated by the people that watched this video, man. Everyone spoke about the Doomsday a cappella.
I'm still cooking.
Let
it cook. We get that iconic fish fingers and custard scene, and this.
Must be out of a scary crack in your wall.
Oh, that is creepy. Stephen Moffat does an incredible job of building this creepy, ominous atmosphere. Who is this Amelia Pond? Who is she living with? Why is she on her own? Where is her house in the middle of nowhere? What is going on? The Doctor decides he's going to run away and says he'll be back in 5 minutes. But Lamau, he was not 5 minutes, was he? We do see the first instance of Stephen Moffat writing with one hand in his era, over-sexualising a companion. Now, don't get me wrong, I've made a few jokes about finding women in this show absolutely beautiful, because there are some really beautiful women in this show. However, this This is a bit much.
Me
This is a
trying to
kid's show,
justify
Steve.
why I've been so
Steve,
down bad this
stop
entire
it.
time.
It just seems like you found an excuse to get Karen Gillan to dress up in a police officer uniform for whatever sick fantasies you've got, mate. Some new aspects to this era are fantastic.
She does look
I
great,
love
though.
the sequence where it takes these stop-motion
Whatever.
pictures from Rory to the man with the dog. I think that's really creative, and I love that, although it is a bit Sherlock-y. You can see where he got that from. I'm a bit let down by Prisoner Zero's design. Just a big blue worm, not a fan. And I'm also not a fan of these lens flares that they've added. What is this? We've already had Michael Bay, and we see the end of the 10th Doctor's Sonic Screwdriver. Bang, bang, bye-bye, see you
That
later,
really hurt
rest
me.
in pieces.
That really hurt
we
me
get
as a
the
kid.
first of many naughty website jokes from Stephen Moffat. He loves the old internet history joke. He uses it about 500 times. And we see the first one in his very first episode.
Blimey. Get a girlfriend, Jeff. Oh, and delete your internet history.
Great. Stephen, knock it off, mate. The Doctor sends a worldwide virus somehow, and the day is saved. Until the Doctor brings them back just to flex on them. Hello, mate, it's me. I'm the Doctor, and I'm here to say, I'm the guy here to save the day. But the new Doctor is here, and so is the TARDIS, which I'm so sorry, guys. You're about to get really annoyed at me. Please, I really don't like this TARDIS, okay? I just don't. It just doesn't do it for me, alright? I know that so many of you think it's stunning and lovely and it's your TARDIS. That's fine. It matches the 11th Doctor's personality really well. I'll give it that. But for me, it just didn't connect with me. And that's mainly because this comes off the back of the Russell T Davies era. But even still to this day, I just can't find myself to like it. And I'm sorry, okay?
It's interesting because there's actually more going on in this TARDIS, but it is actually smaller. It looks 10 times smaller than the RTD TARDIS. I think my favourite TARDIS, like if I'm trying to be unbiased, is Peter Capaldi's TARDIS. It's got a perfect mixture of his character and modern spaceship. I just fucking love it. But to me, that green glow of the Russell T Davies era TARDIS just is my favourite. It just is my favourite. And it's the same with the Sonic Screwdriver. It's borderline phallic. Okay, I've seen toys that look very similar to this. Okay, I'm just saying, I'm more of a fan of these smaller, more sleek Sonic Screwdrivers. I had this as a toy growing up, don't get me wrong, of course I did, but it's just not my favourite Sonic Screwdriver. But we've got a brand new TARDIS, a new Sonic Screwdriver, a new era, and despite me having a few issues with it, I think this is a fantastic series opener. In fact, I think it's the strongest series opener this show has ever had. This episode is going in I think that's still the case, to be honest.
The Beast Below, set on the Brexit spaceship. The episode starts with a little boy getting game ended for playing too much Fortnite and not revising. Oh, and for being terrible at acting.
Yes, so? Walk to London. That's 20 decks.
Little girl crying all alone on the bench. And the Doctor steals her ID because he accidentally bumped into her. Doctor, mate, I'm not being funny, mate. You're building a case, all right, hanging around with all these kids. This series is really going for the Doctor is a man of a fairy tale vibe. This era really goes on it, and it does start to get really old about 2 series in. Amy and the Doctor separate for some reason, and then Amy gets drugged. Doctor, mate, do you ever learn? Honestly, this is our first trip out, and you're like, I've got a banging idea. Let's just split up.
Help us, Doctor. You're our only hope.
What in the Star Wars dialogue is this? There's very on-the-nose political commentary about democracy as Amy chooses to forget about poor whale being abused. Typical Brits. They find out that they've been abusing a whale and the Doctor has a tantrum about it. He then decides he wants to turn it into a vegetable. Oh, but it's okay because all along the whale was just a giant sweetie pie. Ah, roll credits. Guys, this episode is going to go in okay. It just doesn't do it for me. I don't enjoy this episode at all. The story's off. It's boring. It's just a bit too on the nose for me. To be honest with you, when has the second episode of any series been good? Let's be real. So yeah, this episode is going in okay.
Thanks for listening to my input there, guys.
Daleks, set in World War II. I love this setting. Wow, we've got the cabinet war rooms. We've got the Daleks being used as a secret weapon. What a premise for the episode. I cannot wait to see what they do with it. Well, the Doctor is absolutely livid when he finds out the Dalek boys are back. Although, his meltdown, it did seem a bit over the top considering, you know, what's been happening with them over the last few years. Especially as well as it leads to innocent people being killed. Yeah, nice one, Doc. From the off, this episode seems off. Mark Gatiss, what are you doing, lad? The Doctor and Amy
plague
separate.
of Mark Gatiss.
Again, the Doctor infiltrates the Dalek ship where more boring Dalek schemes are explained. And then the mighty mystic Power Ranger Daleks are revealed to us.
Yeah,
Oh my god. Wow. They really thought this would be epic, didn't they? Well,
The more
it
I see them, the more they
completely on
suck.
its face. Got the jammy Dodger thing.
I know that they've kind of gained like a resurgence. Like people are kind of like, you know what, actually I kind of like them. No, they suck. Because it brings personality to them and they shouldn't have personality. I get different coloured Daleks for like different ranks. And I know these are supposed to be like Special Force Daleks, but they wouldn't go so bright and whimsical. Do you know what I mean? It kind of took the scare factor of them out. Like that old coppery look to them is good. Like the Supreme Dalek, that's a nuts design. He's got that extra utility belt thing going on. It's fucking scary. The Dalek Emperor, scary as anything. Davros, terrifying. Big, bright, colourful Daleks, big no for me.
Spitfires in space? I hate everything about this episode. How can a premise this good be this bad in execution? Then there's this spiel of fancying someone you shouldn't. Like what the hell is going on?
Yeah, it wasn't great.
No. This episode is going in not good. The only thing I liked about it was the original setting, which didn't even get utilised. Don't get me wrong, it's not the worst episode in the world, but I don't like anything about it. So yeah, not good. Time of the Angels. The Weeping Angels are back for their long-awaited sequel, going for a totally different tonal change to Blink. River Song is back, and this is where her character really changes for me. In Forest of the Dead, she's like this courageous leader, sacrifices herself whilst being somewhat flirty, and she seemed to be very empathetic. Now, don't get me wrong, I know the story is backwards, so that was her at the end of her character arc. However, Doctor, I control you. I'm a dominatrix. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I wouldn't mind it if she did change over the course of the series, but she doesn't. She just is exactly the same the whole way through. Amy gets left alone, and then she starts
I think that's my biggest issue. She has no character development. And it's difficult because her story is reversed, so yes, technically it should actually go backwards, if anything. I'm getting confused. All I know is she's just exactly the same the whole way through, and I don't... She's always like, I know the Doctor more than anyone, and he's so brilliant. Also, I like to scream a lot because I'm such a minx. Stop! It's cringe. It's just uncomfortable.
The lore change in this one is a strange one. That any image of an angel is an angel seems to be a bit of a reach, but you know what? I guess there's only so much you can do with a Weeping Angel, so I could let it slide. Considering this was Matt Smith's first episode, he is immaculate. His performance is amazing. Amy starts turning into stone, but I'm not sure why she's hiding it from the Doctor and River. Could have saved us a lot of time here, Amy. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, and the angels can now communicate, right? This part I don't like. This part I don't like. However, it does lead to one hell of a speech from Mr. Matt Smith himself. Okay, I will say. This episode does have a great build-up, to be fair. The end speech by the Doctor is fantastic. Matt Smith's performance is incredible. This episode is going in good.
I feel like my breakdown is good in this series. I'm not waffling too much.
Starting off with this shot. Yikes. I didn't realise how bad these episodes have aged. There's a lot of really strange ADR in this episode.
Do not blink.
The big space butt crack is back, and its lore is explained. It's basically used to make everyone forget the events of the Russell T Davies era, and I really don't know if I hate that or not. I can see the pros and the cons. On one hand, there was a lot of Earth invasion in Russell T Davies' era, so it's nice to reset it. However, you're basically just saying, let's just forget the Russell T Davies era. No, that didn't even happen. The sequence in which Amy has to navigate through the forest on her own is great. Really suspenseful. Love a bit of suspense. That's great. My only gripe is that we see the angels move. Oh, why did they do this?
They should
just
never,
completely
ever have
ruin them for me. Like that's the most terrifying part of them is you don't see them move.
The fact that you see them move, and when they move, they're moving so slowly. When the fact is, you're not even supposed to see them move because literally a flicker of darkness for even a millisecond, they can move. So when they do show them moving and they're going, what the fuck? That doesn't do nothing. They're not even scary.
And the resolution looked unbelievably dated, a bit naff. It's just, I don't know. Guys, I thought this episode was better than it was. Don't get me wrong, Matt Smith's performance is fantastic, and so is Karen Gillan's. However, this episode is completely destroyed by this. What is this monstrosity of a scene? What am I watching? I feel violated. Why is she so hot? Oh, no. Stephen, that is unacceptable behaviour. That is too far.
See, a lot of people got quite defensive of my comments of that because they were like, but it is understandable why she was like that. She's had this magical man enter her life and take her away and all this. yes, I can see why she might be conflicted. You know, she's about to make a huge commitment and be married. She didn't have to borderline assault him, though, did she? He made it very clear he was not interested the second she did it, and she carried on. The way she was behaving was screaming more like Moffat going, this is what I would, if she did that to me, oh my word. More than it was like an actual conflict within her character. I don't know. The scene is uncomfortable to watch. I get why she was feeling the way she was feeling, but it didn't need to be portrayed the way it was portrayed.
I was going to put this episode in good, to be fair, until I was reminded of this scene. You know, it's going in okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Look, give me all the hate that you want, right? But I am really struggling to understand why this series is so highly rated, because I'm already seeing the groundwork as to why this show started to decline after this series.
I'm talking too soon.
No. I'm livid. As you can tell, I'm absolutely livid right now.
Talking too soon.
Vampires in Venice. When I watch episodes like this, I realise why I'm so glad that the episodes in the upcoming series are being shortened to 8. You really realise how filler episodes are just bad. The Doctor pranks Rory through a wedding cake and then just casually lets him know that he's been cheated on in front of all of his friends.
She tried to kiss me.
You're a dick. So obviously the Doctor and Rory have a frosty little start.
I like the bit when someone says it's bigger on the inside.
Doctor takes them to Venice for a little romantic getaway, but big spooky attractive vampires. Zoinks! Not the royalty-free woman scream sound effect.
I'm not being funny. If you search on YouTube right now, woman screaming sound effect, that is like the top one. I'm not even joking. Like, it was that blatant.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man.
This episode is just used to batter Rory. Imagine being in love with a woman and having this incredible man constantly flex and emasculate you. Damn. Yikes, yikes, yikes. This is on par with the Lazarus Project. Jesus. The only thing I like in this episode is Helen McCrory's performance. Oh, and Rory's SpongeBob insult.
This way, you big, stupid, great SpongeBob.
The story is bland. The
thing
special effects are...
I'm pretty sure that's ADR as well. It's like, why did he say that? SpongeBob. I don't know, it's so funny.
Poor resolution. This episode is going in not good. Christ, I am not impressed with this series so far. I know some of you are going to be absolutely livid with me for this, but I am not impressed. I hope we see an improvement. Amy's choice. Now we're talking. The start to this episode immediately throws you off. 5 years into the future, Amy is pregnant, Rory has a ponytail. What's going on? Murray Gold's music in this episode
I always forget as well, like,
absolutely beautiful.
People ask me my favourite episode.
The creepy old people are the scariest part of this series so far.
You're incredibly old, aren't you?
And we are introduced to the Dream Lord, played by Toby Jones. Oh my god, I love it. His performance is outstanding.
Last of the Time Lords, the oncoming storm, him in the bow tie.
The Doctor's irritation increasing throughout this episode builds great tension.
It's really cold. You got any warm clothing?
What does it matter if we're cold? We have to know what she's up to. Sorry.
You got killer old people. They are so damn creepy. I love it. Rory smashes the shit out of an old woman. Not like that, you dirty rascal. The tension in this episode is amazing as Amy has to make her choice. Which world is real? Whilst I don't believe in the chemistry between Amy and Rory, Rory's death scene is truly beautiful.
Then what is the point of you?
Although I will say, Amy driving her and the Doctor at 3 miles an hour to their deaths, no. That's completely unbelievable. That looks stupid. However, it does lead
Doctor Who
to
has
this
a habit
very,
of doing
very
that, doesn't
lovely ending. I love everything about this episode. The incredible concept, Toby Jones's incredible performance. Matt Smith is amazing in this. I even believed in Amy's and Rory's relationship. What? Murray Gold's music. Yes. God, I forgot how much I loved this episode. Do you know what, guys? I'm slapping it in perfect. As a standalone episode, I have no issues with this. Simply just for how unique and different it was. And it wasn't even written by Stephen Moffat. Wow. Well, now we're back on the up again. I've got high hopes for the next episode. The Hungry Earth. I wonder who wrote this episode. Oh no.
Hi again. It's me.
Yeah. This is the first time I'm going to do this, and I want to point out it's not because I hate Chris Chibnall. I have always skipped over these 2 episodes because I really just find them boring. Even before the Chris Chibnall era, this two-part, I would always skip these two. There's nothing to even take the mickey out of in this episode. It's just boring. Genuinely, the first time ever, I'm going to skip over these two episodes, and that's mainly because I'm having to put myself through an entire era of this. So, guys, forgive me, all right? If you like
when
this
I
episode,
do it again,
fair
I will
enough,
watch
but
them.
Having to rewatch this, then rewatch it whilst I'm editing, makes me want to kill myself. I have nothing to say. I don't care for the story. There's no tension. There's terrible acting, poor dialogue. Both of these episodes, I'm sorry, are going in god-awful, right? If you have an issue, pop a letter in my pigeonhole.
Great, where's that then, sir?
Any bin. Just pop all your thoughts in a rubbish bin and they'll get to me.
Vincent and the Doctor. Oh my god, yes. Oh, opening with Bill Nye, which instantly puts this episode way up. I love Bill Nye with all of my heart. The Doctor and Bill Nye complimenting each other's bow ties. God damn, I love it. Unintentional bars there as well.
Nice bow tie. Bow ties are cool.
Yours is very...
Oh, thank you.
The set designs in this episode are absolutely beautiful. There is some brilliant comedy in this episode, along with some great tension and moments that will make you cry. And in my opinion, those are the three ingredients for a perfect episode. It's an episode that focuses on men's mental health and mental health in men, which I definitely think is not focused on enough in today's society. Whilst the CGI in this episode is not great, in
DTDW,
episodes like
super
this, it is
progressive.
forgiven because the story is just so good. And the ending to this episode, oh, it is truly, truly beautiful. This is what Doctor Who is all about.
To me, Van Gogh is the finest painter of them all. He transformed the pain of his tormented life into ecstatic beauty, but also one of the greatest men who ever lived.
Oh, wow. What an episode. How did they get a guy that looks just bang on like Van Gogh as well to do such a brilliant job? Well done, son. You are fantastic. The ultimate ginger line for some reason makes me burst into tears.
If we had got married, our kids would have had very, very red hair.
The ultimate ginger.
There is only one thing I can say that I don't really like about this episode, and that's the CGI monster. Other than that, this episode is just beautiful in every way. I love it. This episode, ladies and gentlemen, is going in perfect. Wow. Wonderful. The
Wow,
Lodger.
I held that very highly.
The Doctor gets yeeted from the TARDIS because he spotted a Ryman's. Uh-oh, it's the man from Carpool Karaoke. Oh, it's hard to forget that this man was once loved by everyone. This episode is a fantastic comedic break from a serious space cracks and timey-wimey shenanigans. I love the dynamic between the Doctor and Craig. The Doctor's alienness is really focused on in this episode, as we never see him really living a normal life. I know Amy is considered to be one of the best companions of all time. I can't lie. I find her so cringy at times, it actually grates on me.
Doctor!
We see the Doctor turn into Prime Ronaldinho.
I don't like that
love
at all.
this bit.
We're going to annihilate them.
Annihilate? No violence. Not while I'm around, not today, not ever. I'm the Doctor, the oncoming storm.
And this sequence as well is
little homage to my mate Brad. We'll go have a drink after work on a Friday, and he'll randomly just blow out a Doctor Who comment that he doesn't watch Doctor Who, but he randomly just comes out with a Doctor Who comment here and there, and it just makes me die. We were sitting there once, and I went, "No, not today," and he went, "Not today. I'm the oncoming storm. I'm the Doctor," and it just killed me. I don't know why I'm sharing that. It's just a fun little anecdote for you. God, aren't you just so invested in this right now? How's your game going? Are you playing Call of Duty? You playing FIFA? The Sims, Rainbow Six Siege, Metal Gear Solid, Far Cry. I don't know. I'm just listing a bunch of AAA games that I don't know. What are people playing these days? Fortnite? Are you playing Don't Starve? I don't know what games are good anymore. There's no good games ever.
Of course it's not true. I'm not staying in a call centre all my life. I can do anything I want. Oh yeah, right.
This just encapsulates how the Doctor is a perfect role model, and just the impact of his words can empower someone.
Is that the right word?
And with humour as well. I simply love it. The ending to this episode is a bit strange, so it's just a way for Craig just to confess his feelings for Sophie, which, don't get me wrong, very sweet, very nice. I do like it. All in all, though, I really enjoy this episode, and it's always been mine and most people's comfort episode, and that's why I'm putting this episode in great. Oh, guys.
Wow.
Series 5 has just turned itself around. I'm enjoying it. The Pandorica opens. Oh, we're getting to the first season finale of the Moffat era, and what an opening this episode has. It includes characters that we've seen so far from across the series. Beautiful. Vincent's painted a picture of the TARDIS burning. Ooh, consider me intrigued. The episode is set in Stonehenge, and fun fact, I was actually editing part of my Russell T Davies era video whilst driving through Stonehenge, so yeah, this is a fun fact. And
guys, did I mention I went to Cornwall in 2023?
Believed that Stonehenge was built by aliens. Wow, genius stuff. Right, I'm going to keep this brief because there's a lot to get into. I will say it's great to see Stephen Moffat do some proper action stuff. I love it. I love the pacing of this episode, the direction, the beautiful music, the gripping story, and a nice bunch of nostalgia bait to make all the Russell T Davies era fans cry a happy tear. The sequence where the Doctor doesn't miss the obvious.
Yes, I know that, Rory. I'm not exactly one to miss the obvious, but we need everything we can get. Missing something obvious, Rory.
Oh, chills. This is Stephen Moffat at his best. A titillating first part with an iconic speech from the Doctor. Again, this is where Stephen Moffat shines. I love everything about this episode. The acting, the story, the cliffhanger, the beautiful, beautiful music. 10 out of 10. What's that? This episode is going in perfect as well. Moving us on to the series finale.
The end of Series 5 is just nuts.
Oh, this episode starts how Series 5 started. Yeah, I'm not going to do that again. But wait, the Doctor never arrived. Oh, I'm not going to lie. This is where the two-parter gets all timey-wimey, which, don't get me wrong, is great for adults. Absolutely confusing for children. Whilst the teleporting Doctor stuff is great and makes for great comedy, I fundamentally hate the 2,000 years waiting thing. I feel like Stephen Moffat did this a lot, where he'd just throw random things into the plot and just make someone wait or be around for thousands and thousands of years, to the point that even if you think about it logically, it's so unbelievable, and you think 2,000, that's a long time.
I really hate the fact, and one of my biggest gripes with Doctor Who now, and again, this is where Doctor Who has gotten to a point now where it's so complicated for new people to jump in on, even though they keep rebooting it so people can jump on. I think they said in the 60th anniversary he's 2 billion years old. Like, granted, the Doctor was like 900 when it come back. Yes, that's a long time, but that's more believable than him being 2 billion, like 2 billion or 2 million or 2 billion. But even still, either of those, that's how long he's been alive. And to me, it's just, it completely wipes out any believability of the character. I could say, oh, a Time Lord, he has 12 regenerations. Let's average a 100 to 200 year lifespan for an alien. Yeah, maybe they could reach about 3,000 years old before they die. Yeah, maybe. That would make sense. But having a character be like 2 billion years old, because that makes you a god at that point. And I think that's why I fundamentally disagree with it.
It becoming much more of a slow burner, I can appreciate the story was wrapped up very, very nicely. It's a nice wrap up to the cracks in space and time, with a beautiful end speech from the Doctor to Amy when she was a child as he gets a raise from time.
Brand new and ancient and the bluest blue.
Then we have Amy Pond remembering.
Raggedy Man, I remember you, and you are late for my wedding!
Yeah, it's a bit cringe, but we do kind of need the Doctor back, I guess. I do really enjoy this episode, despite it not being anywhere near as great as the first part. But it is great still, so I'm going to put it in great. Well done, Stephen Moffat. It's a cracking season ending to this series. Guys, I'm looking at this tier list, and you know what? Earlier on in the season, I was absolutely slating this series, and now it's pulled itself back. It definitely is a great series of Doctor Who, but there's just some stinkers in there. But Vincent and the Doctor, Amy's Choice, the Pandorica opens, the Lodger, yes. It's a very good series, guys. All right, those of you that clicked away earlier, you're regretting it now, because I actually do like this series quite a lot.
That Series 5 review, I agree with more than pretty much any of the other series I'd done. So that's interesting. I definitely think I do need to go and watch every episode again, especially the Hungry Earth and the Cold Blood 2-parter. I will do that in my complete remake of the video. I should have definitely delved into that, because it might be okay. I don't really remember the story, apart from the fact that people get swallowed up by the ground and that there's a countdown, because it's a Chibnall story. I'm going to take another break, then we'll get into Series 6. Okay, I'm back. I'm ready to watch some more of myself talking. I don't know, did you guys have to take this many breaks? I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm listening to my own voice. It's making me go mental. Also, if you have made it this far and you're genuinely watching this video, which I'd be surprised, say, DTDW, I subscribed because Matt Smith makes me frothy. Leave that comment if you've made it this point in the video and you're still watching. I'd be really surprised. Anyway, let's continue.
It's Christmas 2010 and we get our first taste of Moffatmas.
Hooray, Moffatmas.
And what will he bring? A retelling of an iconic Christmas classic. We get Michael Gambon. Yes, yes, yes. CGI shark looks great. Sometimes. The setting for this episode
it does,
is
to be fair.
Stunning. I love it. Whilst Russell T Davies goes for the action-packed Christmas fun, Stephen turns Christmas into a more magical experience for all. This episode also gets plus points for having a child actor who isn't terrible. The line...
This, or go to a room and design a new kind of screwdriver. Don't make my mistakes now.
made me burst out laughing. Stephen does have a strange habit of making people that were children 5 seconds ago now love interests. That's the strangest sentence I've ever said. Apart from the occasional Stephen Moffat horniness, which is starting to become part and parcel in his era, this is a bittersweet story, and a story where Stephen actually lets a character die. Michael Gambon
what she's doing these days.
Wonderful in this episode, and this scene really breaks my heart. A beautiful ending, a beautiful story, and until I rewatch this, I now think this is the best Doctor Who Christmas special to date. This episode, guess what, guys? Going perfect. Well done, son. Well done.
Wow.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is where Doctor Who starts to tail off. Series 6. The Impossible Astronaut, starting off with some Stephen Moffat horniness, of course. And we get even more River Song. I just remembered this whole series is basically her arc, isn't it? I do love the intro to this episode, though, I cannot lie. We are introduced to the Silence, a monster design I absolutely love. The Doctor gets game ended. What? Shock horror, shock horror. Oh my god, this is such a shock. He's definitely not going to come back because it's definitely not episode 1 of a series. How can River perfectly aim at the Doctor's hat but misses every shot on that astronaut? Cracking jaw blast.
I realise my error with that statement. She knows she's the astronaut, I guess, doesn't she? So she misses on purpose because she knows that's her in there. I fumbled the bag, as the youths of today would say. I fumbled it.
I do not find this scene emotional as it was trying to be because, yeah, it's the first episode of the series, so...
I get this is left open as it's from the future. However, at the time of watching from the start, we know this isn't going to be the death of the Doctor, obviously. Yeah, that's a valid point.
Yeah, not a thumbs up from me. The tension that builds around the group as the past Doctor tries to figure out what is going on. Fantastic stuff. And that sequence in the Oval Office is absolutely brilliant.
I'm going to need
I just ran over my own foot.
Mobilise street level maps covering all of Florida, a pot of coffee, 12 jammy Dodgers,
and a fez.
Shout if you get in trouble.
Don't worry. I'm quite the screamer.
For fuck's sake, Steve, honestly, will you just give it a rest? As annoying as Stephen's libido is, this is yet another cracker of a first part. Gripping story, great setting, fantastic music. Oh yes. I've been keeping these very brief, I do apologise. It's just this video is going to be really long. This episode is going in great. I sure hope the second part
I'm doing it again.
Expectations.
And I will be going in depth.
Moon. In typical Moffat fashion, the second part becomes way too complicated for any young audience to even comprehend. Amy and Rory getting game ended, the Doctor in Area 51. Don't even get me started on the River Song diving into the TARDIS swimming pool scene. Ugh. That console is placed directly in the centre view of the doors, right? Her falling into the TARDIS would mean that she would have gone directly into that console, instantly being
Look at that editing.
All right? Which, by the way, would be absolutely traumatic for everyone involved. But psych, it's all a prank. They're not even dead.
Someone tried to say in my comments, they're like, actually the Doctor can move the front doors to different rooms and therefore opened it to the swimming pool. Stupid. That's just stupid. I'm trying to think, was that explained in the episode? Because he says I remember him saying open the doors to the swimming pool, but I don't think that means he transfers the front door to the swimming pool. I think he just meant open the room to the swimming pool. So it still doesn't make sense how she just guided her way through the inside of the TARDIS into the swimming pool. It doesn't make sense. It bugs me.
You've been pranked, viewer. You've been pranked. The sequence where Delaware Man straightens the Doctor's bow tie, I like. Making the audience feel like we also forgot an encounter with the Silence. I do like that a lot. The sequence at the orphanage is unbelievably creepy.
I tried to clean it up.
And we get the first glimpse of the pirate lady. Ugh, how ominous. Amy has been taken or died. Okay, we do not need to keep doing the presidential music every time. We get it. We get it. He's the president. He's President Nixon. We get it.
Stop it. Make me. Yeah, well, maybe I will.
Ew. I hate the flirt. I just hate it. I hate it. This is the part of River Song and the Doctor I absolutely hate. Stop it. It's horrible. Ugh. Anyway, broadcast gets blurted to millions. Silence equals dead. Sad times. And Baby River regenerate. Sorry. Spoilers. Alright, this second part was disappointing compared to the first part. I can't lie. The resolution.
You're just watching a 7-hour video of me laughing at myself.
Spaceship and all is over.
Joke's on you.
It does have some great creepy sequences, and I love the overall setting and vibe to this story, but it just falls victim to Stephen Moffat's tendency to overuse timey-wimey shenanigans to fool the viewer. I'm going to put this episode in good, but I feel like Stephen's stories, though, are starting to become a little bit repetitive in the way that they're structured. You can tell when he's written a story and when a standalone writer has done an episode. It's really obvious.
That's a really poor example.
I don't know. The Curse of the Black Spot. Ooh, we got Pirates of the Caribbean setting. Very interesting. I wonder if it's going to be good. Based off this intro...
Yo-ho-ho!
Yeah, this is not going to be good, is it? Amy disarms a pirate that has a gun with a sword. Yeah, seems plausible. Uh-oh, Rory's got the black spot of death. I love how the Doctor can hold Rory back, but if it comes to any of the crewmates, they're just like, yep, in a bit, lad. See you, rest in peace.
Literally, go back. Look, oh, that's even the most replayed bit as well. You guys are caught on. Watch the Doctor pull that guy back.
I love how the Doctor can hold Rory back, but if it comes to any of the crewmates, they're just like, yep, in a bit, lad. See you, rest in peace.
He's no wicked pirate!
Yep, terrible child actor, episode straight in the bin, bye-bye. The only thing I think I really like about this episode is the Doctor and the Captain in the TARDIS. I love this sequence.
Wheel, telescope, astrolabe, compass. A ship's a ship.
You had to gloat, didn't you?
I'm not gloating.
I saw that look just now. Ha ha, his ship is rubbish.
Ooh, yikes.
Yeah, that's not looking good.
No shit, Sherlock. Why did it take so long for them to figure out that she was a nurse whilst they were down in that ship? Anyone with a single brain cell figured that out a second they walked in. And also, there's been so many of these fake companion deaths now. Honestly, it's getting annoying. I feel nothing towards this scene at all. Oh, blubby Amy. Oh, Rory's dead again. Who cares? In all fairness, I'm
getting a bit angry now. My temper's starting to wither a little bit. I had consumed 6.5 seasons of Doctor Who. It'll start to take its toll on me at this point.
However, I'm just going to put this episode in okay. It's not terrible, but in no way is it good. It's just another filler episode. The Doctor's wife. The Doctor gets space mail, then has to leave the universe and says this is the furthest we've ever gone. Yeah, we hear that a few times throughout this show, don't we? Then a lady absorbs the soul of the TARDIS. The only people on this planet is Auntie and Uncle. 2 people from Plymouth, apparently.
And do my will. You are most welcome.
This is so jarring. It's hilarious, but creepy at the same time. The way it's explained that the house feeds off
she
of
would be
energy,
a phenomenal Doctor.
TARDISes. The fact that Auntie and Uncle are made of dead Time Lords. The Time Lord voices he could hear were distress signals. In fact, the whole setting is just destroyed TARDISes. Oh my god, this is juicy.
In here? They put me in here? Borrowing implies the eventual intention to return the thing that was taken. Are all people like this?
Like what?
So much bigger on the inside.
I can't help but think if Saran Jones played the 13th Doctor, the Chris Chibnall era would have been completely more bearable. She is amazing in this, and she has everything that Jodie doesn't, i.e. charisma. She's got wonderful screen presence and such a buzzing personality. I wish she played the Doctor. Honestly, she would have been incredible. Everything turns very, very dark when Amy and Rory are finding their way through the TARDIS and Rory becoming old.
And over and over and over. Rory?
And that haunting part where Amy finds Rory after he was waiting again is frightening. It's the 10th Doctor's TARDIS! Yes, I love it!
Fear me, I've killed hundreds of Time Lords.
Fear me, I've killed all of them.
What?
I just
line.
love that line.
All in all, sure, the Doctor builds a TARDIS a bit too easily, but in this context, it is completely plausible. I guess.
He is surrounded
and the
by
resolution
destroyed
is a
TARDISes.
bit
It is
there, but this
completely
episode
plausible.
is fantastic. Dr. Foster, Karen Gillan's performance, Matt Smith's tears, Michael Sheen's sexy, smooth voice, and the Russell T Davies era TARDIS. Oh my god, this episode is great. Oh, look at it, slot right in there, beautiful. Even the ending where the Doctor is having just pure joy with his TARDIS melts my heart. And I tell you what, Matt's TARDIS is growing on me. It really, really is. The Rebel Flesh. I hate getting to this point of a series where the early two-parter in a Stephen Moffat season tends to be a bit pants. Despite the goofy suit designs, this episode has an interesting premise. I'm very intrigued. I'm getting irritated with all the full-body pregnancy test thing. God, the Doctor's been looking at this for like 4 episodes now, man. Just get her a clear blue test if you're so worried, Doctor. The side characters in this episode are just tripe. All I could get is that this guy likes money, this guy is Scottish and likes a bit of music, the boss is a stupid authoritarian, Jennifer is from Yorkshire and has a weird crush on Rory. Oh, and this guy, he just likes to sneeze sometimes, I guess. Why is Rory following Jennifer into a bathroom and being strangely protective? And what the fuck is this shot? And then it gets even worse. What is this? Look, I know I said I wasn't going to criticise the CGI on dated episodes, but that's only within reason and when CGI is necessary. What is this? Seriously. Also, I don't get how these monsters that look genuinely creepy at times can be so hilarious. Seriously, what is going on with this Rory and Jennifer situation? Why has Rory taken such a liking to her? It's weird. This fella runs at Boss Lady while she's holding jump cables that will electrocute him. He literally killed himself. But it's okay because Rory does exactly the same thing and then manages to disarm her. Bloody hell, spit it out, man. And the cliffhanger is so funny with Matt Smith looking like that. Oh my god. I really don't know how to feel about this episode, honestly. It had such an interesting cloning premise, all to be filled with bland and empty characters, Rory's weird obsession with Jennifer, and the hilarious moments with the gangers. Yeah, this episode it's not terrible, so I'm gonna put it in okay. The hopes for the second part are not high.
That's a fair one.
The Almost People. The episode starts with the Doctor quoting random past
It weren't
regenerations.
good. I spent the whole time rambling.
Would you like a jelly, baby?
Hello, I'm the Doctor.
No, let it go! We've moved on!
You thought I'd missed that little dig at us David Tennant fans. I'm the Doctor. No, we've moved on. Why did you have to say that? It makes no sense because the Doctor still does that. He still does that exact... All he said is, I'm the Doctor. And he's like, no, we've moved on. But literally every episode of Doctor Who, he's like, I'm the Doctor. So what does that even mean? No. Not having it. Not having that little dig at us. Passionate David fans.
Just a lot of standing around and talking. The Doctor has a meltdown whilst Rory's just aimlessly wandering around. Jennifer's death scene is absolutely hilarious, and Rory's just like, yeah, I want to smash, so I'll just follow you. Yeah, why not? Anyway, more boring story continues for another 20 minutes. This sequence with the telephone I hate purely because of child acting. And all the gangers just sort of give up in the end, just like, yeah, what's the point? Oh, and all the day is saved. Yuck. Oh, and Amy turns into a cum puddle, so there you go. Boring characters, terrible acting, destroyed premise, extremely poor CGI, no tension because I simply don't care. This episode is going in not for me. That's all I can really say. A good man goes to war. I forgot that this was technically like a season finale because this is when they decided to split the series in half. You can tell Stephen Moffat's back because when he does these action-packed style episodes, he just crams everything into it. Rory acting all authoritarian is just hilarious to me. I can't take him seriously.
Oh, don't give me those blank looks.
Oh, Doctor, my tummy's going funny!
And there's a lot to take in from this intro, and I remember...
Sorry, that's such a good example. I'm so sorry. I don't know. I thought this video would be a really good idea. It's just turned out to be like, you're 2.5 hours in, and it's just been me laughing at myself. Doctor, my tummy's going funny.
Rory acting all authoritarian is just hilarious to me. I can't take him seriously.
Oh, don't give me those blank looks.
Oh, Doctor, my tummy's going funny!
And there's a lot to take in from this intro, and I remember watching this as a kid, and I was just so lost. As I said, all of Stephen's bombastic episodes are structured like this, that to a young audience, it's so easy to fall behind and get confused. And I remember as a...
I am I do talk as if that was the case for everyone, and I shouldn't have really. What I'm trying to say is this is the point in Doctor Who where every time I watched, bear in mind I would have been 11 at this point. Fucking hell, I'm getting old. I was watching every episode and I had not a Scooby of what was going on, especially when you had to wait a week for the episodes to come out. And then the next week would come, and I'd be like, I don't get what's happening here. Why are there Cybermen? Now there's Tarans. Now there's Jadoons, and now there's these monk things.
I will say the Doctor's introduction into this episode is great. Then there's just even more thrown into the mix with all these monsters from the BBC costume cupboard coming out. And it's playing out exactly the same way as the Pandorica opens, with all these characters from across the series just popping up. And I will say, all these characters that are coming to the Doctor's aid, weren't these the ones that put him in Pandora's box because they wanted to stop him?
Good men don't need rules. Today is not the day to find out why I have so many.
Damn, that line is pretty cold. I can't lie.
Matt Smith is just
this whole
brilliant
thing is
at
a trap. They want Bebe to be a soldier. Now listen, the whole baby has Time Lord DNA because it was conceived in the time vortex. It makes no sense. Loads of aliens have probably done this, right? And I know it was conceived in the TARDIS, blah blah blah. But the TARDIS is a machine. It's not made of Time Lord. The whole.
Okay, so I got pulled up on this because a lot of people were like, well, no, Time Lords become Time Lords because of their exposure to the time vortex. And it manipulates their DNA. If that's the case, then surely every alien that goes through the vortex, which a lot of them bloody do, they'd all be Time Lords as well then. Surely. You see what I'm trying to say? It doesn't make sense to me. That whole point doesn't make sense.
It's then revealed that River Song is Melody Pond. Look, I know a lot of you love this twist, right? And I feel like Stephen actually had no clue what to do with River, and then he had this revelation which made him piss his underwear and turn it into this. It's the whole dodgy logic behind Amy and Rory conceiving a Time Lord that is blocking me from appreciating this twist. Don't get me wrong, it's really clever, but it just didn't leave me dumbfounded, and I can't get past it. I can't help but feel that this episode was slightly rushed. The pacing was strange at times. The headless monks left a lot to be desired. And essentially this episode is just a setup for whatever is to come next. And I sure hope it pays off well. Listen, I'm going to put this episode in good. Just for the twist and Strax and the decent intro. But if I was having a bad day, I would definitely put this episode in okay. See you in autumn, guys. Let's kill Austrian Man. One thing I've noticed with Stephen Moffat's
good old demonetisation
buzzwords can never
buzzwords.
Just pick up where they left off. It always happens to be another point in time that it just confuses everyone. How did everyone get here? We're just in the future now, are we? Okay, cool. We get introduced to Mel and are just told to believe that her and Amy were bestie Westies, despite she's never been mentioned. Never. But it's okay because we get a montage to show that we're wrong and actually they are best friends. So this stuff like this is so important if you're going to try and pull a twist like this. And please, can we stop with this penny in the air BS? The pretentious Sherlock stuff. No. Don't get me wrong, I actually do really enjoy this sequence where the Doctor is talking to Robot Amy simply because Matt Smith is just great. And hearing the Doctor saying, "Help me," like that is just so heartbreaking. Oh, Matt, I just want to give you a cuddle. Anyway, River uses all of her remaining regenerations to save the Doctor in another death that is not really a death. God, this is getting boring.
Timeless child ruins this. To everyone that goes, does really impact the story that much? This whole story is null and void. River Song's just given up all her lives for nothing.
I noticed how I didn't even mention the big Austrian man in this episode. Why? Because it was actually completely irrelevant. The miniature people could have gone after any other space criminal. There was literally no need for Berlin. I just feel like this was used to get people to watch. Didn't do a very good job. Anyway, this episode actually wasn't as bad as I remembered. Alex Kingston was very, very good, but the Mel stuff I just find to be a load of BS. I'm going to put this episode in okay. Really.
What?
It's just okay. Night Terrors. Great. An entire episode with terrible child actor. We're in for a rough ride, guys. I would quite like to understand the logic behind a child whispering to themselves and it appearing on the Doctor's psychic paper. Because if this was the case, then the Doctor would have come to my house many a years ago.
Now, if you're watching BBC One on Saturday night, you will have seen Rolf Harris and Kate Humble.
Rolf Harris. Oh, big yikes. Old lady getting eaten by bins is hilarious.
All I want is my £350.
Your rent is £350? Fucking hell, mate. I'm moving. Get him out. I'm moving straight in. £350. Sorry. £350 a month. That's mad. Him explaining that
I literally can't move out of my house because rent prices are well over £1,000. Whilst I could afford the rent, I could probably afford the rest of the bills and starve for the month. Like, that's how ridiculous rent prices have increased since 2011. He pays £350. Yes, he's in a council estate, and yes, council estates and council housing is significantly cheaper in the UK. It ain't £350 no more, unless you're living in Hull or Wigan in a studio flat. Jesus Christ.
George's fears transmitted through time and space, and the dad is just being like, oh, zoinks. Okay then, yeah, that's a bit strange. Okay, cool. Like, what? If I had a man in my kitchen doing exactly this, I would call the police. The doctor makes dad confess his son is adopted right in front of him. That's cute, isn't it? JK, he's actually an alien. The transformation sequence is absolutely horrific. I love it. Then Amy gets nabbed, but because of budget, they couldn't show it. Then the power of love saves the day. Right, this episode seems a bit confused. Is it a comedy? Is it a horror? I don't know. The only thing I really enjoyed about it was the creepiness of the dolls and that epic transformation. Other than that, this episode is just okay. The Girl Who Waited. Look, I know it's not Stephen Moffat that wrote this episode.
This is a banger.
There seems to be a habit of these two
This
waiting
is a banger.
for each other. Jesus. Amy presses the wrong button, and she's now in a separate time stream. Ooh, how intriguing. This seamless shot of Rory changing from the red to the green room is absolutely amazing. Well done, Mr. Director. Very good job. The concept to this episode is amazing. Oh, the sterile looking set and that garden is absolutely beautiful. We are introduced to the old Amy, and the makeup looks amazing. Although her building her own sonic probe. Yeah, I'm not too sure about this, Chief.
I think that's the first time I've laughed in 36 years.
Oh, starting to tug at the heartstrings now. The speech that Amy gives about meeting someone and getting to know them and finding them to be the most beautiful person you've ever met was stunning. Absolutely gorgeous. And it would hit home with many people, as that is what true love is, as I have very much experienced that myself recently, meeting someone and getting to know them and finding them just to be the most beautiful person. That really got...
Cringe! Who's that? Now, guys, I'm not even being a simp there. Look at me being all like, oh, I found something beautiful. There's a time and a place. This ain't it, Chief. That's really out of order. I still stand by it. I do still stand by it. I'm joking.
Amy does a half-assed Macarena and they unite. Yeah, I'm not too sure on all the slow motion fighting at the end there, but the ending is absolutely brutal. Oh, only now has it actually clicked that I believe in Amy's and Rory's relationship. And guess what? It had nothing to do with Stephen Moffat. All Stephen Moffat can seem to do is write about how horny each other are. Tom McRae actually wrote a beautiful love story. One writer's strength is another writer's weakness. Wow, wow, wow. Well done. This episode is going in great. I love this episode. The God Complex. The gang gets stuck in a hotel that has rooms filled with people's greatest fears. Ooh, I give this era something, right? It has such unique concepts. I do simply love it. It's in the execution that it can tend to fail, and that's another example with this episode. I don't know why all the pictures listing people's fears, and it has that one guy that says Plymouth, makes me absolutely die. And I love this chap.
So, I think around this time, I'd been to Plymouth. I'd recently been to Plymouth. And I'll tell you what, I hate Plymouth. I hate Plymouth. I hate it. Anyone here, if anyone's watching from Plymouth, I'm so sorry. Get out. The seafront bit's cool, I guess. During the day. Don't go during the night. It's scary as hell. Yeah, big no from me. Big no from me. Sorry. Plymouth and Peterborough. Basically anywhere starting with a P, run. Run for your life.
Rita, him taking a fascination to her being a Muslim is very, very sweet. Well done. Very nice. Very nice.
You're a Muslim?
Don't be frightened.
It's a shame that her death's impact is lost with these terrible slow motion shots and dramatic music. All right, Doctor, she wasn't that great. Right, let's just calm it down. Child Amelia is brought out of education yet again to make a 5-second cameo. Look, I'm going to keep this brief because this episode had such an interesting premise and I think it just fell a bit flat. David Walliams' comic relief was hit and miss. Rory gets completely sidelined and is irrelevant. And it's yet another episode that's resolved by faith in the Doctor, but in this instance he isn't so great, so don't lose the faith, but deep down he is the greatest man. He is literally God. He's best. I don't know. I feel like there's been too many endings like this. It's all about characters' feelings and it's starting to just get a bit boring. Also, this bit really confuses me where David Walliams says,
see that planet there, the green one there, that's where I'm from.
That, yeah, haha, very funny. But then his next joke is this.
Could I have a lift? Just to the nearest galaxy will do.
What do you mean to the nearest galaxy? You've just pointed out your planet. It's right there. What are you talking about? Bland side characters, interesting premise that wasn't executed in the best way. Look, whilst this episode is not completely terrible, look, it's good to have on in the background, I guess. Look, it's just going to go in okay.
I feel like I've underrated it because I feel like I enjoy that episode.
One last call for alcohol.
Uh-oh, Catsman is back. Uh-oh. Again, this is when Gavin's mate was actually liked. I remember being so excited when this was released. I loved the Lodger and was excited to see the Doctor and Craig together again. And I know that some people dislike the Doctor talking baby, but I find it to be excuse me. I find it to make some great comedy. I love the idea of the Doctor working in a toy shop. It's absolutely fantastic. No other Doctor would be able to pull this off, albeit his obsession with children is a little bit strange, I won't lie. The Doctor confessing his love for Craig is great. To be fair, I think every series of Doctor Who needs its comedic break. The Doctor sees Amy, but it turns out she's now gone big time. Now, when it comes to the resolution, it plays out exactly the same as the Lodger. Craig loves something. His son. I actually would have preferred this episode if Craig actually died. I mean, we never see him again, so why not? Setting up great for the series finale, huh? Look, it's another comfort episode I enjoyed as a kid. Imagine how good that ending would have been, though. Moffat mindfuck, but I definitely didn't enjoy it the second time around. This episode is great comedically, but story-wise, it leaves a lot to be desired, and the ending where he talks to the kids is just really weird. Stop it! Shush! This episode is going in okay. Now it's time, ladies and gentlemen, the wedding of River Song. This entire series has been building up to this, the day that River kills the Doctor. Definitely written by Stephen Moffat, because this intro has you like, what on earth is happening? Whilst the concept of this is really cool and it's a really interesting opening, me as a child completely checked out of this one. Mark Gatiss makes another appearance. God, this man returns to the show more than bloody David Tennant at this point. Luckily... Oh, seriously. Phone on silent. I'm working. Despite me being hella confused, luckily, Blue-Headed Man explains absolutely everything to the Doctor, and then he gets a call about the Brigadier. I think it's sweet that they use this to let the Doctor finally see that it was time for him to die. Except he doesn't die. He's just standing on a terrible green screen, and River drains her weapon systems. As I said before, this episode for me was when I checked out as a kid. I gave up. Whilst moments from this episode are really cool, it was so difficult for me to follow, and I actually stopped watching the show at this point, obviously until the 50th anniversary. Even though now I'm a big strong boy and I understand the story, I still seem to feel completely underwhelmed. Rory gets game ended again. J.K. Lamau, no he doesn't, he's alive.
You and me, we should get a drink sometime.
Okay.
I'm married.
Fine. This makes me giggle. I like this line. I like this line a lot. Then River and the Doctor just get married. That's a marriage, apparently. I don't know how. They don't explain it. It's just they're married now. But it turns out the Doctor just used the Tesselector or whatever it's called to cheat death. You can tell it got to that mid-series break and Stephen was like, oh shit, I actually have to get out of this one. So he decided to create the bow selectors to introduce and let's kill the Austrian man. It just feels really rushed and underdeveloped and just kind of forced. And you could really tell this wasn't pre-planned because of that terrible green screen reshoot. If you deep it, Stephen's episodes are getting really repetitive. A whole season finale where they go into a different reality that never really existed sound familiar, and where Amy and Rory forget each other sound familiar, and how the Doctor is the most important man that ever lived. No one is more important than the Doctor. Yawn. Guys, this episode is going
I'm not gonna lie, from my memory, I thought I was a lot more angry than I was. I am, but actually, that's completely justified. Say what you want, right there, I'm spitting absolute facts. I don't disagree with a single thing I've said, really, so far. But maybe one or two things. But ultimately, we're okay for the moment.
Look at the amount of okays. The amount of episodes I've really enjoyed in the Stephen Moffat era so far, and the majority of them weren't even written by Stephen Moffat. Why is this always the case? This era so far, there's just so much teasing, and not in the fun Russell T Davies way. It's just, the Doctor will die. The whole silence will fall just kept going and going and going and going. The confusing, timey-wimey intros that are cool in concept, but really repetitive. The amount of horny comments I've not even included in this video is absolutely astonishing, by the way. Stephen's second series has come to its end, and honestly, it's already starting to feel slightly stale. It's Christmas 2011. The Doctor, the Widow, and the Wardrobe. Guess what, guys? I'm going to save you some time with this one because I really can't be arsed. It's absolute dog shit. Going and god awful. The less I say, the better. How can
I didn't
Stephen
even
Moffat
watch it.
write an episode
I refuse
like a
to
Christmas
watch
Carol
it.
and then follow it up the next year with this big steamy turd? Not even wasting my time on this one. Series 7.
Jumping straight in.
This series is so strangely structured because it took 3 breaks. With Asylum of the Daleks airing on the 1st of September 2012, with 5 episodes remaining left of Amy's and Rory's Fun Times. Then it comes on at Christmas, 25th of December 2012, has another break until March, then at the end of May has another break until November. Why did they not just do Series 7 and then make 2013 Series 8? Effectively, there's 2 series going on in one here. I find it very strange. Either way, though, we'll start off with Asylum of the Daleks, the start of Matt Smith's final series. After all of the Doctor Who I've consumed recently, I'm loving Matt Smith so much, and it's going to be really sad to see him go again. Oh, Amy and Rory are now getting a divorce. Cool. Let's just undo the last 2 series worth of relationship building just for a throwaway bit of pointless conflict in this episode. The title sequence now has this horrible 2012 Instagram filter over it where they turn the saturation up to 200. Why? Oh, it's a Freddy Fazbear.
That's
I cannot
awful.
believe I managed to cram a Five Nights at Freddy's reference in there. Get in.
Yeah,
Hello,
about
Clara
5 years
Oswald,
too
Oswald,
late.
The impossible girl, the girl who waited, the boy who waited, the girl who's there, the girl, the possible girl. Hello. I love the concept of this episode. The Daleks are too scared to destroy the asylum, so the Doctor and co are forced to do it for them. Ooh. Some of the set pieces for this episode are great as well. Genuinely creepy stuff with the people dancing as well. Love it. So Amy and Rory are forced to have this strange argument to rekindle their love. I do love that part though where Amy sees the Doctor straightening his bow tie just to show that it was his plan all along to get them back together. I love the Doctor. Very cool, very cool. And the twist of this episode
Very cool,
is great.
very
I really
swag.
like the twist
I like
of this
it.
episode. Really throws you off, although you can sort of piece it together quite easily. I actually enjoyed this twist more than the whole River Song thing. Interesting. I remember when I eventually came back to the show, I remember enjoying this episode quite a lot, and I still like it. Creepy at times, the twist is good. The thing I dislike about it the most is the whole Amy and Rory randomly wanting a divorce just to resolve it for some pointless conflict. I don't know. This episode's going in good, to be honest. I like it. Dinosaurs on a spaceship. Christopher Chebbers is back again with another absolute belter. When will this man guess right a good episode? We are introduced to Rory's dad, where he accidentally just gets brought along.
I do
and
like
just
Rory's dad.
casually accepts it. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of this in Chibnall's writing in the future. God, I am dreading his era so much.
We're getting to
I learned
it.
all about you at school. You're awesome. Big fan. High five.
Amy asking for a high five is just the most Chibnall thing she could do. It's like Chris Chibnall doesn't really know how to do comedy and just thinks doing something awkward is absolutely like top tier comedy. Well, oh great, more Silurians. You like your Silurians?
I need to
don't
use
you?
more visual
Anyway,
memes.
Peep Show turn up for even more comic relief, you know, because this episode hasn't had enough terrible comedy in it so far.
That wasn't very Christmassy.
By the way, I'm a huge fan of Peep Show. I'm not criticising Peep Show. Then Peep.
Speaking of, guys, if any of you are watching to this point and I'm looking at you right now, I'm looking into your soul and I need you to answer my questions. There's going to be a point where I can't keep talking about Doctor Who forever. I will always talk about it for as long as it's on, but obviously that's in question. I do want to start branching out and talking about other shows eventually, doing the sort of tier list style, but with other TV shows, other successful TV shows. Peep Show is one of them that I want to do because I love Peep Show. I do want to do other British comedies, The Office. I also want to do The American Office, American sitcoms that I quite enjoyed over time. I definitely want to do a big Friends video because Friends was a huge part of my life along with Doctor Who. I will explain in that video if I ever make it. If that's the sort of thing that would interest you, like, to, just to keep things fresh and sort of, I'm not always going to be able to talk about Doctor Who forever. I will get burnt out. Let me know. If you're watching this and you're here, hello, just let me know. Thanks, guys.
Terrible aim whilst Doctor and co are completely still. Yep, again, we will definitely not see any of this in the Chibnall era. What is that, man? Oh, well, come on. You're shooting 2 pensioners on a flight of stairs. How many are there? There were
look at my
swarms
hair.
around that whole spot.
Look at my
You're
hair.
telling me that every single shot missed.
The volume on that.
This is a two-man job.
My teeth were nicer as well.
I'm
then.
easily
That was
worth
before the
$2.
alcohol.
Now, I'm getting the hint, based on the 26 comments he's made, he might be a sexist man. Just a hunch. And just to top it off as well, it seems like he ends up with the woman he was making sexist comments towards. So a really good message to send out, Mr. Chibs. I do not like a single thing about this episode. We've got a weak villain, weak characters, terrible, terrible comedy, out of character moments, flat out bland. Some of you like this episode, don't know why, I don't know what's good about it, but it's god awful, bye. You're only saying that because it's written by Chris Chibnall and you don't like the Chibnall era. No, I've always hated this episode. Don't even come at me with that one. A Town Called Mercy. Two of my favourite films of all time are Django Unchained and The Hateful Eight, which are set in the Wild West. So it's so exciting to have a Doctor Who episode set in the Wild West. Way.
Yes, guys, I am the conventional Quentin Tarantino fan, but ironically enough, my least favourite film of his is Pulp Fiction. Yes, I was a film student. I wasn't trying to be quirky by being like, Pulp Fiction actually isn't that great. I don't rate Pulp Fiction as high. It's a brilliant film. Actually, I take it back. It's a good film, but it's, in my opinion, one of the weakest of Quentin Tarantino's. I stand by it. Django Unchained, Inglourious Bastards, The Hateful Eight, Jackie Brown. I fucking love that film, by the way. Jackie Brown is unbelievable. It doesn't get spoken about enough. I will also say that Doctor Who Fan 91 put this episode in A in his tier list, but put Blink in C. I will forever hold that grudge against him. That is insane. Doctor Who Fan 91, that's disgusting. Foul opinion. Red card, actually. That's a red card.
But what we do get is a terribly designed cyborg looking for Peter Sutcliffe. I would have loved to enjoy this episode, but it's so boring. And in the end, Pete just blows himself up. Well, there's literally nothing for me to talk about in this episode, apart from the amazing Western music from Murray Gold, love it, and the great setting. This episode is flat out boring. Characters, again, with no substance, a bland story, a goofy looking cyborg with a silly voice. The Doctor is completely out of character at some points, and it's just completely forgettable. Such a shame. Episode is going in not for me. Soz. Well, we didn't get much of a break, but Chibland is back with the power of 3. You know what? I quite like the idea of following Amy and Rory around in their normal life. It's something that's been lacking in the Moffat era. It's all been too fantastical and fairy tale. We needed some good old RTD normal human life stuff. And we even get some of them RTD television shots. Wow. Cubes fall from the sky and are everywhere. And we are introduced to Kate Lethbridge-Stewart. Oh my God.
She looks so young.
Unit. Okay, Christopher, consider me intrigued. One thing I will give Chibrington is that he seems to write middle-aged men characters quite well. I love Rory's dad and his curiosity and commitment to helping out. I love it. One thing I don't understand about this episode, though, is why the Doctor doesn't just travel a few months into the future instead of just, waiting around. Tension is raised when the cubes become active and they start counting down. People start going for sleepy bye-byes, sleepy bye-byes. This is the villain. This, the most cliche, boring, unthreatening looking
Look how
monster.
stupid it is,
Just as I'm
man.
starting to forget that it was a Crib Chisnell story, this brings me right back to reality. It's villains like this that make Doctor Who a laughing stock. Then the Doctor simply just used his sonic screwdriver, just hack the cubes and bring everyone back. It's quite literally the worst resolution in history. But it's over, literally, just like that. By Kate Lethbridge.
She looks so young.
To think that for the first 10 minutes or so, I was really enjoying this episode. This had such a deplorable ending. It's actually laughable.
Ooh,
I was going to put it in okay. Do you know what? No. I'm changing my mind back. It's going in not good. Not for me. Angels Take Manhattan. You can really tell that Doctor Who started airing on BBC America, can't you? Oh, we've been here an awful lot lately. But the Angels are going to take over the Manhattans. The Statue of Liberty being a weeping angel is an absolute show.
25,
I bet
guys.
Stephen Moffat thought this would look really cool. This is really epic. No, it's really stupid. You're telling me that not a single person was looking at the Statue of Liberty and it just strolled right along? Are you okay? The weeping angels throughout this episode are constantly looking at each other. I thought the whole thing was that they couldn't look at each other, that's why they're weeping. Am I not understanding something here? This random introduction to the Doctor hating endings just so it can be used later in the episode to tug at our heartstrings. River's song is back as well, and it's in this episode where I'd finally just had enough of her. Please, River, you've done your bit, you got married, can we just end this now? I'm getting really bored of it. Rory gets touched in the basement and sent back in time and dies. again. So Amy and Rory decide to create a paradox with this terrible slow motion jump to their death. They think that their day is saved, but haha, Rory gets touched up in a graveyard. He's dead again, and this time it's for good.
3 times.
How many
3
times did it take for this man to die, to finally die? And Amy sacrifices herself with him. Bye-bye. No! This episode is a mess. I just can't help but feel like the Angels have just lost their oomph in the Moffat era. Where's the Angels from Blink? Simple, scary, petrifying. Such a shame. Such a wasted story this was. And I can't help but think it's a bit of a flat ending for Amy and Rory, but I suppose they had to get rid of them to make way for Oswald the Impossible Boy. I don't really know. It's on the brink between good and okay. I'm going to put it in good, mainly because I like Amy, I like Doctor, I like Rory. They were good together. And it's
Barely said a good thing about the episode, puts it in good.
Rose-tinted glasses.
That's smart,
So,
that is.
That's Series 7A done. And look at it. It's a mess. It's an absolute mess. This whole 2012 era was awful. We're going to sit back and relax and wait for Christmas 2012, the Snowboys. Christmas 2012 starts with some terrible child acting. Please, Stephen, stop using the kids. The boy who waited his back. God damn, I forgot how much I used to be in love with Clara. Not this bit, though.
Dr. Who?
We've got a new theme tune, new title sequence, and new TARDIS spoilers, just to really show that the 11th Doctor is really going through his emo phase. Do you know what? I can't help but think that if Stephen didn't want to do this whole timey-wimey impossible girl tripe, this Clara would have made for a really interesting companion. A Victorian companion. That would have been amazing. Of course, Strax is back. Love Strax. He's my fave.
I think I've been run over by a cab.
I also like that in this episode the Doctor subconsciously puts on his bow tie when he starts to help again, because he's like, I'm coming back. But this TARDIS, I love it.
So good.
Oh,
it's so
look
sexy,
this
man.
Is more like
I love it.
Wait, what? Clara's now falling to her death. Oh, Lamau, she's rest in pieces. Anyway, the day is saved, and the Doctor's like, oh, zoinks, I have to find out who this Clara is, because she likes souffles or something. This episode isn't that bad. I quite like it. The music's great. The TARDIS is great. Matt Smith looks great. I'll put it in good. The Bells of St. John. Why does the 11th Doctor spend so much time sitting around in unusual places with big hoods? What are you trying to be all ominous for, you mysterious boy? Wi-Fi is big and scary. It's so scary, in fact, that I remember back in 2012, I was using Tesco Wi-Fi. Yep, that was a thing. Clara gets spooned, and then there's lots of mashy.
It was, and I'll tell you what. Tesco Wi-Fi wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. I think it did go through BT, but we had Tesco Wi-Fi. We lived in this huge house that we really couldn't afford. And I had, basically the whole upstairs of the house was my room. It was brilliant. And I had a little stand with a little, I'm talking little 14-inch TV with a DVD player in, wired up to my PS3, and I'd play Modern Warfare 3 day in, day out. I had a little Bluetooth headset, and I'd sing ABBA songs to piss everyone off. That is peak childhood right there. And then I had this little cubby corner with my computer hidden in it. Go in there and play Minecraft, and I'd make Minecraft videos. Little trivia. You guys have gotten to know me so well in this video. Literally, like, you know all about me now.
I invented the quadricycle.
I love this. I don't know why, I just love this. This version of the 11th Doctor is my favourite. I just adore him in the ending to his time as the Doctor. He just seems older and wiser, and his babbling is less annoying and childlike and more fun and whimsical. Whilst the stories may not be as good, I just thoroughly enjoy Matt Smith in this series. I feel like he's just having fun playing the Doctor, and I love it. I give respect to this episode as well for its ambitious sequences, like the plane sequence and the sequence in which he rides up the Shard. Brilliant stuff, in my opinion.
Bebo, MySpace, Habbo.
Habbo? What do you mean Habbo? As in Habbo Hotel? Yes, Clara found you because you were running a credit shop on Habbo Hotel. Nice. Anyway,
That is
Clara
such a
gets
niche
spooned again, and the
reference. If
Doctor
anyone
ain't
played
having none of
Habbo
it. He's
Hotel,
like,
let me know.
Put her back right now.
Call
Bow
me.
ties are cool and that. And that's exactly what happens. She gets put back and the day is saved. Hip hip hooray. Guys, for some reason, I'm putting this episode in good as well. Whilst it's really not that strong story-wise, there's just something about it I've always enjoyed, and I still really enjoy it. So I'm putting it good. God damn, I'm in a good mood. The Rings of Anakin Skywalker. It's Clara's mummy and daddy. Wow.
Because this exact leaf had to grow in that exact way. So that precise wind could tear it from that precise branch. And if just one of those...
She looks like an actress called Esther Smith, and I used to be in love with that actress. She did the BBC show Cuckoo that had Adam Sandberg in it for like one season, and then he realised he was too big for it, and then went on to Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and then Taylor Lautner took over. Really weird sitcom, but it was actually really good. And she looks like the actress in that. You're welcome. Thank you for listening.
Tiny little things had never happened. I'd never have met you.
Clara's dad is a wetty. Bin him. The Doctor takes Clara on her first adventure and we finally get to see some cool original alien designs. That's about time, taking me straight back to the end of the world. But in typical fashion, Doctor just ditches Clara. Yep, he tends to do this on his companion's first trip, doesn't he? Little girl sings song to Simon Cowgod, but it's a no from him and he starts sucking her off. God, we need to stop using that term. This god guy has a strop, so the Doctor delivers this like beautiful speech or summit. Wow. Yep, another adventure that turns into, hey, it's all about me, the Doctor. Yeah, it's all about me. And that is literally all this episode is memorable for. This speech that the 11th Doctor gives. Wow. There's nothing to this episode at all.
The speech is brilliant. Do not get me wrong.
For some reason because of beautiful song. I find it so boring. Oh my god. Yeah, guys, I'm putting it in okay. Cold War. Yet another episode from Mark Gatiss. Actor who plays
literally
Prince Charles
Mark Gatiss
in
and
the TV show
Chris
The Crown
Chibnall.
gets strangled. Actor who plays Prince Philip in The Crown lands his TARDIS on a submarine where he meets actor who plays Prince Philip in The Crown. They chain up and interrogate an Ice Warrior. By the way, I just want to point out the Ice Warriors do not look good in modern Doctor Who. Why did they bring them back? There's just a whole lot of nothing but walking around a submarine and is it here? Is it not? I don't care. Yeah, these look really poor. Really, Jesus. Okay, yeah, these look bad. And basically, the Doctor then just simply asks him to leave, and he's like, yeah, alright. That was this episode in a nutshell. Nothing else. God, this episode is awful. Straight and god awful. I cannot be bothered to even talk about it. Bye.
And you are?
Ghostbusters.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Right. Doctor and Clara go to some house and just spout a shitload of exposition. Then the gang go ghost hunting. Don't get me wrong, there's some really interesting conflict between the Doctor and Clara after she witnesses the life cycle of Earth. That's very good. I like this. Very good. Thumbs up. These two characters I've already forgotten about have some sexual tension.
Verity Lambert?
Anyway, they've got to save this time traveller from some pocket universe or some shit. The TARDIS interface says how it can't go into the pocket universe because it will be dead within 4 seconds or whatever.
The Doctor is in the pocket universe. The entropy would drain the energy from my heart. In 4 seconds, I'd be stranded. In 10, I'd be dead.
Yeah, and then it proceeds to do exactly that. Then there's this random love story just shoehorned in. What? Oh man, Series 7 is abysmal, isn't it? I don't like this episode. I initially liked the idea of the ghost. That was kind of interesting. Sorry guys, this episode's going in not for me. Journey to the centre of the TARDIS. Now this could be interesting, right? So a spaceship sucks off the TARDIS for some scrap, where we meet our lovely greedy side characters for the episode. I can't tell you what their names are because I just do not care. Although when they do beat open the TARDIS, you can't help but feel its pain. Owie. Stop bullying him. Such an interesting premise for the episode. Finally, we get to see beyond the TARDIS console. Oh my god, we're going to see all these epic rooms. Where does the Doctor sleep? What does he do? What does he get up to? What do the companions do when they're not on screen? I'm so excited. We see a library, a brief view of a swimming pool, and some glowy balls. That's about it, I guess. Man steals the TARDIS egg, so the TARDIS throws a tantrum. Either way, they eventually find Clara, and the Doctor's all like, haha, call in the camera crew, everyone, because you've been pranked. You've been epic pranked. Then there's this twist where one of the lads isn't actually an android, he's a human or something, and I don't really care because the acting in this episode is so appalling. Oh, this episode was so promising.
God, I thought I broke down this episode a lot more than I did.
But I suppose the bond between Doctor and Clara grows a bit. Yay, I guess. And the episode's resolution is just another yoinks, thanks to cracking time. This actually never happened. Lol. Cool in concept. Again, terrible in execution. Guys, I'm putting this episode in okay. God, what a shame. I am not in a good mood, apparently. God, this series is piss.
Crimson horror.
Oh my god, people are getting turned into lobster people. Oh my god. We get Strax and Lizard and Woman back. Hooray. I only like Strax, really, to be honest. Jenny just picks a lock in front of absolutely everyone. No one seems to care. Holy smokes, it's Doc. And he looks like a dog's penis. But now he's okay. Then he kisses Jenny. For some reason. Why did he do this? And I really like the sequence in which Strax threatens the horse, but then it just gets absolutely ruined by this god-awful sat-nav joke.
Turn around when possible. Then, at the end of the road, turn right.
What is your name?
Thomas, sir. Thomas.
Really? Who wrote this? And then it's immediately followed up with an erection joke. How cheap. Anyway, there's some ongoing conflict. This old woman's pretty good, I guess. And then Strax shoots her, and then she somehow does a front flip over this staircase and then falls to her death. Okay. Then there's the ending where the kids just find pictures of Clara time travelling in school. Where did you find these pictures? And also, when did the Doctor and Clara have time to take all these snapshots when they're running away from Ice Warriors and things? When did this even happen? There's some really interesting horror concepts in this episode with some genuinely creepy shots. But this is just another bland episode. But don't get me wrong, guys. It ain't completely terrible. So, again, I'm just going to pop this episode in okay. Nightmare in Silver. Oh boy, I'm so excited. We get another episode filled with more terrible child acting. Yes, 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 yes. Guys, I am screaming for a good episode here. It's been so long since I've had an episode I've enjoyed.
I've got a sandwich.
I'm still not really disagreeing. Maybe I've got it wrong.
Where the fuck did that sandwich come from,
Maybe it's
lad?
actually
Where
okay.
Did it come from? Anyway, kids get kidnapped by this Flash cyber boy or something.
You will be upgraded.
Oh, Christ, this is just awful. This is awful, this is. And the rest of the episode is the Doctor arguing with himself whilst he plays chess. Honestly, that is it.
Activate the desolator.
Warwick, mate, you could have done this right from the start, you absolute plum. Literally, the only thing that holds this episode up is Matt Smith's incredible performance. This episode is nothing but poor child acting, flat side characters, and a boring old story. God, Series 7, what is going on? I am putting this episode in not for me, and I'm not even going to comment on this.
Mystery wrapped in an enigma, squeezed into a skirt that's just a little bit too tight.
Stephen, my patience is wearing unbearably thin.
So
all right?
creepy.
I know for a fact it was you that wrote that line. We're scraping the barrel here, lads. Okay, I'm wanting a good episode now. I sure hope it gets better with The Name of the Doctor. The episode starts with a great, albeit awfully edited, compilation of all the previous Doctors. Oh, yeah, you know me. I'm a sucker for a bit of nostalgia bait, lad. I like the idea of a subconscious FaceTime between Strax and gang. Yep. Oh, it's River Song. Back again. Jenny gets absolutely game-ended by a bunch of slender men. Then River communicates with Clara because she kept the line open. Sure. The sight of the TARDIS being dead is frightening, though. Look at that. The idea that the bigger on the inside seeps out as the TARDIS dies. Oh, love it. Anyway, River Song opens the tomb because of spoilers. Then the Doctor's timeline starts to get rewritten. And then the Impossible Boy is finally explained. Hooray! Then we get that epic twist that John Hurt was the Doctor because Christopher Eccleston was busy that day. Do you know what, guys? It's actually nice to have a Stephen Moffat episode that wasn't a confusing
Christopher
time
Eccleston
mess.
come back.
One where there's actual intrigue, characters I like, some actual payoff that makes sense, and some great nostalgia bait which perfectly sets up the 50th anniversary special. Guys, I enjoyed this episode. It's going in good. Happy days. After a lackluster Series 7 and plummeting ratings, it was time to bring out the big guns. The long-awaited 50th anniversary of Doctor Who. Viewing in 394 countries simultaneously and viewing in cinemas, it was time for...
I'm so annoyed I didn't go to cinema for this.
He's back. The Day of the Doctor. Starting with the original Doctor Who opening sequence. Mwah! And Clara is now a teacher. Apparently. Oh, but it starts off epic with the TARDIS being airlifted to unit with that epic music that was last heard in Aliens of London. Seeing David Tennant's name popping up on that screen, God, 13-year-old me was weeping. Then we get some epic Time War goodness. Love it.
I was
Billy
13.
Piper is back, and I remember when it aired, I was
13 when this episode came out. I was 13. I'm 25 this year. 25. Oh, man. It's so weird because nobody from the previous generation ever stressed about age like this. But where the pace of life has slowed down so much, most of us in our early 20s are absolutely panicking because we're like, shit, once you get to 25, your game is game over. And then when you get to 30, like, you're practically an OAP. And then when you get to 35, hand me the colostomy bag right now and fucking feed me soup. Because my days are numbered, man. And what am I doing about it? Am I going out and experiencing the world? No. I'm sitting here reacting to my own 5.5 hour long video. Welcome to life. Please subscribe and help me live my dreams.
upset that she wasn't playing Rose Tyler again, but me being my big age now, I completely understand. Why is his hair so flat? It's like since he left, whenever he comes back, they just can't quite get his hair right. Like Series 4 Doctor hair, I've got to control myself. He looks older here than he does on the 60th anniversary. The way all the Doctors come together is amazing, and the chemistry between David... He looks older here than he does on the 60th anniversary. The way all the Doctors come together is amazing, and the chemistry between David and Matt is titillating.
Oh, lovely.
I love the timey-wimey joke.
Timey-wimey thing.
Timey what? I've no idea where he picks that stuff up.
Upon second viewing, the little hints that Kate gives to show she's a Zygon is absolutely great. Then the transformation into a Zygon is even greater. The conflict between the Doctor and the Doctor and the Doctor. So gripping. I just want to watch an episode where the Doctor talks to a previous incarnation for like 4 hours. I'll be so happy. The way the timey-wimey phone call
I literally don't know why they won't just do that.
As well. Yes, this episode is so damn good. Questionable slow motion shot. Okay.
Like, they could do an episode, just the Doctor's Day Out, where he just meets up with a previous incarnation and they just go on an actually nice adventure. Nothing dangerous has to happen. It's just watching the dynamic between two different incarnations and how they would get on. I feel like it's brilliant.
All they had to do was increase the frame rate and this would have looked a lot better. Something tells me they didn't realise this until the edit, because it don't look great. Ugh. Sure, there's a bit of a naff countdown sequence, but then the moment, no pun intended, comes, where these terrible green screen shots happen. Now, I used to think these were terrible, but then I remembered that this was shot for 3D. So in 3D, this would have looked like an actual projection, would look nuts. Just a shame that it didn't look that great in 2D though. The resolution to this episode, albeit unbelievable, is just epic. Every Doctor saving Gallifrey, such a beautiful nod to the 50 years of Doctor Who. Then to close it off, John Hurt's regeneration, seeing that little glimpse of Eccleston, David's I Don't Want to Go still intact. Then, just when you think it's episode bye-byes, fucking Tom Baker rocks up with his beautiful voice.
You know, I really think you might.
Nuts. That's so nuts.
Chills. Such chills.
Gives me goosebumps every
so
time.
Great. Such a beautiful moment for even all the classic Who fans to absolutely wet themselves over. I love it so much. What an episode. I love it all. Any weaknesses in this story is made up for with the comedy, the chemistry, the beautiful ending to the Time War story, David Tennant, Matt Smith, John Hurt even. He plants himself as the Doctor. Good job. Just love everything about this episode. Of course, guys, it is going in perfect. The Time of the Doctor.
Here we go.
Matt Smith's final episode as the Doctor himself. I'm actually very upset, guys. I've loved him so much more watching him this time around for this video. This episode is, of course, written by Stephen Moffat because it starts with this terrible Doctor being naked scene. The Doctor goes to church and wowee, what a surprise. There's flirting with yet another female character.
Please, I've been rocking it for centuries.
Nice, though. Tight.
Does Stephen know that not every female character needs to be so horny? Being flirtatious and very openly sexual does not equal strong female character, Stephen. That's not how it works. Oh, look at that. The cracks are back. FML, SMH, KMT, not Lamau. I'm so glad that we get to see the back of these cracks after today. The Doctor protects this town of Christmas and starts to age. I appreciate that he's loved by the children, considering this incarnation of the Doctor is very fond and great with children in a non-creepy way. Why do I feel kind of sad for a Cyberman head we were only introduced to 30 minutes ago? I can't help but feel that Matt Smith had a whole lot of nothing to do in this episode because he spends the vast majority of it being old. However, the final act to this episode, I can't lie, is beautiful. The Doctor struggling to pull the Christmas cracker is so heart-wrenching. Not to worry, because he's been granted with 12 more regenerations.
Does look a little silly though.
I'm definitely sure this won't be retconned. The Doctor starts to regenerate because of old age and stuff, but he has this beautiful speech on how everyone changes, and in a way, we all regenerate. He has a little heartfelt moment with Amy, and then the 11th Doctor regenerates.
I still hate it. I don't like it how
I'm
it
not
was
a
done.
fan of this regeneration. It's almost like the Doctor's been edging for so long he just ejaculated into a new person. I'm not saying he needed the same regeneration as everyone else, but this looks really cheap. However, this introduces Peter Capaldi, the 12th Doctor. God, we've come so far. Guys, this episode is going in good. Don't get me wrong, it's a poor final episode for a Doctor, but I can appreciate a great send-off. I am aware that Matt Smith is a lot of people's favourite Doctor, and for a while I didn't get it. But upon rewatching his era, it is so clear why. His version of the Doctor is the youngest, yet oldest and wisest. The kindest, yet most alien. The most caring and erratic Doctor we've had, and Matt Smith was perfection. It's such a shame that Stephen Moffat in his era forgot that Doctor Who is about the adventures, not about how everything comes back to the Doctor and how everything is about him. This era has all been teasing and not a lot of pleasing, but Matt Smith, I salute you. Well done, son. It's safe to say Series 7 is such a deterioration from Series 5. It's so sad. The Day of the Doctor does bring it back, nice, but this series was a mess. Some people like to defend it, but let's be real, it's poor. It's very, very poor. Guys, this concludes the Matt Smith era.
Wow. We're halfway through the video now. I surprisingly don't disagree with a lot of the things I said. I still stand by most of it. And I feel like that was the pacing was quite good in my video there. Yeah, this is not a video of me attempting to suck myself off. Whoa, hold up. Whoa. This is not a video of me trying to kiss my own arse. I'm supposed to be criticising it, but actually, do you know what? Most of that I agreed with, and I stand by. Facts. Obviously, I'll rewatch it again, and now that I'm older and wiser and more mature, boobies, we'll see. We'll see if my opinions change on the episodes. I need to watch them all again and really have a good old look. But let's get into the Peter Capaldi era. I know this is where I'm at my wit's end with Doctor Who, is the Peter Capaldi era, which I'm so annoyed at because I bloody love Peter Capaldi as the Doctor. I think he's the second best. I need a break. Sometimes I do need a break from hearing myself talk. That's just how it is. Squad fam, I'm back for another day and I'm ready to continue watching more of myself talking because there's nothing I love more. I hope you enjoyed the video so far. If you are, please do subscribe and of course leave a like. This is definitely the laziest video I've ever made and I do apologise. I just don't want to keep you guys waiting, you know? I'm just such a good guy. You should definitely subscribe right now and get me to 10,000. Thanks, guys. Let's just continue. Why am I so pink? I look like I'm an alcoholic. Brighter today? Should we go for it? Ooh, yeah. Oh, new era. Oh, that was so zesty. Oh, new era. We got Peter Capaldi up next. Let's make it a nice little green. Oh, dear. Let's go. Let's go.
Series 8, ladies and gentlemen.
That's good, isn't it? Little Jurassic Park joke in there.
It's just laid an egg.
Your grasp of biology, it troubles me.
I love this line. It's my favourite line in this entire era. This introduction is not particularly great, especially with these strange slow motion shots that are really confusing. Why is it doing this? Why is it doing that? The 12th Doctor starts off very arrogant and quite rude. It reminds me of the introduction of the 6th Doctor, which didn't go down too well. It's just not the best first impression to the viewer, guys.
A lot of muscular young men doing sport. Is that sport? It could be sport.
Ah, more horny jokes. Yes, as you can tell, Stephen's still at the helm. Yeah, he knows what he's doing. It's so much horny, so much horny. I love this sequence where the Doctor scares the shit out of this man.
Had at least 9 previous victims.
I thought you were painting me.
I was working.
What is the point of this joke? I don't understand. Just another excuse to get a woman to dress slightly provocatively. Doc and Clara go for a roller coaster of fun times. Then Clara passes the Doctor his sonic screwdriver in the stupidest way possible. This episode, there is a lot of talking. It takes us 53 minutes to see the Doctor finally in action. Then after a lackluster battle sequence, it goes back to talking. But it's okay because Robot Man unalives himself. Oh, rest in peace.
One hell of a shot,
Just
isn't
as we get used to Peter's Doctor, they cram Matt Smith back in again. Whilst it's a sweet conversation, it completely takes away from Peter's first episode, IMO. I'm honestly very confused by Clara's issue in this episode, as if she hasn't just entered his entire time stream and met all the incarnations of the Doctor. Now there's a new one, she's like, what? New Doctor? This makes no sense. And then we end the first episode with some more of that classic Moffat teasing. Who is this mystery? This episode is a mixed bag, and I'm not sure upon rewatching it if I like it or not, because I'll be honest with you,
I didn't break down this episode well enough at all. Also, look how close the video is to 100,000 views. That'll be my second video ever to hit 100,000 views. Have I officially made it? Am I big time now? No, I've got multiple, well, not yet, but when I have multiple videos at 100,000 views, look how I fell off. 16k. I fell off. Why I want Droid Tales Season 2, AJ's Adventures, 26 views. Why is that being recommended to me? That is not even remotely in my interest. I don't even watch Star Trek.
Large chunk of it, I was trying not to fall asleep. There's a few really nice moments, and I think Peter eventually gets there, but in my opinion, this episode is just going in okay. Ugh,
I don't
what a
agree.
Great start. Into the Dalek. Fresh meat crashes her ship with some fairly decent CGI shots. Okay. Wowee, the Daleks are back. I can't wait. The 12th Doctor starts the episode with some absolute sass.
In charge of your vessel.
You'd starved to death trying to find the light switch. Who are you?
Yas Queen and all that. We are introduced to Daniel Pink.
It's a good joke. Good response.
How boring this character is. God, he's so boring.
I'm his carer.
Yeah, my carer. She can, so I don't have to.
You know what, guys? It's safe to say I already love the 12th Doctor. They go really biggie smalls and enter the Dalek via a colonoscopy.
Any remarks about my hips will not be appreciated.
Ah, your hips are fine. You're built like a man.
Thanks.
This Doctor suits Stephen's comedy so much more than Matt Smith's Doctor did. I love it.
That's definitely one of my favourite 12th Doctor traits. I feel like if it was the 11th Doctor, he'd either be really awkward about it or he'd be like, ooh, it's an incredibly tight skirt or something. Something weird Moffat would put in. But because Peter's considerably older, they had to sort of make it not creepy and instead made him the complete opposite. And I love it. I think it's brilliant.
No thanks, Daleks. I ain't part of this crew. I don't give a crud about the Daleks. They're actually kind of bad still.
You don't like it.
A good Dalek.
Yeah, this line doesn't have much of an impact because we've already had this before. But I'll tell you what, the side-eye this Dalek gives, god damn. Tell you what, guys, this episode is actually good. I quite like it. The sass this episode brings is great. I love the concept. And as a standalone episode, it's alright. I'm putting this episode in good. Robot of Sherwood. The Doctor and Robin Hood have a sword fight for some reason. Then there's this ongoing boring dick swinging contest before they get captured, when there's some more swinging of the schlongs. The Doctor and Robin break out of their chains off screen whilst Clara's getting borderline essayed by Boff.
Demonetisation buzzwords.
I don't really care. Or he's not. He's real. Boff and Robin have a sword fight before he falls into fire pit, Miss Van Moff style. Wow, cool. And the day is saved. God, this is a crap episode, isn't it? The only thing I like in this episode is Peter Capaldi. We're going to be hearing that a lot this era, by the way. I'm putting this episode in god awful. It's bad. It's really bad. Bad. Listen. Listen starts with the Doctor somehow meditating on top of his TARDIS. Great shot, by the way. But this is the first time we see the Doctor give a monologue. This fits in so well with the new age Doctor. I love it. And Stephen is back to scaring the heebie-jeebies out of little children with ankle grabs. Yikes. While I don't agree that we've all had this dream, we have all had this fear that there's something under the bed that's going to grab our legs. I still do it now when I turn off the lights and I have to run up the stairs because I'm scared something's going to come and chase me. That was obviously just a joke, guys. I'm a big, strong boy. I don't even get scared of nothing or no one. I don't even care. Man. End up going back to Danny's past, where there's this big spooky wooky quilt monster. I will say though, this sequence is great, but what lets it down is more of that god-awful child acting. This child is supposed to be scared right now. Don't look it. It does get a little bit odd with Clara's distant relative coming in, and then they go to his ship, and the Doctor starts getting sucked off. But this sequence is great, in which they arrive at the Doctor's past, where we find out the Doctor's fear stemmed from this very moment. There's a great message about how fear is not necessarily a bad thing, and it's the first time we see the Doctor as little baby boy, who's a massive pussy, by the way. Pussy. Look at you getting scared. Some of the editing is really strange and choppy, but I think this episode is actually very good. But what's blocking it for me is the inclusion of Danny Pink, alright? I just don't like this character as a whole.
Which is very
I'm not entirely
contradictive,
sure why him and Clara like each other. I get that he's a troubled man, a former soldier, but I'm sorry. Speaking as a true alpha male, like I am, no woman upon first meeting is going to like a man like this.
Are you making fun of me?
No.
Okay, he ain't ready for no relationship. Anyway, apart from that sidetrack, guys, I actually think this episode is good, so I'm putting it in good. Time heist. The episode starts by establishing the fact that Clara and Mr. Pink are now knocking boots. Hooray. Then Professor and iCarly wake up after having their memories wiped. Ooh, how intriguing. The gang are being forced to rob this super rich boy bank. The main thing I will give this series is that it is beautifully shot. It seems to be so much more care going into the way that these are directed. I absolutely love it. And we are introduced to the Teller, which has a great design. And what does he do? Well, he sucks off his victims, of course. Anyway, they start the time heist and the shapeshifter woman starts getting sucked off. And instead of helping her, the Doctor just explains to her how traumatic her death is going to be. That's nice, isn't it?
And start feasting on what's left.
Can it become one of those things we saw sitting in a cage?
Yes.
Anyway, there's a lot of wandering around until the Doctor eventually gets saved by the side characters. Hooray! Then there's this twist that the Doctor set up the whole heist. Cool. Then they try and convince the audience that this group are all friends, happy families, nobody cares. This episode again, great in concept, beautifully shot with some really nice stylized editing, great alien designs, but the lackluster characters and stupid moments let this episode down. I will say this episode is great in style, lacking in story. It's going in okay. The Caretaker. This episode starts with a montage of how difficult Clara is finding it to balance Daddy Boy and the Doctor. Zoinks! There is trouble afoot as the Doctor goes undercover as the Caretaker.
I really just put a shot of Clara looking all sweaty and I put Jenna is so fine. Yeah. I was massively attracted to Jenna Coleman. Dear. Down bad. I was down bad.
The comedy in this episode I absolutely love.
You've got kidnapped by Boggans from space, and then you all formed a band and met Buddy Holly.
Boggans?
Go.
When the Doctor gets the guy Clara is dating wrong is great. It's all because he thinks he looks like Matt Smith. Love it. Doctor meets disruptive influence, and actually, her child acting is not that bad. Her chat with the Doctor was actually pretty funny.
Good to meet you.
And you.
Now get lost.
The way this alien is described is as if its arm alone could wipe out the planet, yada yada yada. But in reality, it's a crab with a ray gun. Now, Daddy's shock and anger is completely valid after he messes up the whole resolution to this episode. But I can't lie, the attitude the Doctor has towards him is absolutely hilarious. I love it.
Your dad.
Genius. That is really, really brilliant reasoning.
Clara confessing her love means absolutely nothing to me because I simply don't care or like this character yet. But this causes some conflict between the Doctor and Clara. Then Danny decides he's going to dish some sass back.
He's an officer.
I am not an officer.
I'm the one who carries you out of the fire. He's the one who lights it.
Out. No.
Finally, something from this guy. Yes! It's nice to have a robot that's not CGI and it's completely practical, but it leaves a lot to be desired. But it is safe to say the alien is not the main point of this episode. This episode is simply just to reveal the Doctor and Clara's relationship to Danny. I enjoy this episode a lot. Peter Capaldi is absolutely fantastic in this. Despite some end cringe, this is a good episode to me, so I'm putting it in good.
Yeah.
Kill the Moon.
Look at
Set
that.
in 2049. Guys, that is literally 25 years away. This episode is 10 years old now. Just let that sink in.
No being sick, no
24 years now. 24.
Doctor, if you had implemented those rules sooner, you wouldn't have had a wife. Just saying.
It's like you kicked a big hole in the side of my life.
Yeah, you know what? I take back what I said about this child actor irritating me. No, not good.
Every
Get in the bin,
14-year-old on Instagram.
The moon is getting plump, and it turns out it's got lots of moon spiders on it or something.
The moon's an egg.
I'm sorry, what? I didn't quite catch that the first time. What did you say?
The moon's an egg.
Can we try that for a third time? What was that?
The moon's an egg.
What? Guys, this episode basically becomes a pro-life episode where three women have to decide whether or not to unalive a little baby. What is going on? Basically, yeah, the world's at risk and the world's going to end because the moon's now an egg for some reason. What's the science behind that? That just is what it is. Clara then somehow broadcasts to the world, leave your lights on if you want the thing to stay alive or turn them off if you want it dead. This is so stupid. There's like 50 things wrong with this. Half the world is in daylight. Not everyone speaks English. Not everyone would be watching this broadcast. I could go on and on and on. But all of this is for nothing because in the end, Clara stops the detonation anyway. Then the moon egg hatches and lays another egg. What have I just explained to you? Setting an episode in the future where most of us who watch this episode is going to live through seems crazy to me. Now, I know that sci-fi pushes boundaries and it's fiction, but this is way too far-fetched. This is completely ridiculous. The only thing I like about this episode is Clara's little outburst and putting the Doctor in his place.
Why you have to be mad?
This incarnation of the Doctor is the most alien to human social cues, and does come across quite condescending and rude. However, in this situation, the Doctor's argument is actually justified. Oh, there's so much wrong with this episode, guys. This episode is awful. The child acting, the shambolic and unbelievable story, the comedy attempted was not good either, and the whole thing just left me scratching my head. God, this episode, guys, is going in God awful. It's not been a great start to Capaldi's era, right? Nothing's standing out just yet. We need something to bring it back. Mummy on the Orient Express! Oh, this episode starts off with such an interesting concept. The timer on the screen counting down to the victim's death. A spooky looking mummy. I love it. Clara wants to ditch the doc after last episode's events, but I do love the Doctor's reaction to this conversation.
Do you know what the singer said?
Well, frankly, that would be an absolutely astonishing guess if I didn't know.
We meet Perkins, played by... who the Doctor clearly wants for his next companion, already looking for Clara's replacement. Nice one, Doc. The mummy goes around sucking people off as we are introduced to voiceover man who's playing with them all. Ugh. The Doctor trying to figure out why the dummy mummy is doing this whilst it's taking someone's life is such a great sequence. God, I didn't speak English right there. Even Perkins questioning the Doctor for his lack of humanity, but we know he's under pressure, so it's completely justified. This all makes for great television.
Midnight vibes.
Oh no, the Doctor becomes the victim by injecting someone's mental illness into him somehow. Then they say code word and they teleport to Earth and drop everyone home off screen.
I've really hated my entire review of this episode. I just want to point that out. I hated every second of that. That wasn't good enough. Me being overcritical? Maybe. But I didn't like it.
As much as I mock it, this is the best episode of the series, with a few minor flaws, but the story, the way it's structured, the great side characters, the great tension. Guys, wow, we brought it back. This episode is going in great. Arguably one of the best Peter Capaldi episodes there was. Well, now it's on the up. We've got Flatline up next. Can't lie though, the episode starts off with this goofy-ass opening. Wall aliens are trying to turn everything into 2D. And that's when we meet Rigsby, Rigsby, Bugboy. Danny suspects Rugby and Clara are smashing gooches.
Sounds kind of active.
Anyway, these aliens start melting people into walls.
How did Doctor Who get away with that?
I absolutely love the visuals in this episode. They look amazing. But it's okay though, because Doctor hands Clara a MacGuffin he made on the spot. Somehow, just to turn things back into 3D. Wow, epic. Plot convenience. Seriously though, look how great these visuals are. They're so different. Oh no, Doctor in TARDIS and the train is coming. It's okay though, because the Doctor saves himself and does this little dance. Then he dies. J.K. Lamau, he's alive. How did Clara think of this, right? Albeit it's quite cool. Even the smartest human would not have known to do this, right? This is way too sci-fi technical. I'm not buying this. Clara is an intellectual genius. All right, I'm just not buying it enough. Anyway, Doctor goes all Brexit on them.
Remember this. You are not welcome here.
And cast them back to wherever they came from. Wow, spoken like a true Tory. This episode has great visuals, a fascinating premise, and a great story. I like this episode and don't have too much bad to say about it. So guess what, guys? I'm putting this episode in great.
This is the
Forest.
of the night.
What is with Stephen's obsession with using child actors in this era? I'm convinced that there should be laws about using child actors, because 90% of the time they are absolute shite.
Mr. Pink was looking at you. Well, that explains why you're lost.
I love the Doctor's distaste for Daniel. It does make me die. The TARDIS now has a sat-nav voice, just to tell the audience that he is where he should be. I hate this. We've never heard this before. Where did this sat-nav voice come from? Uh-oh! The Earth has been taken over by big bulging bushes! So the world decides that the best way to sort this issue out is to set fire to all the trees. The world is in its most flammable state. Let's set fire to it. Wow!
Maeve's gone. Maeve's lost in the forest. Maeve's gonna die.
This episode is just ooze.
I didn't realise. That's Peppa Pig. That's Peppa Pig. Makes sense. Sounds exactly like her. But that's Peppa Pig right there. Incredible stuff.
Bad acting. I'm not even going to discuss this sequence with the falling statue because, Christ, this was awful. Listen, guys, I know I slate Danny Pink and I don't like him, but Jesus, he is constantly being lied to. Why does he like Clara? Their relationship has not been fleshed out enough for us to care, so why should he care? She is for the streets, man. It's a common theme that women that travel with the Doctor treat their boyfriends terribly. What is this about? Anyway, Tiger turns up and Danny, along with 12 kids, just calmly scare it off. What? That's a tiger. If I was a 12-year-old, I'd be screaming for my life.
That's a tiger.
Here always since the beginning and until the end.
What the hell is happening? What is going on?
Well, you know what, Doctor? This time, the human race is saving you.
Clara is really starting to grate on me after these last few episodes. She's becoming quite demanding and entitled, forgetting the fact that she's been treating both the Doctor and Danny like complete poo. Anyway, the message of this episode is trees are great, please.
Guys, the more I'm watching this video, the more I'm thinking, do you know what, actually, I'm still standing by most of it. I know a lot of people that watch this video are very upset because they're very die-hard Moffat fans, which is fine. I think I'd probably feel the same if people were sitting there making a video destroying the Russell T Davies 1 era. But I don't think I've said anything outrageous.
Preachy, terrible, unbelievable story, not in a good way. Awful child acting, and more annoying Danny and Clara BS. Put this episode in the bin, set fire to it, and delete all traces of it. God, awful. God, I want to punch something. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Peter Capaldi's first season finales. Clara, mate, it helps if you actually answer the phone, you pleb. Takes away from Clara's confession of love, to be honest.
I used to have a Samsung back in the day, back when I was an Android user. Sorry, PTSD. And it had that swipe, you had to swipe. Yeah, it was this year it was 2014 I had one. You ain't fooling me, BBC Production. They do it in EastEnders a lot as well. Not that I watch EastEnders anymore. No, I actually don't. I used to watch it. Not anymore. It's like 2021 and they're all using like flip phone Nokias because obviously budget. They're always on the text message screen. They're never actually on the phone. Like, is it that difficult just to pretend to call someone and just have it on mute or something? Do you know what I mean? Just weird.
Oh, Daddy's dead. Lamal, rest in pieces. Clara has a meltdown and takes out on the Doctor. She's only salty because she spent the last 10 weeks treating him like arse. Whilst it's a really interesting scene, it means absolutely nothing to me because Clara and Danny's relationship meant nothing. All we ever saw of it was them two arguing. Why should I care about these characters at all?
Doctor.
Go to hell.
Jesus, on a second watch, this line really threw me off. God damn, Doctor. This episode has the darkest concept the show has ever gone for. You go to the afterlife, but if you're cremated, you die for good. God, that is horrific in concept. And this actually upset a lot of viewers, and understandably so. This episode came out 4 weeks after my late granddad passed away. 3 days before his funeral in which he was being cremated. This messed me up. And the reason it did is because that man was a huge Doctor Who fan. Danny meets child he game ended, then tries to have a chill conversation with him.
Hey, listen. Hey.
Why are you confused? He's running away, mate. Didn't you shoot him? No. Look, I'm not going to waffle too much, guys. This episode is gripping from start to finish. The horrific concept, the big reveal of the Cyber Boys, the epic twist that Missy is the Master, the first Time Lady of the series. Yes, guys. I love this episode. As horrific as it is a good episode. I like it. It's going in great. Death in Heaven.
I'm the Doctor.
Yeah, this episode starts with some cringe.
Why did they do this to Clara, man?
Lethbridge Stewart comes in and the Cybermen get scared or something. It's then revealed that the Doctor is the president of the world. God, it just sounds so stupid. What is it with this series and its completely ridiculous concepts? Anyway, it starts raining and turns the dead people into cyber boys just because that can happen. Osgood gets game ended by Missy, but let's get one thing straight. Michelle Gomez is absolutely amazing. Further showing to anyone who disagrees with a female Time Lord that they can be done right. She is incredible. In fact, I quite like the whole of this plane sequence. It's pretty decent. Like it.
That's the one thing about the anti-woke that does make me laugh. They really love the Stephen Moffat era. They're so adamant a female Doctor is completely outrageous, not even possible, it's disgusting. But they like Missy. I mean, they must like Missy, surely. They cannot use that Missy was woke or bad because Missy was incredible. Like, she was definitively, I'd say, character-wise and overall the way she performs, is the best master of the NuWho, right? That I think that can be clearly, fairly stated because, and John Sim is good. He's very cliche master, but over the top cheese like Russell T Davies. So they have their pros and cons, but Missy overall just comes across like she's a broken, conflicted villain, and it's brilliant. And she plays it phenomenally. So, female Time Lords can be done.
From me, but that's about as good as it gets, because then there's this boring standing around in a graveyard talking. The majority of this episode is set in this graveyard. More bloody Daddy Pink. I don't care. Just Go away. Then there's some Russell T Davies explosions and the day is sorted. Oh, I feel like the less I say about the Brigadier being a Cyberman, the better, to be honest with you. The first part was so good. The start to this was decent, but the fact the majority of this episode took place in a graveyard and then there was more Danny Pink and Clara Cringe completely ruined it. What a pants season finale. This episode is going in okay. That's pushing it. Look at the series, guys. This is definitely the most mixed bag we've got. 3 great, 3 good, 3 okay, 3 god awful. And there's some hidden gems here and there, but the show is so inconsistent now. It's no mystery as to why this series started to decline. Anyway, that's Series 8 wrapped up and finished.
Well, there you go. There's a few things that I feel like I need to go into a little bit more, but other than that, I'm still not disagreeing. Why do I look like I'm 3 foot tall? Like, hey guys. Series 9 will be an interesting watch. I'm excited to see where I go with that. I think I may have overthought things a little bit. I'm not even going to lie, guys. I think I might actually stand by what I said. Nuts. Oh yeah, it's another day. I'm ready to finish watching the Stephen Moffat era today. We're gonna finish Stephen Moffat. Then we've got the Chris Chebbers era. That's like an hour and 45 minutes. I'm not ready to sit through that. Guys, have you enjoyed this video so far? If you are, say, Danny, holy moly, you're good looking. Thanks, guys. Here we go.
Ho, ho, ho! Christmas 2014! Santa crashes onto iCarly's roof. And I really like the play on the lunacy of parents buying gifts.
Nobody likes the tangerines.
Anyway, these creepy scrotum monsters come in and then Santa just blows them all up.
My Little Pony.
Shut up, you.
Yeah, I've got lots more, babe.
I like Santa. He's very good. I like Santa.
There's a horror movie called Alien. That's really offensive. No wonder everyone keeps invading you.
Good joke. I like that one as well. Made me giggle. Anyway, Carla gets sucked off and the doctor decides he wants in on the action too. So he gets sucked off as well. Danny's back and there's some more Clara and Danny cringe.
I hated
just
this.
When we thought we were out of it. No, he's back again. The doctor's like, wake up, Clara, wakey, wakey, silly girl. Can't be in the dream for anymore. Anyway, they all realise they're dreaming and then they believe in Santa to wake themselves up. Wow, what a beautiful Christmas story. Roll credits. Psych. They're in yet another dream. And then it turns out they're in another dream. So it's a dream within a dream within a dream. What an interesting concept that's never been done before.
I've always believed in Santa Claus, but he looks a little different to me.
Christ. This is the worst line
was an
ever
awful
said
line.
in this show's history. That is shocking. Just when I thought the episode was over, no. It keeps on going. Now Clara's old or something. And it looks terrible. Look how terrible it looks. And why is she even more northern? I like you, Doctor. You're well alright, actually, in my eyes, because I'm just an old bird, and I love lasagna. It's a special that's trying to be too clever again. The only thing I really like about this episode is Nick Frost. He's great. I love Nick Frost. Good stuff. But when I thought the Danny Pink tripe was over, no, we get even more. Guys, this episode is okay, right? I don't not enjoy it, but I don't enjoy it by any means. There's some good old Christmas fun times in there, just to sprinkle a bit of Christmas cheer on it. That's about it. It's okay. Series 9, boys and girls. I had a severe phobia of hands growing up, so this intro still creeps me out to this day. Anyway, terrible child...
Right. Oh! 100,000 views! The video hit 100,000 views. Guys, I've officially made it. I'm big time. I'm big time now. I'm big boy. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for watching it. If you've come back to watch this video, I'm very sorry you've gone for it twice, but thanks. You're going to go for it a third time with my new remake. I know. I had a severe phobia of hands from the ages of about 4 to about 25. Basically, I used to have very vivid nightmares as a child, and I remember the first one I had, and I was 4 years old. Basically, it was just me laying in bed. I thought I was awake, and a hand come out from under the pillow and started strangling me, and as the dreams went on, they got progressively more freaky, and they'd start tickling me, covering my mouth, holding my nose, just really fucking scary stuff. It stemmed, I think, from Drop Dead Fred. There's a scene in it where the hand comes out from the pillow and smacks her on the face. I think that's where it come from. I don't know, but it started and it lingered for a long time. It got so bad to a point where I learnt to control my dreams in order to avoid having dreams about them. And since then, I've never had a dream about them since. Guys, it is possible to learn how to control your dreams. I don't know how, I just did it. Thank you for listening to my anecdote. Please subscribe for more insightful content from your boy.
It reveals he is Davros, and the doctor's like, yeah, fuck this, mate. We've got the Shadow Proclamation coming back. The Sisterhood of Khan is back. Davros is back. Missy is back. Hell yeah. It's just a shame we've got this cringy Segway snake man.
There's some Clara mashy keyboard stuff, and they just find the Doctor, just like that. All of this show's history of them saying, we don't know where the Doctor is, it's such a mystery. Why didn't they just do this before? Anyway, there's an attempt of comedy, and it's revealed that Skara is back. Damn, all these things are coming back. All we're missing is the Backstreet Boys. Never mind, Missy gets game ended, Clara gets game ended, TARDIS gets game ended, Davros gets game ended, ? Whoa, I like this episode. Solid build up, lots of nostalgia bait, and a good little series opener, to be honest, right? This episode is going in good. The witch is familiar. Never mind, Clara and Missy are alive. They're alive. Then there's some nostalgia bait to explain the ridiculous plot convenience. Not impressed, Stephen. This is cheap. The Doctor hijacks Davros' whip, and then there's some terrible comedy.
So,
anyone for Dodgems?
Anyone for Dodgems?
Missy traps Clara into a Dalek. Very cruel. I still cannot get over how good Michelle Gomez is in this. She is so good. And then Davros starts being all cutie patootie, and the Doctor's like, what's going on here, lad?
I am happy for you.
You cannot be for real. Oh my God, you for real. No, you for fake. No, you for real. You lying.
Then them two start having a little chuckle together. God, the performances here are so good. Then he gives the Doctor the Puss in Boots eyes. Psych! Doctor's been pranked. Davros is a little prankster and he's praying the Doctor into using his regenerations. Anyway, the Doctor starts getting sucked off and the bin Daleks start getting proper arsey about it. And then the Doctor pretends like he knew what he was doing all along. Yeah, sure, Doc. I don't really have an issue with the second parter. It's not as good as the first by any means. There's some failed comedy. Don't even get me started on the Sonic glasses. The Sonic glasses, I hate this. Tacky Primark glasses with a Sonic screwdriver sound effect plopped on top. No. It feels...
So, someone actually left a comment on the video saying that Peter Capaldi had said in an interview or something that he liked the Sonic glasses because it gave kids an opportunity who couldn't afford a toy Sonic screwdriver to get some cheap sunglasses and use them. Well, that's a cute premise. It fucking sucks. They're just so bad. Stephen Moffat was just toying with things for the sake of it, and it didn't really have any... Obviously, the Sonic glasses do have meaning coming up in this series, which kind of redeems them, but I hate the way it's the sound effects are added, where he does that over dramatic, and it goes that. I hate it. It could have had a little button on it. Do you know what I mean? Just like a cool little. No, the sunglasses could have been better than that they just look like the off-brand Ray-Bans you find in Menorca on a dodgy market where you get charged way overpriced because you don't know how to haggle. I don't speak from experience, guys. I don't speak from experience. Shut up. But you know what I mean? They just don't look good.
Stephen Moffat was running out of ideas at this point, right? And he's making this somewhat intriguing, aged-wise Doctor character something absolutely ridiculous, going through some sort of midlife crisis. I hate it. Despite my qualms, Davros is great in this. Peter Capaldi is great in this. Michelle Gomez is great in this. I'm putting this episode, surprisingly, in good. Under the Lake. Deaf Lady, Stephen Merchant, Love Interest, Muscly Man all find a ship. This is the second story in a row where the character who isn't white dies first. Steve? Care to explain yourself, lad? Grandad and Cliff land on an underwater space base where Abraham Lincoln and Muscly Man try to lumberjack the Doctor.
What? If it all goes pear-shaped, it's not them that lose a bonus.
Of course, the typical cliche, I care more about money than lives character. Ugh, he's definitely not going to be dead in a minute. I will say, though, the Doctor's reaction to him is good, though.
It's okay, I understand. You're an idiot.
The card reading sequence is cheap comedy that is not funny. I just don't like it. This man knows how to speak to human beings. Granted, he's an alien, and this Doctor's very quirky and very strange, but he does know. It's just, stop it. Also, I'm not entirely sure on the logic behind them being able to pick up objects but pass through walls. This is a very common thing with ghosts. But it's very clear what's going on. These ghosts just want a little cheeky smooch. Look at this. Anyway, the ship starts flooding or something, and then oopsie poopsie, the Doctor is now a ghoul too. Guys, I know a lot of people like this episode for some reason. This episode is so boring. It's so boring. I'm usually a fan of build-up episodes, but this was not it. This was just boring to me. This episode is going in okay. Moving on to Before the Flood. Doctor gives a fourth wall break monologue about Beethoven. Then he tells me to Google a bootstrap paradox. Doctor, I really knew what that meant, silly. I don't even need to look it up. So shut up. Then there's this electric.
I thought I was like really rushing. This has been the best sequence so far. I'm actually more happy. I'm enjoying the editing. I'm fucking hilarious. And I did a little bit of live action in there, guys. Maybe I don't disagree with anything I've said. Maybe I actually stand by it. With chest. Why am I doubting myself? I've made this whole video to question myself. And actually, I don't think I'm even questioning myself. Wow. Sometimes you just need to reflect on your past work and realise, you know what? It ain't that bad.
Then we're introduced to David Walliams' brother. Wow, remember? Wow. Then there's more wah moaning from Clara, where the Doctor then promises to save her again. Yawn. There's this cringy death scene that I just don't care about. There's this sequence where this character gets surrounded by the ghosts. Looks like it came straight from the hub, just saying. One thing I will give this episode, this is one hell of an alien design. Wow, love it. Just a shame that it's got that cliche evil British accent.
Oh yeah.
Another plus for this episode.
Someone got annoyed at me in the comments for this video because they were like, that actor is actually from like New Zealand or something. I was like, okay, that doesn't really change the fact that he was playing an alien with a British accent, though, does it? Like, I hate people that associate a character with the actor themselves. Do you know what I mean? If anyone was to say, like, the 10th Doctor's actually Scottish because David Tennant is Scottish, it makes no bloody sense. It doesn't make sense. It's stupid. Absolutely stupid.
Another plus for this episode is the sequence with the deaf girl not hearing the ghosts behind her. Very suspenseful. Big thumbs up. Her sensing the vibrations is absolutely fantastic. Although I'm not entirely sure why there's a cat sound effect here. Why? Cool Monster has a hilarious death scene. But all in all, it comes down to yet another convenient ending where the Doctor knew what was happening all along. Oh, this is getting really boring, guys. I do not like this story at all. It's boring, it's cliche, it's cringe. It's going in not for me. Goodbye, get out. The Girl Who Died. The intro to this episode is so pointless. Seriously, why was this here?
Oh god, this episode is shit.
Ugh, my least favourite kind of episodes. Vikings or anything set in a forest. Ugh. This episode looks so cheap, it's embarrassing. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. I remember watching this when this aired. This episode made me facepalm so hard, and I remember saying out loud, what the fuck has happened to Doctor Who? Because this is woeful. Also, in the Peter Capaldi era, what is it with the GoPro shots? Why do they keep adding these? They've never ever looked good on television. And what a surprise. It's another episode where the Doctor all goes, "Where's Clara Oswald? I need to save Clara Oswald. I love Clara so much. I'm going to get you back. Don't worry, lad." It has happened in every single episode so far. I'm getting absolutely sick to death of it. There's another sequence where Clara gets really cocky because she's so intelligent, and it's getting really, really grating at this point. Then they arrange a war like it's a scrap in a Macca's car park.
Oh, please, shut up.
Shall we say this time tomorrow?
Allow it, man. Still, meet me at Macca's down Gordon Way, yeah? Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, yeah? Man,
Gordon Way.
Then there's yet
made that
another
up on the
morality
spot.
chinwag domestic between the Doc and Clara. Wow. Everything in this episode has been done 10 fucking million times. I'm so bored of it. And I haven't even mentioned Maisie Williams yet, because she is tripe in this. Why is Maisie Williams such a big deal? Oh, because of that one show she did. I've actually completely forgot it. What? Game of Thrones. That's it. Fucking hell. Oh, she was in Game of Thrones or something. Anyway, the war that Maisie declared starts. Well, it doesn't really start. They electrocute the robots with electric eels. How have they got electric eels? I'm pretty sure they don't exist in Viking Europe. And then they just bully Odin. They're just like, I'm going to record you. I'm going to put it on Facebook and Twitter because I'm trendy with the kids. And then Maisie Williams dies. Why does the Doctor and Clara care so much? Oh, that's right. It's because it's Maisie Williams and she's been paid an extortionate amount of money to be on this show that's now fallen in the mud. The Doctor then has a revelation as to why he chose this face. Whilst it is a neat little tie-in,
the more I watch it, the more I'm starting to realise why I was so fed up and pissed off. And still, It's completely justified.
The Doctor shouldn't need reminding to save people. It's literally his name. Then there's this BS MacGuffin that makes Maisie Williams immortal. Then it ends with this hilariously bad shot of Maisie Williams looking out into the distance while time passes by. God, this is shocking. Guys, there is nothing good about this episode. I cannot tell you one thing I like, because there isn't one thing I like. This is bad. This is really, really bad. This is going in god awful, alright? I'm ashamed that this is an episode of Doctor Who. This is terrible. The Woman Who Lived. Oh, cool. Another episode set in a forest. Wow, definitely not because of budget or anything. Maisie Williams now has the ability to sound like a posh bloke.
Dabbling low pads, the pair of them, with terrible pseudonyms to boot.
Then says this.
Yes. It is me.
Oh. So cringe.
Yes.
I actually think I want River Song back. Then there's like all these comedic flashback sequences with all these royalty-free whoosh sound effects. God, it's awful.
Now this.
There is so much talking. Not interesting dialogue. They're just sitting there talking and whinging. Then this Catman thing shows
just like
up.
this video.
What is honestly going on? I couldn't tell you. Then there's this hanging sequence. And honestly, guys, there is so much wrong with this. Terrible action, slow motion shots, terrible acting, this terrible death scene for the Catman. God, it looks terrible. I was dying for this episode to end. And then there's this line.
I've not forgotten that kiss.
Rufus, lad. Maisie Williams is like 16 here, you non. All of this anyway for the Doctor to decide he's not going to take Maisie Williams with him, maybe because she's too expensive for the BBC to employ. This episode, guys, guess where it's going? Yeah, that's right, it's going in god awful. Second episode on the trot with nothing I liked about it at all.
Straight facts.
Get in the bin. The Zygon invasion starts with a flashback to David Tennant and Matt Smith. God, I miss them so much.
Been dispersed around the world and are now living amongst us.
Among us. The episode starts out with the Doctor hanging out in a park on his own. For some reason. Then he won't leave these two little girls alone. Doctor, what's going on here? You non... Oh, it's alright, because they get kidnapped anyways. Basically, there's a Zygon evolution happening, and Clara is definitely not acting suspicious. Unit then orders some children to be game-ended.
It's not us who are the imposters.
Among us.
That is not your mother, it's an alien hostile.
Wow, this unit woman really wants everyone dead, doesn't she? Shock horror, Clara is a Zygon. Wow, this was not obvious at all. Maybe it is because I've seen it already. I don't know. I can't remember if it was subtle or not. It didn't seem very subtle. Anyway, then she aims a bazooka at the Doctor's plane. At this point, mate, you're better off not getting on any planes. Seems like a really dangerous way of transport. There's not really much else to say about this episode. I think it's just okay. It's nowhere near as gripping as it thinks it is. It's entertaining, and it's definitely better than the last two episodes, so I think I'm just going to pop this one in okay. The Zygon inversion. Oh, cool. Yet another. Clara is in an imaginary world because she's dead/dying. This is brand new and never been done before. Clara argues with Clara and then she goes and finds the Osgood box. This, however, is what makes this scene. Peter Capaldi.
Yeah.
His American game show accent.
Bonnie, sweetheart, one of those buttons will unmask every Zygon in the world.
His emotion throughout his delivery.
How much blood will spill until everybody does what they were always going to have to do from the very beginning? Sit down and talk!
I love it. And with one hell of a speech from the Doctor, they of course close the box and the day is saved. Now, whilst Peter Capaldi was absolutely mesmerising in this sequence, that doesn't unfortunately save this boring story. Look, I don't know if Series 9 had a lower budget because it looks so much cheaper than Series 8.
I would love to know what the budget was for this series.
So boring. I am not enjoying this series at all so far, guys. In case you couldn't tell, I've been sounding like I've wanted to die for the last 10 minutes. This episode, guys, is of course going in okay. Sleep no more. Cool, Mark Gatiss is back.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Yet again. Oh, great. This man has not been involved in a good episode of Doctor Who in every single one he has wrote or acted in, and yet he just keeps coming back.
Fact.
Episode starts with cheap introduction to side characters who will most likely die and we will never ever care about. The ship is on its way to Satellite 5 to rescue science team. Hang on a minute. This base looks exactly like the one from Under the Lake. See what I mean? This series looks cheap. It takes 10 minutes after wandering around in the dark and talking until something actually happens. You know what, guys? I'm sorry. I've really tried. 3 times watching this episode, I've fallen asleep. I actually cannot get through it. It's mainly because most of the episodes this series have been so boring, and I've just hit rock bottom at this point. The irony that this episode is called Sleep No More, and all it's actually made me do is sleep. This episode is going in god awful.
Damn.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'll tell you
Face
something.
the
I stopped watching halfway through, not writing my script for that video, and this was the point in which I'd watched the last 4 episodes in a row, so I got progressively more angry. For some reason, from memory, I feel like I was a lot worse. So when you guys were saying to me, Danny, it wasn't even that bad. It was actually okay. Like, I disagree with your opinion, but it was okay. But in my head, I was like seething and I was losing my mind. And actually, it's because I'd watched those last 4 episodes in a row, and by the point I got to Sleep No More, I was actually falling asleep. So every little thing that was happening in that episode was really pissing me off. Yeah, maybe I was a bit harsh on it. Because I did stop watching it halfway through because I just gave up. So I will need to go into that again as well. Maybe it's better than I remember. I just remember being very cheesed off by this point.
The episode starts with some, look at us, we're having so much epic fun. This is the most fun we've ever had. God, I love you, Doc. God, I love you, Clara. We're bestest friends in the whole wide world. And oh, Grimsby's back. Yay. Grimsby has a death tattoo and then just ditches his baby. Cool. That's good, isn't it? He then finds out he's going to be game-ended. I'll tell you what, though, this sequence here where the TARDIS is flying over London, God, I miss shots like this. This is what makes Doctor Who, right? We've not had this in ages. A nice little practical shot. It looks so good. Why is there not more of this? They have to find this hidden trap street, and of course, it's Clara who finds it, because she's just so smart and clever. Oh, look who's back. Oh, Maisie Williams again. Great. That's fun. She was good last time. I'm glad she's back. At least there's actually an interesting setting for once, even if it does look like the setting from the London dungeons. We see the impact of the Raven as this man gets game-ended. And do you know what I love about this episode? All of this Clara thinking she's top dog and too intelligent and acting like the Doctor all the time is her downfall. What a fitting ending this is going to be. She convinces Grimsby to transfer the tattoo over to her. Once the tattoo's been passed on, you can't do it again, Lamau. Clara walks out to these terrible slow motion shots and faces the Raven. One of the longest standing companions of NuWho has finally perished. Even though it is edited very strangely, it is kind of sad. However, the emotional weight isn't there, mainly because Clara has been so insufferable the last 2 series. It's ridiculous. However, Peter Capaldi's delivery here.
You'll find that it's a very small universe when I'm angry with you.
Oh, it's terrifying. I love it. An intriguing premise and concept. Nice simple setting. Great performances from both Peter and Jenna. And finally, the end of Clara. Right? That's the end, right? It's the end, please. Even though this episode is bordering on okay, I'm going to put this episode in good. It's a massive step up from what we've had this series, so I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it for what it is. It's all right. It's good compared to everything else. Heaven
Interesting.
sent. The episode starts with the Doctor coughing and spluttering inside of a test tube. Then he has a conversation with some dust. Ugh. The Doctor's being chased by smelly fly lady. Yuck. Then the Doctor game ends himself. Anyone watching this for the first time must be so confused. I will give this episode this. It is genuinely creepy with some spooky jump scares, cuz.
Nah, that didn't even
It's then revealed that the stinky fly lady will only stop when the Doctor confesses something. In all seriousness, though, this is an episode focusing on grief. An hour of the Doctor simply chatting away. Listen, right, I know I talk a lot about how, oh, there's lots of talking, and I hate it. And then I go on to say, I love episodes where people are just talking. Listen, it's 2 very different things. There's engaging dialogue where you learn about the character themselves, and then there's just dialogue for the sake of just talking. This series has been a lot of just talking for the sake of talking, whereas this episode we are seeing the 12th Doctor's character. We are seeing him process grief. We are seeing how his brain works, and it is beautiful. The Doctor finds out that his escape is in room 12, and then the Doctor has to go all Minecraft style and mine some diamonds to get back to his TARDIS. We then get the best piece of music ever produced by Murray Gold.
Yeah. Honestly, guys, that one didn't work as well. And I'll tell you why. I knew the second I did the Doomsday a cappella, Shepherd's Boy was going to be the next one to do. And I tried so fucking hard. That was the best bit from it. So you can, and that wasn't great. So you can see how that just didn't work. I thought, oh, the Shepherd's Boy one's going to be nuts. And it didn't work. I'd love to do another a cappella bit because it's a lot of fun to piece together. And then hearing it, I tried it with Shepherd's Boy. It just did not work. So Yeah, so those of you that were like, oh, hang on, he's doing acapella again. By the fact that there was nobody commenting about it, I'm guessing nobody liked it. And I'm glad I cut it out.
This is the first time I've watched this episode in about 5 years. Peter Capaldi is simply beautiful in this episode. Murray Gold just flexes his big, sexy musical muscles, and I just cannot fault this episode at all. Shot beautifully, directed beautifully, written beautifully. Yes, yes, yes. It's been a long time coming. This episode is going in perfect. Well done. Well done. Standing ovation for Mr. Stephen Moffat. Well done, son. Now on to the series finale, Hellbent. Wait a minute. What's Clara doing there? What's she doing there? Oh no. The Time Lords want to invite the Doctor over for some lovely tea, but the Doctor's like, psh, bond that, I'm eating my soup. Anyway, after a bit of a standoff, they end up telling Rassilon to just do one, and then he just accepts it. He just disappears for the rest of the episode. Cool. For the love of fuck, Clara's been saved. Oh great. So she's sticking around. Go, woohoo. The sequence in The Matrix when Clara finds out it's been 4.5 billion years.
Why would you even do that? I was dead.
Damn, it's been a long time since I've got emotional at Doctor Who. It's so weird. The Doctor and Clara continue to squabble like old times. Then the Doctor has his memory wiped. Wow, didn't see that coming. Whilst I hate the fact that Clara just gets to live on and couldn't die. Cheers, Steve. This episode is actually underrated. I know, shoot me. You Hellbent haters are going to hate me. I'm sorry, I enjoy the episode. I like the slight twist that the Doctor has his memory wiped. I like the music. I love the way this episode is shot. I like the direction. I like the editing, and shoot me, I quite like the story despite the ending. Alright, I'm saying it. Guys, guess what? This episode is going.
I just had a thought, and it's just clicked to me. In the giggle, doesn't the toy maker talk to the 14th Doctor about Clara? Am I wrong? Am I forgetting that? Maybe I'm trying to go off memory, but if that's correct, the 14th Doctor shouldn't have remembered because he doesn't remember Clara, does he? Oh man, there's so much Doctor Who that I'm tripping over myself, and I don't know if I'm wrong or not. Hello, editing me here. I just had a thought. Maybe it's because in his finale, Clara appears and then he remembers, doesn't he? Scratch what I just said. Scratch it.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Christmas 2015, which means it's time for the husband of River Song. Woo! Husbands. I suppose this episode was coming, really. Finally, a wrap-up for the River Song story. We are introduced a brand new character and new companion, Andy from Little Britain. Hang on a minute. Aren't they just using the same set from Face the Raven? God damn this cheap show, man. Oh my god, River Song is back and she's married to the Taskmaster. Whoa! Let me get one thing straight. I fundamentally hate this comedic intro. It's River's last episode and she seems so out of character. This is after everything she's gone through as well. No. This episode is so cartoony at times. It's really uncomfortable. This, you know who I am, goes on for way too long. And how does River not recognise him? It's so stupid. Although I did burst out laughing when the Doctor said this.
Before you come in, you better prepare yourself for a shock.
Finally.
Doctor and River end up in fancy restaurant to sell the Taskmaster's head. But then it turns out they all love the Taskmaster, so they're in a predicament. Although it's way too comedic for my liking, Peter Capaldi's one-liners are great in this.
I do not like surprises.
Oh, it's going to be a funny old day.
Anyway, River Song's all like, God, I love the Doctor and he's so useless he will never even show up because that was technically impossible because he's never done that before. And then she recognises him. Wow, how cute and lovely. And then the ship goes bam. The only thing really good about this episode is that it ties up the plot hole of how River got her sonic screwdriver. And it is a very nice ending. Wow, River Song is leaving the show forever and ever. Please don't bring her back. Thank you. It's got lots of Christmas fun. It's got some comedy that's good, but it's just way too much for me. Like, it's just a bit overbearing. It's pushing on the border of good, but I'm going to put this episode in okay. Yeah. Look at this series,
valid,
guys.
spitting
way
facts.
Too mediocre. One episode that was perfect. Quite a few episodes I really didn't like, and you can see why I found this series so boring. But ladies and gentlemen, it has been confirmed that Stephen Moffat will be departing Doctor Who along with Peter Capaldi after Series 10. There's a new companion, we're having a reset for some reason, and the show will be wrapping up the Stephen Moffat era. Let's head on down to Series 10, baby!
Wow. It's so interesting to me that listening to me ramble on, it seems like these Doctors aren't around for very long at all. Like 3 series just doesn't seem long at all for anyone. But then you remember like there's like 4 or 5 years in between these series. It's just so it's so odd. I wonder if we'll ever get a Doctor again that like stays for like a long time. Do you know what I mean? Like a good 6 or 7 years. It might be nice to see like even one that stays for a short time, like Shooting Gatwa, and then one for a long time. You know what I mean? I don't know. I really genuinely thought I had a lot more negatives to say about this video, but I actually don't. I'm starting to remember now that, you know what? I'm proud of it. I am proud of this video. I worked really hard on it. I worked painfully fucking hard on it. It took me nearly a year to make. So I'm happy.
2016 saw one episode of Doctor Who, so I'm expecting high budget and big bombastic episode. The Doctor gives a little boy a happy pill and then he starts levitating. Alex Hunter is giving a speech and Andy interrupts him. Oh, okay. I guess Matt Lucas is sticking around. Woohoo! Then Alex Hunter gets game ended. Not Superman saves not Lois.
Go get him.
Oh no! I get it. It's supposed to be cringy because it's what they do in the superhero films, but it was still painful. Then there is this very, very cool comic book style split screen conversation, very nicely edited. The way it overlaps. Beautiful. I'm loving this. The sexual innuendo scene, though, was a little bit uncomfortable. Uh-oh, there's a big nuke heading right towards New York. But it's okay because Noel Clark Kent saves the day. Wow. This episode is pure Russell T Davies vibes. I really, really enjoy it. And I think it's mainly because this episode is so damn cheesy. And God, Stephen Moffat's era has been lacking cheese. It's just been a bit more cringe than cheese, if I'm being honest. And do you know what? I can't really fault this episode for trying something different. Sure, there's a few annoying, cringy moments, but I think this episode is really enjoyable nonetheless and very different. I enjoyed it, guys. All right, I'm putting this episode in good.
Oh, I thought I was going to put it in great
10
then.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, Stephen Moffat decided on his last series to go for a complete reset for people to jump on. This makes no sense because the whole format of the show is literally about to change. The pilot starts with some hefty nostalgia bait just to help the new viewers somehow. And of course, because there's a new companion, we get that cliche, Doctor Who? What are you a doctor of then, mate? Are you a doctor of who? I like that they put the 12th Doctor's monologues to actual use this series by making him an actual professor. Very nice. The cinematography in this episode is absolutely beautiful, along with the direction. Love it. Anyway, Bill gets shown a puddle and then love interest gets all weird about it. There's some Waters of Mars shit going on, but I will say the introduction to the TARDIS in this episode is great.
Doctor, it's bigger on the inside than it is on the outside.
Hey, we got there!
I like that. Very good. I like it. I like how they use the aliens' ability to follow them to show the abilities of the TARDIS to the new viewers. Very nice. They go to a different place. They go into the future. It's very cool. Anyway, they meet the Daleks because obviously you have to introduce the Daleks to the new audience. They have some very Chris Chibnall level aiming. Yeah, not a fan. Anyway, Heather shows Bill some stars or something and then she just dips. Wow, what an episode this is. Right, I'll say this. This episode does a really good job as a pilot by establishing the Doctor, how the TARDIS works, the enemies, and the new companion. Very good, well done, Stephen Moffat. I also really like the ending when the Doctor is about to wipe Bill's memory and she says, what if someone did it to you? And then the subtle Clara's theme that plays in the background, absolutely beautiful.
Goosebumps.
That is the impact of Murray Gold's music on this show. That piece of music alone lets us piece it together ourselves without telling us directly. I love that. This episode is very good, alright? It's just the CGI water looks absolutely awful, alright? CGI water is always really obvious. And the story itself is nothing groundbreaking, but as a series opener, it is very good, guys. So I'm going to put this episode in good. The intro to Smile is great. The visible excitement of the Doctor that he gets to flex on Bill about the TARDIS is lovely. We are then shown some robots who game end you if you do not smile. I love the visual design of this planet, but all turns dark when they find that they've been growing cucumbers with people's skulls. Ugh. Then the Doctor makes another, wait, don't check my browser history, please, because I watch a lot of adult movies. I spend a lot of years on my own. Please don't check it, alright? I know this episode wasn't written by Stephen, but it's getting a little bit old now, alright? And I know there's another one coming as well. The Doctor then wants to blow the place up, and then he finds out that there's actually lots of people on there. They're all just having a little snooze. Anyway, to fix this big issue, the Doctor simply turns the robots on and off again, and the day is saved. Look, I love the setting. The tension was very good at times. Bill is really growing on me, but the resolution, yuck, is a bit naff. If you're watching this for the first time, it's all right, but I probably won't watch this episode again.
I'm not disagreeing with anything. I was expecting to be like,
okay.
no, I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Big CGI monster is under the Thames. Ugh, this episode is not going to be good, is it? Somebody keeps shining laser pens on the thin ice. Goddamn rascals. Anyway, the Doctor gets mugged by some children, and then Bill asks if he's killed anyone. And to be fair, the sass he gives, I like it.
Do you want to help me? Do you want to stand here, stamping your foot? Because let me tell you something, I'm 2,000 years old.
Anyway, Doc and Bill go for some underwater exploring or something. I don't care. I like this sequence where the Doctor tells Bill that she has a temper, only for him to then lose his temper. Very good. Thumbs up. Haha, Tory man gets punched in the face. And then the Doctor then gets a man killed. So that's good, isn't it? Anyway, they set the monster free. Yada yada. Guys, this episode is a snooze fest. Like, it's not quite god-awful, as there is some interesting conflict between the Doctor and Bill. I don't want to watch this episode again. I don't want to go near this episode again. It's going in, not for me.
Oh, fuck, that scared the shit out of me. Fuck. I was about to pause it and start talking. The fucking knot comes out my left ear. I genuinely... Man, I got pranked by my own prank. I set that up to book you guys, and I've ended up booking myself. Fuck, that fucking... That got my heart raced. I was like, who the fuck is that? My door doesn't even knock like that. I forgot what I was going to say now. It's actually completely gone from my mind. What was I going to say? Oh, that's it. Why does the companion never have conflict with the Doctor anymore? Like, I swear, every companion since the CHIBNALL era has just been like, oh, life is so brilliant and wonderful and lovely. I'm so excited for season 2. It starts in like 2 days. I'm hella excited. But I want to know, like, I want there to be conflict between them both. And by the looks of the trailer, it looks like there's going to be. But I'm just so sick of the companions now just being like, oh my God, the universe is brilliant. And I don't question anything. I'm just so happy to be here. Like, no, you're traveling through time and space. It's going to be fucking weird. That's so jarring. I'm sorry to anyone I pranked.
Wow,
yeah.
Bill moves into haunted house with new friends that we've never heard of. And the Doctor's all like, there's be some stranger things going on, lad. Then the house starts getting all spooky and then there's some hilarious death scenes. And then this wooden lady just pops her head in, you know, hello, love. Yeah, they try and be really emotional with this episode. Wow, what a twist. The creepy landlord is actually her son or something. You're really supposed to care because we're playing sad music, guys. Oh, look, there's fireworks going on now. What the fuck's going on? Wooden lady just takes her son / father / brother, whatever, and everyone is brought back to life. Christ, this episode sucks. I was going to put it in not for me, but you know what? Nah, this episode's god awful. Get out. Get out. Go away. Oxygen. Yes. Pretty morbid opening shot with 2 dead people just floating through space. Love it. And an episode with little space zombies. Although I will say, the look of these dead people in this are horrific. Oh, it's so morbid. I love it. Anyway, screwdriver destroyed. TARDIS lost. Okay, this could be very good. The tension in this episode is sky high. Bill's helmet gets taken off and she is exposed to the vacuum of space. But of course she survived. There's still 7 episodes left, guys. Come on. Something has happened to the Doctor. He is now blind. Still 7 episodes left.
Now I'm blind. Can you imagine how unbearable I'm going to be when I pull this off?
I love that line. That's a great line. But wait, Bill then gets zombified. God, this story is twisted and turning all over the shop. I love it. We have some wonderful political commentary about humans being disposable and being replaced by cheaper alternatives by the higher-ups. Yes, this is great. Anti-capitalisms. And the ending to this episode was actually quite good. I liked it. The stakes were high. The Doctor is blind. I was on the edge of my seat the whole damn time. God, that started sounding like a bit of a rap going on there. I like this episode. It's going in good. Extremis, the start of the Monkey Donkey trilogy. Anyway, it simply just explained to us that Missy was in the vault the whole time. 6 episodes worth of build-up just revealed in some dialogue. Okay. Anyway, this is top seller on Amazon that everyone's asking the Doctor to read, called The Veritas or something. Apparently it makes you want to kill yourself. I will say the sequence where Bill brings a date home and the Pope shows up is absolutely fantastic. Great comedy, that. However, one thing I do not like about this episode is these jarring cuts between the main story and then the Doctor and Missy stuff. I just feel like this could have just been at the end. Doesn't really make sense to be here.
This has been
secretly a badass.
3 solid hours of me spitting
I'm gonna
facts.
say it. Right, some of you lot suck Nardole off way too much. So overrated, this guy. I just find him cringy more than I find him funny. It's just annoying me. But hey ho, the Doctor gets his eyes back and then starts getting growled at by someone's dead nan. Bill, Andy and Science Men just shout numbers at each other before they blow themselves up. That's fun. And it's then revealed that they are in the Matrix all along. Ooh. God, there's a lot to unpack in this episode with a lot of WTFs. Consider me intrigued for the next part. Very intriguing setup. Missy is back. Lots of confusion. I will say this episode is going in good. Whoa, a pyramid has appeared at the end of the world.
Doesn't really work.
We then get more of that President of the World BS. Yuck. Look, it's pretty simple. The dead nans just want to conquer the world. Is that too much to ask? The Doctor then just presses his sonic glasses and just uploads top secret documents to the web. I hate this kind of stuff. Some things are just too implausible. My parents are aliens gets eviscerated because of the outbreak of the Rona. The same then happens again when Andy just taps buttons and hacks into cameras. Ugh, yawn. Just removes any tension or any stakes. The resolution is way too convenient as well. But I will say, the edit of this episode brings it back with the Doctor being blind. Finally has an impact. There's a problem. Love it. The pacing is way too slow, just like most of the Peter Capaldi era. Despite the great cliffhanger, this episode is just going in okay. Starting to deteriorate now, isn't it? I can't say that word.
So irritated that I'm not disagreeing with myself.
The Doctor is now David Attenborough / YouTuber man. The world is now North Korea or something. Anyway, Nardole pulls out convenient MacGuffin to just find the Doctor. How convenient? Because it would be too much to do some actual thinking and figuring out. Anyway, more convenience occurs when a random bloke just takes them on board the boat. Who's the guy? Oh, it's alright, Bill just explains it via voiceover. Okay, cool. And then more convenience happens when the monks interrupt an ID check that would have got Bill and Nardole killed. This is so convenient right now. Anyway, the Doctor then shouts at Bill for saving him, and she gives an incredible performance. This is the best performance from Pearl Mackie yet. Well done, love. Anyway, Bill's like bun that, and she starts game ending the Doctor. But wait, it was the biggest prank of all time. Wow, Doctor, what a prankster. Doctor, what was that? Well, at least Missy's back, I guess. Way. Well, turns out Missy, through more convenience, just happened to have fought these monks before and says Bill needs to be game ended to break the psychic link, yada yada.
Over your neck pinch. I've studied their martial arts for a while, actually. Yeah, can't do it with this hand, though.
Matt Lucas is really starting to grate on me now. His acting in this is so poor, and the comedy is just not funny. Bill then decides to sacrifice herself, but in typical Stephen Moffat era style, the power of love and emotion saves the day. I mean, look at this tripe. Christ. What a letdown. So much convenience. Lackluster story. Terrible attempts of comedy. This episode, guys, is going in not for me. Yuck. The only thing stopping me putting this in god awful is this line at the end.
Why'd you put up with us then?
In amongst 7 billion. It's someone like you.
Very sweet, Doctor. Empress of Mars. Oh, Mark, please, will you just piss off for a minute, mate? The TARDIS just decides to act up for no reason whatsoever. Wow, another episode with the Ice Warriors where the TARDIS disappears, written by Mark Gatiss. Wow, this is brand new and never done before. The one thing I do like in this episode is the continuity to Queen Victoria. Wow, that is the bare minimum, guys. Has been using these Brexit boys to find his side piece. God, the Ice Warriors look so bad. They do not suit modern Who. They didn't even suit classic Who. Honestly, I cannot take them seriously. And then they start turning people into like these bouncy cuboids. What the fuck's going on? There's boring talking and the day is just saved or something. God, what a tripe episode, honestly. TARDIS plays up for no reason. Terrible looking Ice Warriors. Terrible comedy. Terrible story. Get out of my sight. God awful, please. The Eaters of Light. This episode, ladies and gentlemen, is the one that I've watched the least. I don't even think I've ever actually finished this episode. And
So, interestingly enough, I've reviewed this episode. I still don't remember it. I still, within every fibre of my being, do not remember a single thing about the Eaters of Light. It's that bad. Like, at least with Orphan 55, I remember it because it's so bad. But this is so bad that it's forgettable. Like, your memory gets wiped every time you finish watching it. So actually, I don't know what's worse, Orphan 55 or Eaters of Light, but it is a shit episode. I'm really sorry. This has essentially just become a watch party at this point because I was expected to be challenging myself and getting angry at myself, but no. I'm spitting just straight facts, guys. I'm my own biggest fan, apparently.
Because it starts off with some terrible child acting. Oh, and it's another episode set in a damn forest. The second I see trees, the episode is tripe. That's fact. I'm guessing it's set in a forest because of budget. And look at that, it gets even worse when there's a terrible CGI monster in the woods. Ugh. And there's also some janky Russell T Davies era POV shots, man. Like, come on. And the unalive bodies look hilarious. Boring talking and the day is saved or something. I don't know. Guys, this is a tripe episode. Like, it's hilarious. No, it's not even hilariously bad. It's just mind-numbingly bad. Episodes like this make me remember why Doctor Who doesn't need a 10-plus episode series, right? It just needs 7 or 8. This is worse than God Awful, this episode. Snooze fest, terrible setting, it looks unbearably cheap, terrible acting. This is bottom of the barrel filler. Absolutely woeful. Get out. God Awful. Obviously, they were just making way for the finales. Well enough in time. The Doctor is about to regenerate. The end is coming. Missy pretends to be Doctor Who. She refers to Bill and Nardo as exposition and comic relief. Wow, this show is so self-aware. Well done, guys. And I will say, Missy dabbling is an absolute war crime. Put her away. What? Shock horror. Bill been shot. Bill has been shot by Smurf Man. Damn. The first time I ever saw this episode, that shot me to my core, and it still shot me then. Wow. Bill gets taken away and wakes up to definitely not the Master in disguise. I will say this sequence with the patients tapping pain is absolutely horrific. It's shot beautifully as well.
Pain.
Doctor explains time dilation. One side of the ship is going much faster than the other. A blink of an eye, it's a second for them, but 6 years or something for Bill. Wow, what a fascinating concept. And definitely not the Master and Bill. They become good old chums. But he's pranked her big time because he's taken her to be converted into a scary Cyberman. Doctor eventually goes to find her and leaves Missy on her own. When has that ever been good, Mr. Doctor? What? Oh my god. Not Master? Was the Master all along? Definitely wasn't ruined by the fact they showed the twist in the last episode's Next Time trailer. Why did they do this? Showing the Master in the promotional footage for this series, I get why they did it. Doctor Who was falling off a cliff at this point. But my god, it ruins this twist. Can you imagine if you didn't have a clue this was going to happen? This twist would have been the best Stephen Moffat twist of all time. But no, they had to ruin it to get their precious 300,000 viewers. But my god, guys, what a cliffhanger this episode has.
I just want to point out as well, look at the viewers. 5 million, 5 million, 5 million, 6 million. That's what Doctor Who's doing now. People are adamant that Doctor Who is at its worst state. Those numbers, granted, yes, the Return of Doctor Mysterio did 8 million. More people watching TV on Christmas. But as the series goes on, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, and then the next one to get 8 was on Christmas Day again. Because at least on the 28 million, the 28-day consolidated figures on BBC iPlayer was like 6, 7 million, I think, or 5 or 6 million. It's still doing okay. Just bear that in mind.
But my god, it ruins this twist. Can you imagine if you didn't have a clue this was going to happen? This twist would have been the best Stephen Moffat twist of all time. But no, they had to ruin it to get their precious 300,000 viewers. But my god, guys, what a cliffhanger this episode has. Such a great build-up. And there's some serious spooky moments. Rachel Talalay is great director. The music is great. The performances are fantastic. God damn, this episode is great. And that's exactly where I'm putting it, baby. Which leads us on to the Series 10 finale. The Doctor falls. We get this like Year 7 drama sequence where Missy and the Master are circling the Doctor. And then this, the Doctor changing the code, is so hilariously stupid. What is that? That's embarrassing.
The Doctor's dead. He told me he'd always hated you. Let's go.
This did make me laugh. I like this bit. There's this really emotional scene where Bill finds out what she is, a scary, spooky Cyberman. And my god, Pearl Mackie's performance is absolutely sublime here. Well done. But then we get all this standing around and talking for another 20 minutes. That's fantastic, isn't it? Because the Cybermen begin their attack. And all while this is going on, the Master's busy fondling himself. That's good. That's a bit uncomfortable, really. Meanwhile, Andy's dropping some mad riz on the mum from Sex Education. And I'm not going to go into this too much because everybody knows the iconic speech that the Doctor gives to Missy and the Master. Everyone knows it. It's brilliant. Well done, Mr. Peter Capaldi. I like your performance here. Anyway, he gives
Sorry,
the
I'm just
speech
sitting
and
here,
missing the
sitting
Master
here fondling my own tit.
Apologies. Bond that, man. And they just ignore him. But it's alright because they game end each other. Oh no. It's so sad to see Missy go like this. She's definitely my Master, that's for sure. And I hope that's the end of the Master for good. Right? No more Master, please. No more Master. The Doctor then gets blasted by a Cyberman, and then we get that beautiful music from Murray Gold as the 12th Doctor then decides to just blow up all the Cybermen, and he somehow doesn't get eviscerated. The shot of him looking up at the sky with the flames, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. What's this? Why is the puddle up here? Oh no, Stephen, please. Stephen, what are you doing, Stephen? He's given her the same ending as Clara. He's given her the same ending as Clara Oswald. Stephen, no! Stephen, you absolute pussy. But you know what? The ending is somewhat saved by appearance by Bradley Walsh. No. Sorry, David Bradley. I get confused. I'm one series too early. There is some remarkable performances in this episode, and the highlight was Pearl Mackie and Michelle Gomez, right? As always. But this second part was so flat. Destroying the ridiculously advanced Cybermen with a single apple and Nardol's bloody Chromebook. God. And the ending was a complete cop-out. Look, I can only let some of this slide, right? Because this was supposed to be Stephen Moffat's last episode, right? But no, Chris Chibnall doesn't want to do a Christmas episode. So Stephen Moffat had to go back to the drawing board and create a whole new episode just to get that Christmas special in. And what was it all for? Well, it was for nothing.
That's so infuriating. The only reason Stephen Moffat agreed to stay is so we wouldn't lose the Christmas Day slot. Just for the very next year for us to lose the Christmas Day slot. I know we all joke that the Doctor Who Christmas specials are very rarely good. Fine. But it is such an important day for Doctor Who to be on. Because that's where you get your viewers. At that time, at least, anyway. I mean, the fact that we fucking lost that Christmas Day slot impacted the viewership so much as well, on top of that. Didn't help that the era that it did it in was complete and utter shit as well. But, man, silly stupid. Come away. This episode, guys, is going in okay. It could have been so much more.
So much more!
But it was so disappointing. Let's hope Peter Capaldi's last episode goes out with an absolute bang.
Ooh, we got
Twice
fade out.
upon a time. What a delicious opening transition that was. Wow. We get the Doctor, meet the Doctor, both refusing to regenerate. Oh, this could be good. This could be real. Mark Gatiss. Why? Why is Mark Gatiss in this episode? Could they not find any other actor in the wide range of actors out there? They pull back Mark Gatiss again. The World War I line, though, is pretty iconic.
What do you mean, one?
And you guys know I'm going to take issue with the Stephen Moffat making the First Doctor a raging sexist for the sake of some comedy. Why have you done this, Stephen? Are you happy? Did you think everyone was going to, Lamau, Doctor's a raging sexist, haha, he hates women?
Is he here? Is the Doctor here?
Why is Bill back? Why is Bill back? For God's sake, Stephen, please. She had her ending. We then meet the testimony. This god-awful CGI as well. It just looks so cheap. Then we get more of this. Hey, look at every Doctor that's ever been because the Doctor's so brilliant. This is Stephen's, favourite thing to do, by the way. He's done it so many times. We get it. This is not the only Doctor. We get who he is. And then we get some more sexism just sprinkled on top before we get that final browser history joke. There we go. We got it.
You're a stupid bloody arse.
Yep, guys, this is the level of dialogue we are getting in Peter's last episode. Why? Because it's all for some cheap laughs. Wow. Brilliant. Well done. One thing I do like, because, of course, this is Murray Gold's final episode as the composer for Doctor Who, so they're playing all of his bangers subtly in the background. We have Doomsday, Shepherd's Boy, we've got the Doctor's theme.
They can walk among us again.
Among us! Imposters! Anyway, it turns out there is no evil scheme, right? And then they just put Mark Gatiss
I'm ashamed
back
of
to
myself.
die.
What do you want me to
David
say?
Bradley says his goodbyes, and we get that beautiful oud song music from the end of time. Just to wrap it up, we get that transition back to William Hartnell. God, that is some juicy little bit of filmmaking right there. Love that. Clara then shows up. Why? It's brought back somewhat when the Doctor says goodbye to Bill and Andy. It's a very nice little scene. Peter Capaldi, the 12th Doctor, then enters his TARDIS for the last time. His speech is rendered pretty much pointless when you watch this in hindsight. He's there giving all this advice to the next Doctor. Be kind, be brilliant, be this, be that. And when you look back, you realise, yeah, we got none of that with Jodie's Doctor. None of that at all.
I let you go.
Just like that, the Doctor regenerates. God, it looks awful.
I
Why
forgot
does this
to
look
remove
so
the sound.
bad? It looks so nasty. This looks cheaper than when Christopher Eccleston regenerated. The effects look terrible. Oh, you couldn't even get that right in Peter's last episode. Such a shame. And with that, Peter was gone. We are then shown Jodie Whittaker, the 13th Doctor. Guys, it's just hit me that the time has come for me to sit down and watch the entirety of the Chibnall era, and I am not happy. Just to clarify, this final episode is going in okay. I want to give it good, but it's not, I'm afraid. It's going in okay. So there you guys have it. The Stephen Moffat era has come to a close. We say goodbye to Stephen Moffat himself, Murray Gold, the crew that made this wonderful show, albeit in its state of decline. This was the last time Doctor Who felt like Doctor Who. And I have ripped on Stephen Moffat a lot in his era, and rightly so. The man can be arrogant and can get wrapped up in his own head. It doesn't go without saying, though, that he is an incredible writer and did a lot for this show. And we have to give him the respect he deserves. And he's made some absolute cracking series of Doctor Who. So well done, Stephen. Take a bow, my son. I look at this era and I think, God, there's so many highs, but my God, there are so many lows. All we need now is Chris Chibnall to freshen up the show a little bit with some amazing stories and exciting times. I'm sure we're going to get that.
I'm glad I was respectful towards Stephen Moffat at the end there, because yes, there was a lot of me shouting at Stephen Moffat. A lot of horny jokes in his era, a lot of convoluted plots and cringe. But I think the fact that I can list off all of those negatives about his era and still look so fondly on it at the same time is a testament to his writing, really. I think he's an incredible writer. I think Stephen Moffat within itself, I think he's proven himself. I don't think there's anyone in the world that thinks Stephen Moffat is a bad writer. He is a good bloody writer. But I think he is an example of why a showrunner can't stay on Doctor Who for too long, because it does start to look flat. And I'm sure he had an immense amount of challenges. I do forget to talk about that in this video. In these videos where I criticise the showrunners quite a lot, and let's be real, being a showrunner is probably worse than being the Prime Minister. Like, everyone hates you all the time. You cannot please anyone. And I suppose it comes down to attitude. I mean, Stephen Moffat always paid the show with respect, despite how he wrote the first Doctor. Other than that, I think he did pay the show a lot of respect and a lot, And I really was expecting to really disagree with a lot of things I said, but watching back over it, I've actually realised I stand by it. I do stand by a lot of it. Obviously, there's a lot more stuff I could talk about, and I do want to talk about. I think that's why I really want to do the video again. And I want to make this remake like a proper banger. Like, I want editing teams involved. I want like a production. I don't want just here's a still of an episode. Haha, this bad. Haha, this good. I want it to be proper good. And it's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of time. I've got a horrible feeling Doctor Who is going to be stopped for a while, and I want to make a good last video on it. So the video is way off. It ain't going to be here for like a year or two, maybe. I don't know. But what I do know is that I want it to be the best thing I've ever made, okay? That's the curse of being a YouTuber. Everything you make, you want it to be better than the last, and if it's not better than the last, or it doesn't perform well, you want to die. It's a horrible thing to go through, trust me. And I'm not even a big YouTuber, so if that ever happens for me, I dread those days. We're going to get onto the Chris Chibnall era now. This is just a watch party at this point. You're just chilling with me while I watch my own video. But if you have watched this video, I really do thank you, and I appreciate your support. I do just want to emphasize the fact that I'm not trying to flex, but financially, these videos have really massively helped and are going towards my future. And I want to stress that it's massively helping. So any of you that have watched to this point, you are helping me more than you believe, and I very much appreciate you for it. Let's get into the Chibnall era now. I'm going to do that tomorrow morning. I'm going to order myself a Macca's now because I deserve a treat for watching myself. So I'm going to go do that now. Bye. The time has come to say goodbye, to say sleep tight till the morning light. the time has come to say goodnight. It's the end of a lovely day. It's time to finish this up. We are now getting on to the Chris Chibnall era. We're what, like 4 or 5 hours in? I'm so sorry. But if you've stuck with me this far, I do appreciate you greatly. Let's do this. The Chibnall era video was the one that took me the most amount of time. You can imagine after watching one episode, I needed a break. The script writing was way more in depth, and I was very much quite cross throughout this video. This part of the video will be just a watch party because essentially I know for a fact there's nothing I disagree with in this video. This is the one I really have tried to block from memory, so let's see what breakdown I have. Was I really angry? Was I okay? Did I give the show any credit? Let's find out. Also, I do just want to apologise. I have been vaping a lot through this video. I'm sorry, right? I'm a previous smoker. I'm trying to wean off these a little bit, but when I'm sitting here watching myself, I have to do something. So, yeah, apologies.
When I originally heard the announcement of the first female Doctor back in 2017, was I excited. Finally, something fresh, something the show could explore. A new take on the Doctor. Oh yeah, this is going to be heckin' epic. I even started watching things that Jodie Whittaker had been in, and I was getting very excited. Wow, we've got a great actress taking on the role. I really cannot wait to see what this era is going to bring.
This is very true.
A release date trailer. Oh, how exciting. When will this epic new era start? Oops. Oh, they forgot to put the release date in the release date trailer.
People in the comments were like, it was in the trailer, it was in the description of the video. That's not good enough. You can't do a release date trailer and then hide the release date in the description of the video. That's such a stupid marketing move. Since the Chibnall era, the marketing for the show has actually been proper abysmal. Like Russell T Davies 1 era, the marketing was nuts. But since then, it's kind of dwindled and dwindled and dwindled. And recently, it has been pants. And that is a general consensus of the entire Doctor Who fan base. We think the marketing sucks. Although I will give Doctor Who Season 2 its credit. Sorry, Series 15. Whatever. The marketing has been much better this year, I will say. But it's still not on par with what it used to be.
They were so busy putting in this really subtle metaphor that I'm sure nobody noticed, by the way, but they actually forgot to put the release date in the release date trailer.
Since it's the release date trailer, I didn't even notice the release date. Did I miss a release date?
How epic. It's okay.
Literally every reaction video said the same thing.
Oh, now we should know what we're in the release date. Right? Well, we get Ryan sitting down. Okay. Well, at least we get Yaz, who's sitting down. Okay, cool. And then we get Graham. Oh, okay. Well, he's standing up. Okay. And then we get the Doctor, who's fading in from nowhere. Okay, how am I supposed to get excited by this? Right, just for comparison, guys. Series 1 teaser trailer, epic. Russell T Davies explosions. We've got Christopher Eccleston going, "Why are you, man? Come with me, lad. It's fucking like dangerous, that lake." Series 2, David's all like, "Yeah, you ain't seen nothing yet. Come with me. Really proper dangerous and scary. We're going to be fighting."
People actually genuinely got angry with me because people genuinely thought that I thought that Christopher Eccleston was from Newcastle. I know he's not from Newcastle. When I was doing the impression of him, what just come out was a Newcastle accent, so I kind of just stuck with it. I know Christopher Eccleston is not from Newcastle. Thanks for clearing that up for me, guys.
Then we've got Matt Smith's one. Although it's hilariously bad, this actually shows the monsters and the Doctor and Amy talking. I'm getting a general idea for this series. Even Peter Capaldi is like, "I'm a good man. I'm a good man. I don't actually know if I'm a good man or not." Giving us a little taster of what he's like as the Doctor. This is poor. My hopes are not very high going into this era, guys. Obviously, there's going to be some Chibrington and Jodie fans here. And I will say, right, if you're going to get angry at me for this video, I would probably suggest leaving now. I have a very strong distaste for this era. And before you start cracking your knuckles to type the meanest comment you can think of, right, this has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that the Doctor is a woman, right? Let's make that very clear. I may take issue with some of the dialogue referencing the Doctor as a woman. However, the Doctor being a woman doesn't bother me.
Straight facts.
Anyways, guys, enough waffle. You guys have been waiting. It's time to get started with the CHIBNALL era review. God help us all.
Oh, I'm really not ready for this. Jesus.
Series 11. The Woman Who Fell to Earth. Well, we start by meeting Ryan, who is a YouTuber. Well, I'll tell you what, this is interesting, right? Well, in this generation of wannabe YouTubers, such as myself, I can relate to him. So clearly, he's a character who loves making videos, right? right? We learn that Ryan, well, he has dyspraxia. So Ryan's grandmother and Bradley Walsh, they decide, well, in support of his dyspraxia, they're going to teach him how to ride a bike on the edge of a cliff.
It's the worst place to teach someone to ride a bike.
We do, however, get some very lovely visuals, and then, oh, big piece of garlic appears in the forest. Then we meet Yaz.
Okay,
a traffic
right, yes, I did steal the space onion joke from JXE. Okay, shoot me now. A few people did clock on. Look, on the left you have an onion. On the right you have a bulb of garlic, right? Who's actually more accurate here? Is it JXE or is it me with the space garlic? Okay, let's go back. See? That looks like a garlic, not an onion. So actually, my joke's better. So, plagiarism 101, guys.
Then we meet Yaz, a traffic warden pretending to be police at this point. Yaz gets called in to have a look at this big space garlic, where she meets Ryan. And she's like, hey up, we went to school together. And then there's this really awkward exposition exchange. Lovely. Bradley Walsh has some strange obsession with the fact that Ryan doesn't call him Grandad.
Do you ever think he's going to call me Grandad? Give him time.
Even though he is not his granddad. If this was his stepdad who'd like raised him all his life, I might understand this issue, but he's not.
It's really
anyway,
weird.
Train crashes, insert spaghetti monster. It's okay though because Jodie has fallen into the train. Wow, and she gets up like she hasn't just fallen from space.
And why do you need to check CCTV when we all saw it with our own eyes?
And Doctor, you do understand what evidence is, right? If Yaz doesn't report this, we've got 5 potential suspects just out on the loose. And Yaz is simply putting her job at risk.
Listening to that line of dialogue again, I actually just realised how stupid that sentence was. Why do we need to look at CCTV if we saw it with our own eyes? Say that in the court of law and see how that holds up. Your Honour, why are we even looking at the evidence, man? We have eyes, actually. So, I rest my case.
Wow. The Doctor then does some weird kooky finger up the nose, look at me, I'm regenerating, tripe, and then passes out. It is then revealed that everyone has literal bombs in their neck, and this is their reaction.
How did we get them? Never mind that. Are they going to go off?
Seriously? Just literal bombs? No one cares. Okay, cool. The Doctor then wipes Ryan's phone, and this is his reaction.
Have you formatted your phone?
No, all my stuff's on there.
Not anymore.
Are these real human beings? Rishi Sunak then gets game ended by the Tooth Fairy. Then it gets really out of pocket. Ryan then says, oh, sorry, it's kind of my fault that Big Garlic is here. And this is what Graham says.
I suppose you'll be blaming this on the dyspraxia as well. Can't ride a bike, started an alien invasion.
Christ, Bradley! That's a bit out of order, mate. The Doctor then just builds a sonic screwdriver. Okay. It's got this really horrendous sounding royalty-free soundtrack playing over the top of it. This drunk man really hates salad, so he throws it at the Tooth Fairy. Big mistake. He then gets sucked off.
When you say soon-to-be leader, what are you now, the office junior?
Ooh, zing! Yeah, you really got him there, Doctor. Somebody put her on a leash. She is out of control. So, they all climb a crane to stop the big scary Tooth Fairy. Jodie then gives her first I'm the Doctor speech, and it just falls flat, man.
I know exactly who I am. I'm the Doctor.
Look, even the Tooth Fairy jumps off the edge because he wasn't into it. Look, I'll let it slide for now because it is Jodie's first episode. It's very fresh. Fuck, the Ryan's nan gets absolutely game ended. Guys, we're supposed to care, even though she had like 4 minutes of screen time. Wow, isn't this emotional? But it turns out Ryan was talking about his nan in this YouTube video, not the Doctor. Wow. You could at least give this YouTube video a better title. Psh, dude, you're never...
Sorry. How my nan got murked, not clickbait. I cried for real. Give away the announcement. Man, I'm actually fucking funny. I even stuck an M on the end of 37. 37 million subscribers. Oh, mate, I'm actually so funny. Sorry, this video was not meant for me to laugh at my own jokes and then be like, wow, I'm so good. But that's actually funny. I can't lie.
You could at least give this YouTube video a better title. Psh, dude, you're never going to get views with a title like that. The Doctor then gets changed and it's so underwhelming. All the Doctors look so cool with their signature look. It's really important that every Doctor's look gives off that I'm the most important person in the room vibe. Jodie's outfit does not do this at all. I don't really know why.
In my opinion,
shit. The Doctor then gets them all lost in space, thus concluding the first episode of the Chib era. Right, this episode is nothing special. Sure, it's not completely terrible, and I will say it's probably one of the best episodes of the CHIBNALL era. This is going to take some getting used to, right? I will say this, though, Jodie does okay at times getting the basics of the Doctor right, I guess. That's the bare fucking minimum. The visuals to this episode are very beautiful as well, but other than that, there's not really much more to say.
Don't put this episode in good.
I'm going to put this episode in okay.
I thought I was going to be overly generous.
The Ghost Monument. The visuals for the new intro are gorgeous, by the way. Very trippy, I like it. And the episode even opens with some beautiful visuals as well. Lovely stuff. How convenient. The gang gets scooped up where we meet horrible self-centered character. Uh-oh, ship is falling from the sky. What does everyone do? Let's all run in a straight line. Let's not bother jumping out to the side or climbing up and getting out. Let's just run forward, guys. Because it wouldn't look good in the trailers if they did that, right? I realise that the soundtrack in this series so far sounds like it should be in fucking Terraria or whatever it's called.
Sorry about the mess.
Yaz, you're alive. We thought you were dead.
I'll tell you what was really weird about that. I made that joke, and there was a really big Terraria. I can never. People say it differently all the time. Terraria. There was a really big Terraria YouTuber that actually commented on my video, being like, "Lol, wait, what?" I think he actually was just watching the Doctor Who video and then just happened to see a Terraria joke, and he was like, "Oh fucking hell, that's fucking weird." But yeah, it's cool to see him there. I don't know if he's subscribed or not. He better be. Collab with me, please. I'll play Terraria with you.
I realise that the soundtrack in this series so far sounds like it should be in fucking Terraria or whatever it's called.
Sorry about the mess.
Yaz, you're alive. We thought you were dead.
We thought you were dead. Sorry about the mess.
Yaz, you're alive. We thought you were dead.
We thought you were dead.
There's also literally no reaction to them finding out they're on an alien planet. I am convinced these are not human beings we're looking at, guys. Anyway, there's this big competition to get to the Ghost Monument to win some big boy bucks. This man that we meet here, well, he places the high stakes, right? This planet is super deadly. Don't even touch the air, right? Because it will kill you. God damn, there's going to be some tension in this episode, right? Miserable man explains why he is miserable, all because his mum pranked him by telling him to jump out of a tree. Els. The next sequence is this woman dumping exposition, but I was so bored I didn't take any of it in. I don't care for this character at all. It feels like in this episode we have scene where we talk about the plot. The next scene is characters explain their characteristics. Next scene, talking about the plot. There's no fluent or natural dialogue in any of these scenes so far. It just seems like formula. And why does Jodie use her sonic screwdriver like this? It looks so awkward. Anyway, they're under attack by some robots, and we get our first glimpse of the CHIBNALL era aiming. Oh, look at this.
Everything within the perimeter is target practice.
Yeah, fucking looks like they need it. Right, this whole sequence is such a ball ache, right? Ryan, the dyspraxic character, picks up a gun and starts shooting with perfect aim because of Call of Duty. Listen, right, I enjoy a bit of the old Call of Booty. But that doesn't mean I know how to aim a real
that was
gun.
a good
The
night.
Doctor then gives him a lecture about how
I miss
guns are
those
so
days.
bad. Don't you ever touch a gun again because I hate guns. Guns are really, like, not cool, bruh. And what does she then do? She then fries their systems. She gave this whole lecture about how killing is wrong, how shooting these non-alive robots was really bad, but she equally used a weapon that had the same outcome. What to make it make sense? I think Chris Chibnall is getting a bit confused about why the Doctor doesn't like guns. Oh no! The monster of this episode is a cloth. How scary. Ugh.
And one other thing about it. But we'll all have to dig deep for that, right?
The fact that the Doctor is visually scared and literally trembling over this is... I'm sorry, what? Is this the Doctor we're watching right now? But all is good because she blows up the cloths with a cigar. Jesus. All is good, though, because the TARDIS appears. Way! Can I just ask something, all right? And I can tell that some of you are going to start getting irritated with me now because it seems like I'm nitpicking. When Jodie is playing the Doctor, for some reason, she's always so out of breath.
This is my biggest hatred.
Sort of. Not really.
Oh, my God. It's my TARDIS. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Guys, I don't mean to start with you. So give me a minute. Basically,
I had to take a few minutes because I got so dizzy doing that bit.
You've redecorated.
Gee, what an original line. You know what, guys? I never thought I would say this. I want Matt Smith's TARDIS back. God, this TARDIS looks terrible. Why is it so dark? And even though it's bigger on the inside, look how cramped it is. Literally, look at this shot. It just goes to show how poorly designed this TARDIS was, right? The camera crew can't even fit in it. God.
And I will point out, that's not just a criticism on my part. They actually had to change the set. In Series 12, they actually had to change the set because the camera crew actually couldn't get in there. And that's not even me just trying to be like, oh, I hate everything about the CHIBNALL era. That is actually a fact. They had to get rid of something. I think they got rid of the pillars for that reason. Just saying.
So much exposition dumping, stupid moments, shite villains, confused characteristics from the Doctor. Guys, no. This is shambolic. Get it in the bin. This is going straight in god awful. Good night. We now move on to Rosa. The Doctor and gang land in America 1955. There is this great sequence where Ryan gets slapped up by a racist until it's interrupted by the Doctor fangirling over Rosa Parks. What annoys me about this sequence, she has the most unnatural reaction out of everyone there. Then, because it's Doctor Who, we have to cram an alien into the story. There is this horrendous conversation about who Rosa Parks is. Ryan says he can't remember who Rosa Parks is.
First black woman to ever drive a bus.
No, Ryan.
What?
And then chips in with this.
And all this basically kicked off the US civil rights movement led by Martin Luther King.
That is such bad dialogue. It's actually not even funny. That is awful. And I tell you, like, how can you be like, oh, it's the first black woman to ever drive a bus? And then continue on to say like, oh yeah, she actually kicked off the civil rights movement. Hang on, you didn't even know who Rosa Parks was a minute ago, and now you're just reading the Wikipedia page. How do people defend this era? I don't understand.
Are these human beings? Are these real human beings having a conversation right now? It's all delivered so unnaturally.
Hey, we will stop somewhere else to eat though, won't we?
No time, Graham.
Graham. Seriously.
Sorry, I gotta read what I put. I will say, in my videos, I do hide little bits of text. I don't know if anyone notices or at all, but it's just funny for me to look back on. 13th Doctor, Jodie White Talker, Graham the Chase Man, dyspraxic side character Ryan, police officer Yaz, Rosa Parks as herself, special thanks to Crib Chistel.
Seriously, Jodie delivers her lines like she's in a pantomime at times, and it's actually infuriating. Wow, interrupted by space racists with terrible aim.
Meanwhile, we've got an out-of-time imposter skulking at the busworks with a temporal displacement
weapon.
Don't do it. Imposter!
Fuck's sake!
Among Us! I will say, I quite like the sequence where the racist pigman is looking for Ryan, yeah? Nice little bit of tension there. What does confuse me about this episode, though, there is this blatant romantic chemistry building between Yaz and Ryan, but obviously this is before Chris Chibnall decided he wanted to do some queer baiting later on. The Doctor and Krasko have this cringy face-off.
Oops. Shame.
We then go to the sequence in which Rosa protests. And I think this sequence is shot absolutely beautifully. However, it is completely ruined by this song playing over the top. What? This sort of thing just does not suit Doctor Who. Now, don't get me wrong, we've had it in Christmas specials where a real song's played and it's all fun, yeah. But in an episode where you're handling such a sensitive topic, to play this over the top, oh my god. I just can't help but feel like Murray Gold would have made a beautiful track playing over the top of this in particular sequence, but no, we've got this, and we'll rise up, and it plays over the credits as well. Oh no. Listen, I can applaud this episode for tackling a very sensitive topic, and fair play, it's not really been done in NuWho. It focuses on some very serious issues of the time. However, Jodie in this episode is so poor, and the way this set of characters just deliver dialogue is so unnatural that I'm watching this and I don't feel like I'm watching human beings. The space racist guy was absolute crap, and the best parts of this episode were the parts of the episode that weren't related to Doctor Who in any way. Ugh. Frustrating, guys. And some of you are going to be in my comment section going, you're just really bitter for no reason. No. Have I been over generous at times with some of these episodes in my rankings? Yes. Have I been over nasty sometimes? Of course I have. But this is just an era that just
I've got to stop doubting myself.
Confusing to me. It makes no sense. So I will say we focus on a very sensitive topic in this episode, and I quite like it. I like how the companions actually feel the repercussions of the time era they're actually in. Very good. The episode is shot beautifully, and that is literally really all I can give it. I'm putting this episode in okay. We're 4 episodes into series 11, and we're already down to a cult classic, Arachnids in the UK. Oh boy. Say hello to blatant Donald Trump caricature.
Yes, I'll be the general manager.
You're fired.
Pardon?
You're fired.
I'm not gonna lie, guys, this character, he's kind of based, and I love it. Doctor brings everyone home, then does this really annoying, like, oh, I guess I'll just fly away in my little box forever and ever all on my own. Hey, Doc, Governor, do you want to come in it, mate? Oh, boy, I'd love to. God, dinner at Yaz's, can't fucking wait. I feel like you guys are going to think I've got some real thing against Jodie Whittaker. I don't, but why does she keep using the sonic screwdriver like this? It's so unnecessarily dramatic. You're opening a fucking door. You're not guiding a fucking landing aeroplane. Oh my god, it is arachnids in the UK. Wow, this is decent CGI, to be fair.
I don't answer to you. What are you, 15? You should be in school.
I don't know why I like this character, man. I just quite like it.
Me and Amelia Earhart. You'd like her, she's a right laugh.
Oh my god, Christopher, we get it. The Doctor's been about. Doesn't have to constantly name drop when it has zero relevance. And it isn't funny. And while this is all going on, Ryan has nothing to do. He's literally in the background making shadow puppets whilst there's some important dialogue going on. Anyway,
That's
Big
not good.
Spider attacks Donald Trump and the gang gets involved.
I eat danger for breakfast. I don't. I prefer cereal.
Shut up, 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 shut up. Anyway, guys, it turns out that Donald Trump built his hotel on a landfill with spider bodies. They allude to this cataclysmically sized spider that would be ginormous enough to destroy the planet or whatever. This is the biggest spider we see in the episode. That was the biggest spider. Anyways, guys, their plan is to trap all of the spiders into a safe room to let them have a humane and natural death. Right. They attract the spiders by playing some BG media.
Yo, yes, like the biff there, I'm gonna yo.
I honestly hate this so much. Anyway, they find the big spider struggling and suffocating. So, what happens? Donald Trump comes in and shoots it, puts it out of his misery. And the Doctor is livid by this. Why? It's so funny to me that this character and this episode was written for us to hate this Donald Trump man and be on the Doctor's side. But the way this episode is written has had the complete opposite effect. The Doctor is annoyed because she thinks the spider should have just slowly suffocated to death. What? This episode is so frustrating. The Doctor just isn't right. That's all I'm going to put this down to. The Doctor isn't right. Anyway, there's pretty much no resolution. We don't see what happens to the rest of the spiders. It literally just cuts to the 3 of them standing in the TARDIS and quite literally saying, "Oh, Doctor, you're the best person we've ever met." Yeah, Doc, like, you're quite lit, is it? Doctor, I fucking hate my family. I just kind of wish they'd all die at this point, so I'd rather be with you so I can avoid going home at any point. Thanks, love. And then they go sauntering away into time and space. It's so ironic that the thing you're supposed to hate in this episode is the one thing I actually liked about it. Not because it was good, it was just funny. Raised the stakes so high just to be greeted with a few slightly overgrown CGI spiders in a hotel that didn't actually do very much. This episode really should have just been called Spiders in the Travelodge or something. Arachnids in the UK. Jokers. Jodie again is so unbearable in this episode and the writing is absolutely shambolic. Put this episode in God awful, for God's sake. Get out. The Tsungjungarunga conundrum. So the gang find a sonic space mine and then they end up on this spaceship. Wow.
General Cicero, not Eve Cicero. Keep a galaxy. You helped defeat the army of the Eons at the Battle of the Undercast.
There's something about exposition dumps like this that just make me so angry. Say, for instance, I was to walk into a room and meet David Tennant. I would not walk up to him and be like, "Oh my God, David Tennant, actor, best known for playing the 10th Doctor in the hit series Doctor Who went on to do many other projects such as Broadchurch, The Good Omens, Des. You've literally won national television awards and BAFTAs and all sorts. That's not how we talk to people. It gets on my nerves. Anyway, something breaks into the space hospital. Oh my God, the way they build it up is so dramatic and tense and you think, oh shit, whatever's broken into this ship must be horrific. This is the monster. Yep. That's the one. But isn't it funny and quirky? Because it eats things that are bigger than it, and it eats it all up like a cartoon. Oh my god, it's so cute. It's like the adipose all over again. So what makes me laugh in every single episode of the series so far, the Doctor gives the "get off this ship / planet. I'm the Doctor. This is a level 5 planet. Yada yada." She just gets ignored.
Off this ship, back into space, right now, else you'll have me to deal with.
There's a really glaring issue with this Doctor, and it's her lack of authority. The main reason for this is because when she does give one of her "I'm right, you're wrong" speeches, everyone just sort of stands there and agrees or just doesn't react. Nobody challenges the Doctor in this series whatsoever. They all just sit back and go, "Yes, Doctor, you are correct." All the time. Well done, you. And to back up this point, the Doctor gives a speech about how she's going to save everyone, and no one reacts.
I'm the Doctor, these are my friends. We will pool all our brilliance and get us all safely to Rhesus 1.
And this is nothing to do with the Doctor having a lack of authority because she's a woman, because this woman comes onto the scene, literally speaks 2 lines of dialogue, and I believe her more than the Doctor.
If we're going to live through this,
Protect the antimatter drive. Snap!
Long, boring story short, right? The Doctor feeds the pating thing a bomb and ejects it. Day is saved. Hooray! In typical filler fashion, boring story, terribly designed monster that is just so unthreatening. More of that Doctor just incessantly talking non-stop. And not only that, she literally gets sidelined in her own show. There is not one thing I like about this episode at all. Guess what, guys? This is going to be quite common, isn't it? It's going to be quite common. It's going in God awful. Demons of the Punjab. So it turns out that Yaz's nan was the first married woman in Pakistan. Yeah, that's just not true though, is it? It's just not true. Also, such a brilliant accomplishment, and she's only bringing this up now? So the Doctor agrees to take the gang to Pakistan during the partition of India. I will say this character here, his line delivery is fucking atrocious.
But we agreed. Okay, get in.
Graham sits and tells Yaz that her nan lying is completely fine, and that human beings should lie sometimes. That's good advice. But I will point out that Graham and Ryan have literally no reason to be in this episode, by the way. They are just so pointless. Anyway, the Doctor then lists a bunch of stuff for the gang to get.
I need oil, water, a touch of oxpit, a chicken poo, and a biscuit.
It's not explained why, it's just, haha, Doctor likes biscuits.
I haven't officiated a wedding since Einstein's. His parents didn't approve either. Non-denominational, though.
Oh my god,
yeah,
shut up. The Fajarians
triggering.
Or whatever tell the Doctor their plan for some reason. Honestly, guys, this episode is so fucking boring, I'm falling asleep. There's a slow motion shot of these absolute gangsters walking up to Prem's place. I don't know, this is so cringy. Honestly, I can't believe what's going on. This episode is so boring. I'm literally fighting for my life with this one. Also, quick question, how does Yaz's nan not remember Yaz? Considering she was there on like one of the most important days of her life? Guys, this episode is not even bad enough for me to laugh at. It's just bad. Ryan and Graham are absolutely pointless. The acting is actually horrendous. It's almost offensive. No, scratch that. It is offensive. And the story is flat out boring. It's just a Father's Day rip-off without any of the good bits. I think this episode was just really bigged up because, oh, it's about the partition of India. Oh, this is really sensitive and different. Yeah, that's great and all, but it's... Yeah, that's great and all, but it still has to be good and watchable. It's not either of those things. Call me harsh. I'll put this episode in god awful. Yeah. Strap yourselves in for this one, guys. It's time for Kaplunk. We get straight into the action when Amazon delivery robot appears. This is where we get Jodie at her most irritating.
It's the Kablam Man! It's the what? The Kablam Man!
The gang land on a moon, which is a giant Amazon warehouse, and the Doctor just can't stop raving about it. She thinks it's brilliant, and Jodie just keeps banging on about loving the Kablam Man. Oh, I love the Kablam Man. He's so lit into it. Oh, I love it. Oh, and by the way, the Doctor just actively supports robots taking over everyone's jobs. Yeah, nice. That's cool, Doc, innit? That's nice. Wow, Lee Mack is in this episode for some much-needed comic relief, although something tells me he's going to be game-ended. Yeah, he was. I will say this. The cinematography in this episode is spectacular, right? Really quite amazing. Anyway, so people start going missing and the fam want to solve the mystery.
Oh, talking of wasps, did I ever tell you about me and Agatha Christie?
Seriously, I'm going to start throwing shit at the walls in a minute. Every episode, it is actually ridiculous. So for those of you that don't remember this episode fully all the way through, Charlie, he is against automation and believes that people should still be able to work. So he protests. His big plan, for some reason, is to send killer bubble wrap to people's houses and kill innocent people. Honestly, it makes no sense, but that's what he wants to do, I guess. So the system sent the Doctor a message to say, "Oh, help me please, I'm a system and I'm really hard done by." The system then kills Kira to get back at Charlie. Yeah, this is all where it goes a bit weird. Charlie activates the delivery process so that all the customers will be game ended. Charlie then runs in amongst all of the robots for some reason. Doctor then hacks Little Robot and changes the delivery address.
Every Kablam man to deliver to themselves.
Cool, the day has been saved. The robots don't need to open the packages. They can all go home.
It's so infuriating because the Kablam man's job is to just deliver the package, right? The person who receives the package is the one that's going to pop it. When she says to the Kablam men, "Hey guys, deliver to yourselves," they're just going to go, "Oh," and put it down. There was absolutely no reason for her at all to tell them to then pop it. There was no reason for it. It actually still doesn't make any sense. It is one of the most baffling things I've ever seen. And I see people defending this episode. It was so weird. When I watch these episodes, I can feel my heart rate increasing. Like, I just, and not in like the excited way. It's in fucking rage.
Want every Kablam man to open the order they've just delivered to themselves.
Doctor, what are you doing?
Making sure they do what everybody does with bubble wrap.
Remember, if you want it, blow it.
Wow, the Doctor just killed someone. But remember, guys, guns are not cool. This is a prime example of the Doctor just not being right. The Doctor would never be in support of organisations that exploit working people. The Doctor values life too much, but here we have the Doctor absolutely sucking off Jeff Bezos for some reason. She tells Charlie,
"The systems aren't the problem. How people use and exploit the system, that's the problem."
Yep. He's the problem for fighting against worker exploitation and automation. Granted, he was going to kill innocent people, but the organisation that she is defending did exactly the same thing. An action of which the Doctor defends.
And then Kira, it took her knowing how you felt about her to show you how it would feel.
The Doctor doesn't even challenge Kablam for also killing innocent people, something the Doctor literally just killed Charlie for. Oh my god, oh my god. This episode is the only episode of the series so far that actually...
Like, please, I feel like I need validation. If you're watching this and you're seeing this, please tell me I'm not just going insane. Like, it is genuinely that horrendous. Like, this is such bad writing. It's not even like, oh, it's a little whoopsie-poopsie, or the Doctor's a little bit out of character, or... Like, it's so horrendous. I just, oh, mate, it's exhausting.
Not somewhat like a Doctor Who episode, but the ending is just preposterous. It ends with the Kablam higher-ups agreeing to employ more people. How is this a good thing? This company breaks every employee exploitation law in the book. Oh, but let's hire more people, I guess. There are things I actually like about this episode, like the cinematography. There's a few funny little quips in there, and it did feel like a Doctor Who episode for the first 15 minutes at least. I'm putting it in not for me, and that's me being as generous as I can be, because my god, I'm pissed off. The Witchfinders. Another episode set in a forest. Oh, cool. I love forests. Yeah, you know me, guys. You know how much I love forest episodes. Woman gets dunked for being a witch when the Doctor and gang intervene. Something tells me we're in for another boring experience. Oh my god, it's Alan Cumming. He turns up with this wonderfully camp
He's coming back as well. I'm excited.
Chosen ruler and Satan's greatest foe.
But of course, he's a sexist man.
A woman could never be the general.
Oh my god, guys, there's so much standing around talking that I'm starting to fall asleep. I can't even lie. Oh, it turns out Granny was a witch all along. The villains are right. Cool, let's roll credits. Let's go to bed. Bye-bye. No, of course not. But they do start to think that the Doctor is a witch, and the logic behind it is actually very humorous.
I have seen you with your wand raising your kin from the dead.
You said this evil fell from the heavens. Oh, yes, it fell, like your lord, Lucifer.
Anyway, they chain her to a tree, and the Doctor gives yet another one of her inspirational speeches.
Security, to believe that people are evil or heroic. That's not how people are.
Yet again, her speech gets ignored.
Guards, summon the villagers.
This is so funny at this point. Literally every episode she gives one of these speeches and just gets flat out ignored. Anyway, Janice from Benidorm gets turned into the woman from Knock Knock.
Your body filled with my Morax King.
So what did she say?
Your body filled with my Morax King.
Is that... I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It sounds really sexual. And the resolution is so cliche.
What's happened to the quality?
Send the monster back to where the monster came from with that cliche.
No. Why have we just gone to 144p? What's happening here? Hello? It's just dropped quality. Why does it do that? Fuck off. 1080p now. Oh, the app's bugging. What is happening? Has the internet gone down? What's happening? We're going into crisis.
With that cliche. Ugh. The only thing that kept me watching in this episode was Alan Cumming. Now, wait a minute. I wasn't watching him do that. His name is Alan Cumming. Yeah, this episode sucks, man. It's going in. Not for me. Go away. Bye-bye. It takes you away. The episode starts with an absolutely beautiful shot. Wow, consider me interested. The Doctor does some quirky eat some soil tripe, and they come across a cabin in the woods. Wait a minute. Is this another forest episode? What is it with this series? Every episode has been in the damn forest. They find a blind girl all on her own.
She died. I'm sorry to hear that. You must miss her.
What a stupid and robotic thing to say. That person died. You must feel really sad. You must really miss them. Ooh, yeah, duh.
What is that thing?
I don't know, but it sounds like it's coming from the woods.
Yeah, Ryan, that's because you're surrounded by the woods. What do you mean? Christ, honestly, Jodie's screams are so bad, honestly. Anyway, this blind girl's dad has gone missing, so the
does sound like
Doctor
I'm
goes through
nitpicking,
this
but it's
mirror
just
portal to find an alien man called Ribbons of the Seven Stomachs.
My name is Ribbons of the Seven Stomachs.
Sure, okay, whatever. It doesn't really matter because he literally gets eaten by a moth like 5 minutes later. Oh well, rest in pieces. They find blind girl's dad. Turns out he ditched his daughter to get back with her dead mum. Honestly, the strangest sentence I've ever said. I hate to say this, guys. This story is actually somewhat intriguing. I know. Yeah? Things get more intriguing when Grace appears in this alternate universe. And there's supposed to be this really emotional scene between her and Graham. But I can't buy it. I just can't buy it because both of their performances are pretty bad. And honestly, there is no chemistry between these two.
I was literally about to say, there's
I do
nothing.
Not care. The Doctor then just stands there and waffles for a good 7 minutes about the Solitract.
That's insane.
Or some bollocks. Anyway, they realise where they are, so they have to get back. And the Doctor's all like, oh no, we're stuck here forever. The portal's closed. Daz then just says,
What if you do something it hasn't dealt with before? Like reverse polarity or something?
The Doctor for some reason hadn't thought of that, and she's like, bloody hell, yes. It's like bringing Einstein on my adventures with me. By the way, have I told you I met Einstein? Yeah, actually, I met Einstein. He's really...
That has to be one of the most cliche sci-fi lines of dialogue you could probably say. Have you tried, like, I don't know, reversing the polarity? Yes, that's fucking nuts. The Doctor would think of that. Do you know what I mean? Such a...
Anyway, Graham is having a really tough time leaving because, of course, he's there with his dead wife, and the Doctor comforts him.
I know how hard this is for you, but let her go.
The same thing is going on for this man, and this is how the Doctor treats him.
And impersonating your dead wife. Time to move on, mate.
So she just sat with Graham, comforting him because he was with his dead wife, but this character's going through the exact same thing, and the Doctor's just like, time to move on, you fucking pussy. Stop being such a little pussy and leave. Doctor in this era is so inconsistent. It's so blood-boiling. The Doctor then talks to a frog, where they just basically sit there and compliment each other for another 5 minutes.
You are the maddest, most beautiful thing.
What is going on? This episode was so close to being something. A really intriguing start to the story, and yet more of that beautiful cinematography, and it just fell flat. again. Constant talking at the audience from the Doctor, telling everyone what's going on all the time. Yeah, we can see, we have eyes. We get even more bloody Forrest, poor performances. Episode is going in not for me. So close, yet so far. SMH my head. The Battle of the Rachnos. Oh boy, it's the series finale. The series has been building towards... Honestly, what has this series been building towards? What is the arc of this series? Oh, the Tooth Fairy. You remember the guy we saw for like 5 minutes in the first episode? Honestly, his reveal is made to make us all go, what? No way, Tim Shaw is back. This is such an epic twist. All we saw of him was getting abused by some salad and falling off a crane. Cool. Anyway, Graham's all like, oi, Doc Governor, if I see that little prick, I'm gonna fucking nut him. You understand me? And of course, the Doctor is all like, no, don't actually, don't even you dare right now, Graham. Oh God, because I won't let you ever kill him. Don't be naughty, Graham. And then that's the end of the conversation. Bye. Ryan, rightfully so, pulls up the Doctor for being a massive hypocrite when it comes to weapons.
A bomb.
What happened to never do weapons?
It's flexible, Creed. Fair game.
I hate this incarnation of the Doctor. She's also literally just spent the first 20 minutes of this episode just waving her sonic screwdriver around and just waffling non-stop. Hey guys, remember those really poor sniper bots from the second episode? Well, they're back again too. Honestly, none of them just thought to just aim down a little bit. Christ, these sniper bots are the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
The Ooks. Only ever 2 of you. Lifespan of millennia. Only found on 3 planets in the whole universe.
Someone please understand why this gets on my nerves so much. She does this with everyone. The exposition dumping is so annoying. Anyway, the Doctor then meets Timothy Shaw, where he says he's out for revenge against the Doctor. And instead of taking her out when he has the chance, he just spills his really boring plan and then lets her run off. What is the writing in this show? I want to cry, man. There is so much boring talking, and I feel like I'm repeating myself. Every sentence is just techno-babble nonsense that means nothing, contributes nothing. There is so much telling and not showing. Honestly, there is no point in me even discussing the resolution or the third act of this episode because it's the same as every other episode. The Doctor stands there telling everyone else how they're wrong, and everyone just comes to the realization that she's right. And then it ends the same way as every other Doctor Who episode. They say goodbye to the boring side characters and leave. Honestly, was this even a series finale? This was the most run-of-the-mill filler episode I have ever seen. What happened to the incredible finales like Doomsday, Journey's End, Parting of the Ways? When I list those titles, I get excited for how great and memorable they were. This is so boring and forgetful. It's embarrassing.
Forgettable.
And I see people defending this era and I can't help but just want to slam my face into oncoming traffic because it's just so awful. The Doctor has become this self-righteous know-it-all, and not in the charming way or the narrative-driven way that it's been before, spouting constant out-of-breath dialogue. And instead of being witty, smart, intuitive or sneaky, the Doctor just spends every episode just lecturing everyone and then walks out of every predicament that she finds herself in. The companions are never at risk, and the only time they are at risk is when there's some shitty robots with really terrible aim. I feel absolutely nothing towards any of these characters. And Jodie's portrayal of the Doctor is not good at all, right? I see people all the time saying, I really like Jodie's Doctor, it's just the writing that let her down. I think it's 50-50, right? Put David Tennant or Matt Smith in Jodie's shoes with the exact same writing and the exact same dialogue. The show automatically becomes somewhat watchable. It's the actor's take on the Doctor that also elevates the writing. Jodie does nothing to bring anything to this role. She didn't even watch Doctor Who in preparation. We've all seen that hilarious meme of Chris Chibnall chatting absolute wass about classic Doctor Who.
It could have been slightly better written. Not only that, but it was also very cliched. It was very routine, running up and down corridors and silly monsters.
He has literally done all of the things he said he hated! You hilarious, silly, weird little man. I am so offended that an entire team of people worked on this series. They sat down at the end of the day and went, yep, this is going to be amazing. This is our best work yet. This show feels like the Sarah Jane Adventures if it was aimed at an even younger audience. The overuse of the sonic screwdriver in this series as well is an actual crime. Every time the Doctor is just waffling, she's over-dramatically just waving it around, trying to catch her breath. It's infuriating to watch. Of course, guys, this episode is going in god-awful.
I was not a happy
Where
bunny.
else is it going to go? This is the worst series of Doctor Who, hands down, we've seen to date. And that is Series 11, done and dusted. I never want to look at this series ever again. What? There's still a whole other episode. Guys, remember when Christmas was a thing? I'd like to argue that while some Christmas episodes of Doctor Who are very forgetful, it is probably the most important episode of the year. It's the time of year where everyone is guaranteed to be sat down watching television with their fat bellies. But we don't want Christmas anymore. Christmas is done because the BBC were like, this show is shit, so we're not even putting it on Christmas Day. So we got a 2019 New Year's Day special resolution. This is where we get the start of the CHIBNALL location title cards.
Everything's closed, everyone is hungover, and there's nothing to do.
This is a point they love to keep bringing up in this episode, by the way. The Doctor and gang are in the TARDIS chatting about all of the fun stuff they've just got up to. All off screen, of course. Honestly, there's no chemistry between any of these lot. And all this, haha, we're so happy, life is so fun, is so forced. Anyway, Lady from Ghosts touches a Dalek squid before the fantastic, fabulous fam come.
I've got the TARDIS scanning the sewers for non-terrestrial life signals.
Sure, okay. How is she doing that? Ryan's dad then shows up. What a shock. Anyway, Dalek Blob possesses Ghost Girl. She then goes and kills 2 policemen while Ryan's dad tries to sell a microwave. Guys, honestly, I'm still seething from the last episode that my brain will just not allow me to get into this one. I will say, Ryan's performance when confronting his dad is actually the best I've ever seen from him to date. Well done. But the scene just goes on and on and on and on.
6,754.
Anyway, so the TARDIS starts sparking and the Doctor just says...
What just happened? How did he do that? It's blown the systems.
Okay, so the Dalek Blob did this. Are we going to get an explanation as to how the Dalek did that or why it did it? No, just the Doctor just said it did it, so therefore that's what's happened. But even when she starts talking to the Dalek doesn't even know who the Doctor is.
I know you can hear me right now.
Who are you?
So how has it fried her navigations and fucked about with the TARDIS? It just makes no sense. The Dalek then starts doing this hilariously bad laughing. It's so bad that the Doctor actually has to tell everyone what it's doing.
I think he's laughing.
Daleks don't laugh. Their only emotion is anger. Where is this Dalek from?
He's shooting out the cameras to stop us tracking it.
Yes, Doctor, we can see. We've got eyes. Like, why are you just constantly narrating everything we are seeing? So they go to a warehouse where they find that the Dalek has rebuilt itself. God, it looks awful. But it's all right. The Doctor uses the sonic love toy to just disable its weapon systems. Of course.
I'm the Doctor. Ring any bells?
No, you are just not the Doctor. You are not the Doctor.
I sound like the anti-one, jeez.
Must remember, how long's a rel?
Take me by the hand, lead me to the land that you want.
So the Dalek goes on a killing spree, right? Guys, just notice as well how perfect its aim is here. But if it was the main characters here, God, you'd think the Dalek was blind. What a surprise, guys. I'm about to get even more angry by this next sequence. The Dalek shuts down the UK's Wi-Fi, where Graham says this.
What, on New Year's Day when everything's shut and everyone's hungover?
What is that dialogue? It sounds like a bit that I would do in one of my videos. It's so odd. Who talks like this? Then, to top it off, we get this cringy moment where this family's internet goes down.
What do we do? We'll have to have a conversation. What?
This is such boomer writing, it's painful. Oh, and I told you, look, when it comes to the main characters, the Dalek can't aim for shit. Told you. The Doctor then just yibber yabbers techno babble when what she's really trying to say is, I stuck a microwave to you, you can't fuck mate. Cool, is the episode over? No, because the Dalek blob thing survives and the Doctor nearly gets Ryan's dad killed. But Ryan's confession of love to his dad saves the day. And another thing I'm going to moan about, right? Ryan's dad, this entire episode, has done absolutely nothing to redeem himself. He has been described as a deadbeat nobody who abandoned Ryan multiple times. Ryan saves him and then forgives him and then tells him he loves him. What? I am a fatherless man myself, right? And if I was in Ryan's position, I would have let my dad fly out that door. One conversation in a cafe would not sway me.
So interesting, because since I've made this video, my dad actually passed away. I went to the funeral to get some closure, and it was one of the worst decisions I made. I really wish I didn't go to that funeral. It's one of them things I didn't need to go. The man was a piece of shit. Seeing that is even more infuriating now, because it really is a case of, I was in a very similar position to Ryan, and for him to forgive his dad for no reason whatsoever is so strange. I would never forgive mine, and I will never ever get that closure, because he's 6 feet under, or he's been cremated. I think he's been cremated. Either way, yeah, rest in peace. Don't want to speak ill of the dead, but he was a bit of a prick.
This is a terrible episode. More of that telling and not showing. More of the 13th Doctor constantly talking. And yet another boring story with nothing new. I'm 23. I'm going to be dead by the time this video is released because I'm going to die of stress. You guys already know where this episode is going. Don't you? 25. I've already said it like 15 times this series already. It's going in god awful. And finally, that is the end of series 11. What's that? We've still got 2 whole series to watch. I'm so excited. Yay. Get me on board.
Had to get a quick cup of tea. I'm back. Let's get into series 12. We're nearly there, guys. We're nearly there.
Series 12. We start off with Spyfall Part 1, which of course starts with more title cards with really bad font. We see Ryan's friend unnaturally dumping all of the reasons as to why Ryan's not been around.
And the hernia before that?
Oh yeah, that was bad.
And that detached retina.
We then see Yaz's family, and there's this lovely out-of-touch boomer humour.
Plate rubber sole.
The nearest shoe shop is 1.2 miles walking distance.
Then these men in suits take the Doctor and fam. Oh no! All of a sudden, their car gets possessed, and we get this.
In 5 seconds, die. Die, die, die.
Wow, what a completely original idea. Definitely not taken from a previous era. Oh my god, Stephen Fry is in this episode. I wonder what they're going to do. Are they going to make him a really interesting character? A big name like Stephen Fry. You can't waste him, surely.
Don't be ridiculous, Franklin. I've read the files. The Doctor is a man.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I've had an upgrade. Hi.
The definition of upgrade: raise something to a higher standard. In particular, improve by adding or replacing components. In order for you to be an upgrade, you have to be an improvement on what came previously. The 13th Doctor is definitely not that. And I feel like in the writer's sense, he's put that just because Doctor is woman now, which is not the case.
Right now, Vor is more powerful than most nations.
Is it? Is it really? How? Well, of course we don't need that explanation because Stephen Fry gets absolutely game-ended. So the aliens are killing all these spies. So the Doctor's like, I'm going to introduce you to my Australian friend, who I've not ever mentioned once before this very episode. But we've been friends for years, guys, so just believe it, okay? Wow, this was just a lousy excuse to introduce this character, who is definitely not the Master. Anyway, they trap one of these aliens.
Your understanding.
I think he's laughing at you, Doc.
Yeah, cheers, Graham. Thanks for pointing out the obvious. Didn't get that, thanks.
It's one of them things, I really don't know why this era kept doing things like that. Someone would laugh. I think he's laughing. Yeah, no, he is. Yeah, well, you got that one right. Well done, you. Yes, sometimes you do need to point out what's going on, right? And every era of Doctor Who will do that. But this era, it is with everything. Doc, I think you're having a shit. Thanks, Graham. That was the most childish joke I've ever made. It wasn't even good.
Yaz ends up getting sent into the Upside Down, and Ryan fully just dips.
It's gone.
I'm sorry, Yaz.
Anyway, she somehow gets out, and her and Ryan have a heart-to-heart.
I thought I was dead.
I'm never gonna let that happen to you. I'm sorry, Yaz.
Storytelling at its finest, guys. The sequence in which the Doctor and fam pull up to Daniel's mansion, well, I'll tell you what, I was actually a little bit excited. The Doctor looked like the Doctor, the soundtrack was pretty great, the cinematography was really good. It can't go wrong. Nope, it does. It instantly gets ruined.
The name's Doctor. The Doctor. We're on the list. Welcome.
This Doctor is so funny, pulling all those silly, funny faces. Anyway, Daniel then escapes and there's this chase sequence. But luckily, no one in this universe knows how to aim their guns, so our main characters are never at any risk, of course. They get on a plane where it is revealed that this random friend is actually the Master? What?
Master.
So odd. You can't just force a twist like this with no hint or indication that he was the Master. It's just a cheap, lousy twist at that point. So the plane starts falling from the sky, and this is where the episode should have been left on a cliffhanger. But of course, that's not where it ends, because it takes them to the upside down. A change of scenery, some interesting cinematography. Lenny Henry was alright, I guess, but more of that awful dialogue, bad comedy, and a really poorly put together twist. And this line...
I've had an upgrade.
Put this episode way down. Guys, I'm putting this episode in not for me.
Stand by it.
Spyfall Part 2.
By it.
The episode starts with the Doctor in the Upside Down, just talking incessantly to herself, of course. There's this truly cringy scene with the Doctor just telling the gang how to survive a plane crash. Even the characters are like...
How'd she do it there?
Yep, that's not answered. It's just swept under the rug, as if we're supposed to be like, oh, classic Doctor, just somehow pulling things off, I guess.
It was a huge Chibnall trope, that just having the Doctor do something completely unexplainable and then having the characters be like, how did she do that? Anyway, and it's like, no. Genuinely, when did the Doctor have the time to do that? She didn't. There's no way you can write that to make any sense. It's so lazy. We can sit there and say, oh my god, there's so many Chibnall haters and everyone just hates on his era for the sake of it. There is so many layers as to why his writing is so astronomically shit. It's really painful. Like, people could genuinely sit here for hours talking about why it doesn't work, and most people just go, oh my god, yeah, Chibnall haters, they're just nitpicking. It's like there's so many things wrong. It's not like Chibnall just gets one fundamental thing wrong. He gets every aspect of writing wrong, which is so strange because he can write. And I'm not going to sit here like I'm some next level writer. I could never write a TV show. The fact that literally everyone who watched this era could point out where he went wrong, that's bad. That's really bad.
And the Doctor is still forgetting that she is a woman now, after bragging about that specific thing in the previous episode. Yep. The Doctor ends up in the 19th century when the Master shows up.
Do not move! Hands on hands!
Christ. It's like he's just acting mental and then just thinks, yep, that's the Master.
Neil.
Sorry?
Call me by my name.
What?
Master.
What's going on?
Master.
Chibnall, are you okay? Get this right, guys. A woman shoots at the Master and the Doctor says,
Ada, I really do not approve.
The Doctor then follows on from that by allowing Ada to throw a grenade at the Master.
Shocking.
I actually can't.
See what I mean?
Man.
The
Nothing
point I just made, proven right there.
Lovelace, daughter of Lord Byron and Annabella Milbank, one of
And
the
again
great
here.
minds.
Guys, seriously, are you seeing a pattern here, man? The writing is so lazy and it insists on telling us about historical figures via this awful dialogue. The Doctor stands and talks for a solid 5 minutes, and the writers thought, Jodie didn't explain this well enough. Let's add 30 seconds more of this terrible ADR.
If I use my sonic on the Silver Lady, I might be able to force this creature to throw me back to the 21st century.
Doctor lands in Paris during World War II, where the Master is one of them naughty German boys. Oh, and Lenny Henry has game-ended his mum because he didn't feel loved or something. Chibnall then rips off this scene from Inglourious Bastards. Then the Doctor and Master have like this FaceTime call using their minds. Oh, for God's sake. The Doctor sends a message to the naughty Germans that the Master is a double agent, sending info to the Brits. Well, that's the Master defeated. We can end the episode. Happy days. Oh, what's that? She also disabled his perception filter so that the naughty German people can see that he's not white. What? What's even more baffling? The writing just makes it like it's a, hey, Doctor, you showed the Master moment. No, this is probably one of the most vile and evil things she could have done. This isn't just like this group is slightly bad. No, these are the naughty Germans we're talking about. He is about to endure the most brutal and violent torture and execution that was inflicted on millions of Jews, which goes against everything the Doctor stands for. No matter how evil the Master is, the Doctor would never, ever do something like this. This is actually shocking. But it's okay, guys, because the Master does survive, apparently, somehow.
But
I
hey,
genuinely
guys,
do not want
we're
to talk
just
about this
nitpicking.
episode any further. It's
Yeah,
going in
Chibnall
not
just
for
gets
me, and
unnecessary
that's
hate.
solely because it's not as boring as the other episodes coming up. And just to mention, by the way, guys, Gallifrey has been destroyed again, all off camera, by the way. Just a nice little screw you to the 8-year story arc that Russell and Stephen had worked on. Yeah, it's all just been destroyed again, all off camera. Haha. Orphan 55. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Graham wins a holiday from a coffee machine, where they all get teleported to the blandest looking resort, where they meet John Candy from Spaceballs. How is anyone supposed to take this show seriously at this point? All of this free food, and Ryan decides to get a pack of pom bears. These packet of crisps then give Ryan a virus. Luckily, guys, the Doctor knows exactly what to do, just like always. And in typical BBC fashion, Doctor Who flexes its budget with this. It's a guy shooting into darkness for it to cut to a really poorly composed shot of the dregs. Yes, that's the name of the monster for this episode. But hey, guys, at least we get
Dregs
Jay from
of
the
society.
In-Betweeners. But to no shock, he is absolutely wasted in this.
Benny. 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 Benny.
This is the worst character in the history of this show. I have never hoped for a side character to be game-ended as much as this. It's truly bad. Like, inexcusably bad. Like, worst of the worst bad. How did this woman get cast? The Doctor stands around asking a load of questions, and of course, nobody responds.
But how did they survive? And why is she gun fitted with an Exipex modulator?
But it's okay, she just answers all of her own questions anyway.
Adapt to guns and to nuclear winter.
Another interesting point, for a planet that is so toxic and uninhabitable, there sure are a lot of trees going around.
If anyone can, will they please shoot me?
That delivery is great. This is exactly what my mind was saying whilst I was watching this episode. Anyway, so woman admits to killing Benny and then gets held at gunpoint by her daughter. Wowee, what a twist. But of course it's interrupted by more off-screen dregs. Well, hey, old lady finally sacrifices herself. Thank the Lord above. Get out. The Doctor then gets oxygen from the dreg's breath. Honestly, what am I watching? And guys, in the third and most shocking twist of them all, it turns out they were actually on Earth this entire time, and this is the result of global warming. Wow. Incredibly long story short. They blow everything up because they couldn't think of a way to end this episode. Jesus. Then they just end up back on the TARDIS. And that's where the worst part comes in. The Doctor gives this insanely preachy speech about global warming.
People face facts and change. Catastrophe is coming.
She may as well have just looked directly into the lens just to tell us all off.
It depends on billions of decisions and actions and people stepping up.
So not only in...
There's no conviction in her delivery either. People have got to try harder, I guess. Like, stop throwing your cans on the floor. We could all be dregs one day if we don't. Like, it's so shit. Like, oh man, I'm getting so angry watching back over this, and I've got to do it again. This is the one era that's putting me off remaking the whole video. In fact, I might just put this video on the end of it, just to say I'm not putting myself through that again. My CHIBNALL era video, I think I break down everything perfectly as to why it's so bad. And if people disagree, they disagree, whatever. But I don't think there's anything more I can add. Like, I very much explain in great detail why it is so terrible.
Era have we had the Doctor tell everyone all the time how they're wrong. It now includes us. This is as preachy as it gets. This is appalling. Isn't it great that a show that's supposed to be fun time and space travel just ended with me getting told off? Thanks, Doctor Who. I really appreciate that. Not only is this universally listed as the worst Doctor Who episode of all time, it is hands down the worst piece of television my eyeballs have ever had the displeasure of seeing. It doesn't even deserve god awful. It needs to be set on fire, sent to space, eviscerated by aliens, removed from the archives, and taken down from all streaming services. This is the worst Doctor Who episode
weird order
I
of
have
events.
ever seen. Nikola Tesla's Night of Terror. Guys, it's time for a historical episode with Nikola Tesla, and we all know who he is, right?
First black woman to ever drive a bus.
Thanks, Ryan. The Doctor meets Nikola Tesla, where they get chased by the trickster. Luckily,
I completely forgot I put that in there. Oh, man. If any of you are watching at this point, we've got to, 5-6 hours in? It's just been me laughing at my own jokes. Oh, man. That is actually brilliant.
with Nikola Tesla, and we all know who he is, right?
First black woman to ever drive a bus.
Thanks, Ryan. The Doctor meets Nikola Tesla, where they get chased by the trickster. Luckily, her sonic screwdriver made a piece of metal fall from the sky. Honestly, I don't know at this point. The Doctor and Nikola do actually have this little bonding session, which wasn't too bad, when Nikola receives a letter from Mr. Morgan.
Excellent.
I got some jelly beans. You like jelly beans?
The first 20 minutes of this episode is actually pretty decent. Genuine intrigue and mystery. The actor that plays Nikola Tesla was actually the best part of the episode, and some nice moments sprinkled in. But in typical Chibs fashion, the second the aliens come in, that's when it all falls apart. What in the Rachnos is this? If you're gonna rip off the Rachnos, like, at least improve it. This looks awful.
We have been
I've had an upgrade.
hidden from human eyes.
Christ, this is bad. This is bad. So the story is they kidnap Tesla to fix their ship, but he puts up a fight. I was like, okay, this is getting interesting. Oh, never mind. The Doctor is going to use random MacGuffin to save the day. Oh. What I've noticed with the CHIBNALL era, like in his episodes, they spend so much time standing around talking that the endings are always so rushed. They have like a little altercation with the scorpion things that just roll around a lot. Luckily though, this bread stand stops them. Whoa, that showed them. Such a promising start with Nikola Tesla being the best part, but God, it just gets ruined. The soundtrack. The cringy and awfully designed villains. The Doctor's constant sarcastic quips that seem to be conjured up by a child. I just so quickly lost interest. Guys, this episode is of course going in not for me. Damn. Fugitive of the Jadoon. The episode starts with this Tobey Maguire
This is the
style
banger.
montage.
It's not banger.
Raindrops are falling on my head. And just like the guy.
It then cuts to the fam, where the audience get told the Doctor's all moody and keeps disappearing, even though we've had no inclination that this has been happening. But thank God we have our main characters just telling us everything. We then get Jadoons landing on Earth looking for a fugitive. Of the Jadoon. Thanks, guys. Of course, though, it doesn't take long for the Doctor to show up. Guys, I remember watching this episode for this moment.
You miss me, right?
Oh my God. Captain Cheesecake! And he's back for the most pointless cameo. Oh. It turns out that Tobey Maguire is actually the fugitive of the Jadoon all along. This was actually quite a good twist, to be fair. And then she goes all John Pertwee on them. Whilst it's highly unbelievable a middle-aged woman fought off 5 huge space police rhinos with guns, the twist to show that she was the fugitive was actually a shock and was very well earned. Setting up Lee as the suspicious one, only for it to turn out that actually he was just a companion. That's a good bit of television. Not a lot actually happens for the rest of the episode. It's then revealed that the fugitive had used the chameleon arc technique. It turns out that Ruth is the Doctor. What? However, it does take me back to when I first watched it, thinking, okay, this is an alternate universe Doctor. Ooh. Then it is discussed that she is actually the Doctor from the past, and then I realised, oh, they're going to change the Doctor's past, aren't they? Oh, and how right I was.
But if Gat is half the operative she used to be, who's Gat?
What in the skibbity riz dialogue is this? Whilst I hate the whole concept of the reveal of the twist and what is to come, I can't deny this episode was stacked with
Twists and turns, more supervillains than you can shake a web at, and of course, non-stop web-slinging, wall-crawling action.
And an actually decent story? What? I wasn't bored. We had Captain Chunk Harkness, and the soundtrack didn't make me want to scratch my face off. It's the one time where I actually watched Jodie's Doctor where she wasn't a know-it-all. We, as the audience, were lost, along with the Doctor. Damn, this is what this has been missing. Guys, we did it. We got a good episode. Hip, hip, hooray. Finally. Oh, guys, I'm putting this episode in good. Praxius. When the episode started off with a shot of a load of rubbish everywhere, I thought, oh no, we're going to get told off again, aren't we? So from my understanding, these birds are falling from the sky, and then these people are turning into like nether quartz and dying. Okay. And of course, guys, there's more of that terrible, terrible aiming. What a shock. This egotistical side character in the episode is truly just awful, and her line delivery is honestly worse than anything that was said in Demons of the Punjab.
2 girls rooming. Haven't seen it. What's the matter with you people?
In fact, all of the acting in this episode is absolutely appalling. This episode is essentially about plastic pollution and a virus transmitted by birds. This was released in, yikes, 2nd of February 2020, exactly a month before the Rona. Wow, Chibs can predict future? Guys, this is just so bad. This is essentially an hour of memory wiping. The second this episode is finished, you forget who you are, you forget where you are, and honestly, you kind of just factory reset. Boring. Guys, this episode is going in god awful. Fair enough.
Hear me?
Funnily enough, I've never actually seen this episode before. Doctor's TARDIS dies and Big Baldy Man appears. So the Doctor goes travelling on her own for the day, and I'm confused. She keeps talking like she's so used to having the fam around, even though 2 episodes ago we were told that she has the tendency to just disappear for ages. So this makes no sense. Big Baldy Man is watching Yaz sleep, then he decides he wants to watch Ryan's mate instead. Then this really jarring sequence occurs. The Doctor then picks everyone up to find out what's going on.
There's something there between those planets.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Didn't quite catch that.
See what I mean?
Anyway, the gang find Baldy and then they all get fingered. Turns out, Baldy was trapping the Doctor to release this god. As blandly as I'm explaining it, and despite this story being very exposition and dialogue heavy, it is actually quite an interesting story. I've been very invested so far. The Doctor and gang are trapped. How are they going to get out of this one? What the living fuck? That has to be the most diabolical thing I have ever seen in Doctor Who history. How has no one ever pointed this out before? It's already
I would love to sit a Chibnall fan down, right, and show them this video and just show them that clip alone. I just want them to, I want to say, let's sit down, tell me how that's good. Tell me how that is in any way good, plausible, or make any sense. How did that even happen? That completely just defies the laws of physics. That is... Oh, man. It's awful. It's just awful. Like, at that point, fair play to the writers. They're not even hiding the fact that they're like, oh, actually, how the hell do we get out of this? I don't know, have her sonic screwdriver just defy the laws of gravity and just float up into her hand? Yeah, no one will even notice that. And you know what? Nobody fucking did. Nobody did know it. Nobody questioned it. This episode, I think, actually got quite good review. Just trying to put myself in a zen. Do you know what I mean? Just trying to calm myself down.
How much the Doctor relies on her sonic screwdriver in this era. But explain to me how that works, please. Someone explain. That is actually insane. How they just played this off like it's normal. That is shocking. The Doctor then gives this condescending speech about how great we are as humans.
They're not pathetic. They're magnificent. They face them down every day and they prevail.
Thanks for that, Doc. I'll just pretend like you haven't been telling me off for the last few weeks. Cheers, lad. And of course, it's no surprise. She uses her magic floaty screwdriver to save the day. Just when I thought this episode might actually be decent, the horrifically rushed ending with a weak resolution. Oh, it hurts. Just to top this whole thing off, Graham opens up to the Doctor about being frightened that his cancer is going to come back, and the Doctor just completely ignores it because, I'm socially awkward. Isn't this funny?
So I'm just going to subtly walk towards the console and look at something.
Honestly, socially awkward or not, the Doctor knows how to comfort people. She has literally spent thousands of years living with and saving humans. How this Doctor is one of the most unlikable people in the entire show is
the Doctor
baffling.
is
How
definition
do you even
of
achieve
empath.
that? You can definitely tell which parts of this episode were written by Chibnall. I was going to put this episode in okay because I was actually intrigued and invested through the majority, but that god-awful resolution and that bang out of order behaviour from the Doctor again brought this episode way down. down. Guys, I'm disappointed. This episode will have to go in Not For Me.
Good.
The Haunting of Mojo Dojo Casa House. This episode starts off looking exactly the same as the intro to Hyde from Series 7. Anyway, spooky things are happening in the house.
What's up? What's up?
That did actually make me laugh. That was actually quite funny. There is a solid 30 minutes of just boring, spooky things happening.
Also, I want to point out, people really suck off this episode as well and say it's brilliant and say it's like one of the best of the Chibnall era. The fact that an episode this boring and forgettable is deemed as one of the best episodes of the era truly indicates how bad this era was.
Until a Cyberman arrives. A Cyberman. How exciting. Long story short, from what I gathered, Man picks up Cyberium and now Cyberman Man wants it. And against Captain Jack's warning, the Doctor gives him what he wants, foreshadowing an upcoming cyber invasion. I can't lie, guys, this episode bored the living hell out of me. I was falling asleep. Just not for me, guys. It's just not for me, because the writing was not bad, I guess. It's just an episode I could just not get on board with. Ascension of the Cybermen. The Doctor and gang come across the last 7 humans.
Oh, God, these
sure.
episodes.
Anyways, they asked the group of people if they have an escape craft, and this is the Doctor's response.
I've been trying to fix it, but we've got no spare parts. I've built a couple.
Finish your life story.
Please, can someone tell me a likeable characteristic that this Doctor has? Because I am still searching for it. This is such a normal response to someone who's just witnessed the wipeout of the human race and is currently running and hiding from the Cyberman. Wow, what a lovely and empathetic Doctor we have. It then gets interrupted by these Cybermen heads. Oh, you can just tell we're in for another awful experience. Cool, more terrible aiming. Honestly, I'm getting so bored of repeating myself at this point. I'm pointing out the exact same issues in every single episode. It's honestly a mystery as to how this show was on the verge of being cancelled. And to continue on with the repetitive issues, the Doctor, who is so against the use of guns and weapons, of course, then throws a grenade at the Cyberman. Guys, are you getting sick of hearing me repeat myself?
Basically, I used to do this a lot and people got mad, but now it's going to save all our lives.
Isn't it so funny how she snapped at someone for sharing their life story and then proceeds to do exactly that? One massive hypocrite, this Doctor.
Born in wartime.
So this is all you ever known?
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Such natural expository dialogue there. Wow, this is peak writing.
Now that's what I call an inner conflict.
Please, someone...
Will they please shoot me?
Please. There is a whole lot of teasing that I just do not care about in this episode before the Master shows up again. Yay! Like, this episode is so boring and I'm getting so irritated with hearing myself say that. It's literally just because these characters are never at risk. I just do not feel anything whenever something is going on. No matter how much action they throw at us, I just don't care for these characters. More irritating Doctor, attempted teasing.
I love how every screenshot I've used of the 13th Doctor, she's always pulling a funny face. When she's being snide and she's making one of her zingers, she's always pulling a funny face with it. When she's doing a joke, she's pulling a funny face. When she's having a normal conversation, she's pulling a funny face. That is all I can think about when I think of the 13th Doctor, is her weird, like, I'm so funny, I pull really silly faces. Don't screenshot that, please.
And so much exposition. God awful, guys. It's going in god awful. And alas, we have made it to the season finale, The Timeless Children. Oh, here we go. The Master takes the Doctor to a destroyed Gallifrey. You know, the Gallifrey he destroyed all off screen. Cheers, Chibs. So as we've all come to know and love the Chibnall era, we know that it's very exposition heavy. Well, strap in, guys, and grab some Febreze. It's about to get real stinky with the amount of dumping that's about to occur. Basically, the Master wants to offer Gallifrey to the Cyber Boys. Graham then has a heart-to-heart with Yaz, where he quite literally says that she's the best woman he's ever met.
She was the best person you'd ever met. You know what, Yaz? I think you are.
What? Is this supposed to be like character development? He literally just lists a loads of characteristics that he loves about her that we've literally never even seen. Now the Master is going to sit us all down and tell us a good old story. So Tecteun was the first Gallifreyan called a Shobogan and then found a child. That child then jumped off a cliff after it realised it was in a Chibnall episode. Only for the child to then regenerate? What? This has never been seen before. So Tecteun decided to do shite.
At least they get regeneration
so that
looking
she
good.
herself could regenerate, and thus the Shobogans evolved into Time Lords.
The child is you. You are the timeless child.
What? This is so shocking. So you mean to tell me the entire lore of the Doctor has changed? Maybe I could get on board with this. I don't know if it's expanded upon or explored and doesn't leave gaping plot holes in previous stories now.
I thought if he was compressed, all this would be over. I would have been okay with that. Or still alive.
They are literally just having the Master waffle a load of bollocks now, just to run down the episode time, as if he hasn't done enough talking already. How can a twist like this leave you with 15,000 more questions than it gives answers? Anyways, exposition interrupted by the introduction to the Cybermasters. Okay. Cool. So the fugitive Doctor then shows up and basically just says, hey, you know what? This basically means nothing. You don't remember it, so fuck it. Who cares? What is the point of this arc if we're just going to have like a, oh, just forget it, lol. The Doctor then blows up the Matrix or whatever with her brain. I cannot even be bothered to talk about the stuff that happens outside of the Timeless Child stuff because it's literally 20 minutes of Cybermen with terrible aim. Literally, it's in every fucking episode at this point. There's supposed to be this touching moment where the Doctor is about to sacrifice herself. I cannot focus on what's going on, especially now that the Doctor is completely immortal and basically a god. There is no stakes anymore. If she's sacrificed...
Okay, so that point I did get wrong. I don't think that... From my understanding, I've seen... no matter how many times I've watched the episode and then watch other people's perceptions of this arc, I'm still equally confused. But from my understanding, the Doctor obviously can still die. Does the 12 regeneration cap apply to the Doctor still, or does she have unlimited regenerations? I don't know. Half the people seem to think no, other half seem to think yes. And the problem is there's so much exposition and talking in this episode, I can't be bothered to sit through and watch it to see if that's confirmed again or not. But it's a fucking mess. This whole thing is such a mess.
So the Doctor is about to sacrifice herself, but she can't do it. Thank God this old, unimportant man offers to do it, and she's like, oh, no, you can. And then proceeds to just run off and let him kill himself. This Doctor just sucks. The episode then ends with the Jadoon putting the Doctor in a maximum security prison. Okay. Wowee. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. If this episode or arc never happened, the majority of people that despise this show now would still probably be watching. And it's so understandable as to why so many people hated this. I really do not understand what was going through the chipster's brain when he was writing this. The show was on a downward spiral. Here's an idea. Let's completely change the history of the Doctor just to make people feel even more alienated towards this show, leaving everyone watching this episode confused, irritated, and questioning what we've been watching for the last 57 years. There better be some serious exploration and expanding on this arc for this to even be worth it. Otherwise, it's just insulting. This episode could have done this reveal in a much more creative way. Maybe showing us the Master discovering this information, instead of just sitting the Doctor down and waffling for 40 minutes. But no, that would cost too much money and would involve some creativity, which this era seriously lacks. When nothing is happening, it's just talking at the audience. When something is happening, it's just insert alien/villain attempting to shoot something, but their aim is so atrocious that you just feel no threat whatsoever. Yet another tripe finale from the Chibbers. This episode is going in god awful.
I specifically stayed away from the specifics of the lore change because the Timeless Child is one of them things where if the purpose of it was to be explored and have a whole new host of stories around that idea to make it worthwhile, I would have been fully on board with it. It's literally the fact that CHIBNALL's intention with it was to just go, we're changing it, and then we're going to make the Doctor forget it or whatever happened. Isn't this the best thing ever? It's like not explored in any way. Obviously the new Russell T Davies era tries to sort of reference it, but it's so clear it doesn't know what to do with itself. I would imagine Russell's like, I don't fucking know, this is, I don't know, the Time Lord, the Doctor's now the only Time Lord again. We can now do that whole arc again. It's a mess. It's such a mess. And it really was detrimental to the fucking cataclysmic decline this show has seen over the years. I don't try and sugarcoat it. I'm not sitting here and saying Doctor Who is awful and deserves to be cancelled or anything like that, because it doesn't. It's doing fine. The numbers are fine. But how is the show supposed to get back on track after something like that? Because the people who aren't diehard fans, who have heard about this and watched this episode, now feel completely alienated, no matter how knowledgeable they are of the lore. Do you know what I mean? It was such a stupid move. Doctor Who changes its lore all the time. That's not a problem. It's got to have some intention behind it. If you're just doing it for the sake of doing it, it's actually borderline insulting.
It's a New Year's Day 2021. Wow, after last year's horrific Dalek story, I sure hope that... Oh, it's another Dalek story. Okay. It's New Year's Day. The Doctor is imprisoned for eternity. We get to see what life is like in space prison. I cannot wait for them to expand on this. This could be truly fascinating. Hooray! We get Donald Trump back. And B-Tech evil Harriet Jones is here too. We then cut back to the Doctor living her life in prison. And we get a glimpse into the BBC costume cupboard. Whoa! It's Captain Josh Hunkness. And he breaks the Doctor out of prison with a convenient time-freezing ball. Wow. People waited 9 months to see how this would play out. And that was the resolution. Well, the most intriguing aspect of this episode has been crushed. It's now back to just boring Dalek story. There is this really touching moment between Yaz and Captain Jack Sparrow.
We're the lucky one, Jazz. Enjoy the journey, because the joy is worth the pain.
Then it's just immediately ruined with...
Are you feeling insecure? Because you seem to need a lot of praise.
Guys, I'm going to save you the time here. Of course, Daleks turn bad. Then these Death Squad Daleks turn up to kill all the phonies. So the Doctor decides she's going to trap them all by sucking them all off and crushing them. I will say, this shot is pretty spectacular. It looks amazing. Fair play.
Someone did rightfully point out in my comment section, though, we know that TARDISes are living beings. The Doctor actually killed one to kill the Daleks. The 13th Doctor just loves to kill everything, apparently.
One of the most creative resolutions we've had in the Chibnall era, so that's good, I guess. But guys, Ryan and Graham decide they are going to depart. For every companion in NuWho, I have felt sad at their departure and attached to them in some ways. But these two? I feel pretty much nothing. Ryan was the only one with some character development, but that is nowhere near enough to make me care. So, Ryan and Graham have left Doctor Who. Goodbye. Despite this creative resolution, it was yet another Chibnall filler episode on what is supposed to be a special. No more Daleks, please. I'm so sick to death of them. Captain Jack is the only interesting thing about this episode, and even in this episode, his dialogue just seemed off. It ends full circle with Ryan learning to ride a bike on the edge of a cliff again. Guys, this episode is going in not for me. Thus, bringing an end to what is the most boring, unimaginative, and expositional series of Doctor Who. I said Series 11 was the worst. I take it back. Series 12 is bad. One good episode. One. This show is in dire straits, and it's on the verge of being cancelled, and a worldwide virus is about to hit us big time.
Damn, it's looking bleak.
Corona has struck, there's all sorts of production issues, and Doctor Who is on the verge of being cancelled. Wowie, what a fun time this was for Doctor Who fans. Christopher Chubba Chub and Jodie Whitewoman have both announced their intentions to leave the show. But how could this be after episodes such as Rosa, Demons of the Punjab and Spyfall have thrilled audiences across the globe, garnering critical acclaim and award recognition? They cannot be serious. So after a difficult production, Doctor Who Flux has been announced. A shorter serialised series was to begin airing on Halloween 2021, marking the beginning of the final season for Jodie and Chibs. Maybe, just maybe, we can squeeze a bit of quality out of the Chiblins before his time as showrunner comes to an end. Chapter 1. The Halloween Apocalypse. The episode starts with one of the worst looking sequences in Doctor Who history. I'll let it slide because of production and Rona, I guess. Well guys, the stakes are high because they're on a time limit to escape. They spend that time just spouting loads of exposition. Cool guys, we're 30 seconds in and I'm irritated. I'm irritated already.
Some things never change.
Honestly, what have I just watched? We get introduced
Where did
to
that
Dan
trampoline even
with the
come
worst
from?
attempt of a smooth transition I've ever seen. But hey guys, at least we replaced Graham with a Scouse Graham. It then cuts to these two checking in on this prisoner when this soldier says to the other soldier,
Do not engage with the prisoner in conversation. Do not do anything that it asks, no matter what it asks.
where she then proceeds to do exactly that.
You're as confined as you always have been.
Genius writing. And then the other girl just gets Thanos'd. Wow.
Trick or treat, Doctor.
Oh no. Guys, do you think Dan lives in Liverpool by any chance? I can't quite put my finger on it, but I'm getting the sense that he might live in Liverpool. Anyway, this
Must be a
B-Tech
nightmare
Chewbacca
living
breaks
there.
into Dan's house. Guys,
The amount
I
of
don't
noise.
know. Is it like Chewbacca? I don't know. I've never watched Star Trek. All I know is that it's like a movie series about space incest or something.
Why does Dan have such a flashy computer?
Jodie, it's a Chromebook. It's hardly packing a 4090, is it?
Cross-referencing with spatial temporal
joke.
locations. I'll restrict to this solar system and time zone for exact trajectory.
Okay, so Yaz can just fly the TARDIS now then. I think this is supposed to indicate that, Yaz and the Doctor have spent so much time together. That must mean all character development has happened off screen again. We meet this woman who's being followed by Weeping Angel, and then we meet Vinda. Consider me very intrigued so far, right? But I do feel this story is already quickly getting very bloated.
It looks like this holding pen has 9 different booby traps.
Cool, so we've had no character development for Yaz, and now she's just turned into Clara and knows absolutely everything. But now we've got the Flux wiping out the universe. Now there's Sontarans as well. Okay, my brain's starting to hurt a little bit. The Flux is chasing the TARDIS, and the TARDIS goes absolutely skits, where we're left on actually a pretty decent cliffhanger. The comedic dynamic between Chewie and Dan was quite good. I can't say this episode was boring because there was so much happening, and I can't really say that the story was bad because there's lots of questions still to be answered. And despite its dodgy start, and please don't get me wrong, this episode is still insanely exposition heavy as always, this episode actually picks up throughout, and I enjoyed it. Guys, it's happened again. This episode is going in good.
Hooray!
Crazy. Which moves us
Hooray!
on to Chapter 2, War of the Sontarans. Doctor and NuFam have landed on battlefield in the Crimean War. They then go to Mary's hotel and get Thanos.
All escape routes.
Guys, honestly, I actually just cannot be arsed. What is this? There's no way for them to miss. Wait, what? What happened to the other 7 Sontarans? And how did these two end up here? There's this trapezium thing that keeps yapping. I'm lost. I'm now lost. I stopped paying attention for about a minute and 15 scenes have occurred.
I can access Sontaran databanks. Plus, everything that's on your phone.
What? How? This writing is so lazy.
I don't understand any of this.
Yep, me too, Mary. Me too. I am lost. I just don't get it. The first episode was so interesting. This episode, I just realised Chibnall's dug himself a hole now. It's so clear that this was supposed to be an independent story, but they've just had to stitch it in with the Flux story because of the Rona. It's now really bloated. It ends with Man blowing up ship, where Doctor gets all angry about it, of course, because weapons bad. We'll just ignore the fact that she just tried to suffocate them 10 minutes earlier. This episode tries to end on a dramatic cliffhanger, and then I just remember that it's a Chibnall story, so it will just be resolved in the first 30 seconds of the next episode, and that the main characters are literally never at any risk. Shock horror! It's a boring story, riddled with conveniences, and the Doctor back to being her annoying self.
Yep. Guys, there's nothing for me to say.
This episode. It's going
Welcome
not
to the
for
watch
me.
party.
Once upon time. This episode is Chibnall's attempt of being all timey-wimey. There's a planet called Time, and then there's the Mori. These are the people that control time. And then they get game ended, sort of. So the Doctor then gets sent into like a time storm to try and fix it. I think, guys, I'm guessing that's what this is about. Although I will say the Doctor dangling like this whilst acting all serious is just so funny to me. There's this hilarious sequence where Yaz is playing those pesky video games on her little computer system, and the angels appear. Oh no! The Doctor then says, "Hey Yaz, don't look away." Come on, seriously. Does the director or the production team just not look at what they're filming? During these dream sequences, the Doctor keeps interrupting them to do so much exposition dumping. It's like she likes the sound of her own voice. And what a surprise. There is even more terrible aiming, just like in every single episode of
So
this
insane,
era.
isn't
Oh
it?
great, now there's another
So
character
bad.
called Belle that I apparently have to care about. This episode does so much quote-unquote teasing that it makes it impossible for me to care about any of these characters, especially these added ones. All the writing in this series seems to do is go, oh, you have questions? Oh, well, we might answer them later, so please care and keep watching, please. It's all good revealing answers 3 weeks into the future in the season finale, but by the time it gets to watching it, I've lost interest, and more importantly, I've forgotten. This is basically a really convoluted backstory to the Flux, I guess. I swear, this is the only era of Doctor Who to have so much going on without actually showing anything, and relying on excessive exposition dumps that are still confusing.
You don't understand anything. Does everything have to be a discussion?
Yep, that's the 13th Doctor in a nutshell right there, guys. Yeah, I'm right, you're wrong, you shush. The angels then come out of Yaz's phone somehow and then fly the TARDIS. Okay, that's this week's cliffhanger, I suppose. Ugh, guys, I'm so irritated. Chris Chibnall clearly has some good ideas, right? And these could be so good if the way these stories were told were more simple. It feels like Chris Chibnall just sits in his room and he's there like, and then there was Sontaran, and then there was Weeping Angels, and then they were on a planet called Time, and then there was Vinda, and then there was Claire, and then there was Dan. Now we're gonna go back to the Weeping Angels. It's so draining. There is way too much going on and it's all being told out of order. Honestly, if you want me to tell you about all that happened in this episode, I can't really, right? Because Chibnall has thrown a lot of eggs in this basket. This episode, guys, is going in not for me. Chapter 4. Village of the Angels. This episode is about a village in the 60s getting taken over by some angels, with some flux tripe just added on at the end. We start by seeing Claire having some sort of orgasm before being possessed. One thing I don't quite understand is every time they show angels in this series, they add this plate smash sound effect. What is that? The Doctor and fam get transported to old people times, where they meet old couple who have lost little girl. But forget this for a minute, guys, because the story needs to be interrupted with more Belle stuff. Wow. I just do not care. It's so blatant that this is just stitched on because the writers were like, oh, oh crap, yeah, the flux. Yeah, that's a thing going on. Yeah. I feel like this whole Belle finding Vinda story was meant to be in like its own episode. I'm guessing because of the Rona, they just had to sort of stitch it in across the series. Jericho's house gets surrounded by angels. It's actually pointless, I swear.
What are you talking about?
How did this angel move? The Doctor was looking right at it, and there is no way her and Jericho blinked at exactly the same time. Dan and Yaz get sent back by an angel, where this little girl shows them the edge of this village.
It used to be further down the road.
How are they so surprised? Could they not see the huge galaxy right in front of them when they were standing here? But this is not the only time it happens.
So
the same
bad,
thing happens again with these two old people. The Doctor then somehow connects a 1960s television to a phone for CCTV. This makes no sense, right? Why would the Doctor do this to monitor the angels? If an image of an angel becomes an angel, wouldn't that mean she's giving them a direct teleport into the room? There's this hilarious death scenes where two oldies get game ended because they don't believe the statues are dangerous, despite literally 5 minutes ago they saw an angel move and literally got zapped by one of them. I don't understand the writing here, guys. And since when did angels game end people by turning them into stone like this? What? The cliffhanger to this episode is that the angels want to take the Doctor to the division, so they turn her into a weeping angel. Wow. Guys, I like the atmosphere to this episode, I guess. And it wasn't exactly boring, but I just feel like they've added so much lore to the angels and their abilities. I feel more confused when I see them than I do creeped out. In Blink, the angels were simple. They can only move when they're not being seen. They make you live to death, and they can drain power sources if needed.
They've
so
just
they
got
can
progressively
move.
worse.
It's unsettling, it's creepy, it's vague and mysterious. Now they can be drawings, video footage, pictures. They can enter your eyes or something and turn you into an angel. They snap necks, turn people into stone, work for the division, and can talk. It just ruins it for me. This is why I wasn't a huge fan of Flesh and Stone either. I'm putting this episode in okay, right? Because it's definitely the best we've had since the first episode. Chapter 5. Survivors of the Flux. So, the Doctor is a weeping angel now. God, this could be an amazing premise, right? How will she get out of there? Oh, it was clickbait. It was essentially a transport method. Wow, this was a huge waste of time. But hey, at least the transition looked cool, right? Right, I'm going to try and break this down into 3 points to make this easier for myself and for you. Doctor is sent to Mystery Woman. We'll get to that. Yaz, Dan and Jericho are trying to follow this prophecy about the end of the world. And we're following Serpent Man through the history of UNIT for some reason. There is also more boring Vinda and Bell Trap going on, but there is literally no point of these characters or this subplot. It amazes me that Chibnall feels the need to constantly put in all of these locations with these terrible title cards to make it feel like more is happening. Then there's this sequence where Yaz is looking at the Doctor because she misses her so much.
I'm sure I miss you. Miss you too.
And this to me is the start of the blatant queer baiting between these two. It's clear Chris Chibnall was looking on Twitter one night and thought, oh, there's like 9 people shipping these two, but I'm too afraid to commit, so I'll just be really suggestive instead. There's literally no romantic chemistry or flirtation or any indication of romance up.
What I will say as well is the fact that how Chris Chibnall got no backlash for this as well. When you've got, you know, much more minor incidences causing such controversy, CHIBNALL faced no backlash for this because they ate it up. They were like, oh my god, yes, Doctor and Yaz, they're so in love with each other. This is such blatant queer baiting. It's actually insane that nobody questioned it. It's so blatant. It is the pure definition of queer baiting.
Because there has been so little character development, and there's been so little time to focus on just their relationship, making any indication of their romance all the more unbelievable. So guys, it turns out the flux was created because Jodie's doctor really scares them. Then it's revealed that the woman who runs Division is Tecteun.
I'm Tecteun, the woman you used to call Mother.
What? It's seen as like this huge shocking betrayal, but the problem is we don't know this character. Our only knowledge of Tecteun is via the exposition dump that the Master gave us in The Timeless Child. Was this woman ever nice? Well, we don't know, because all we know is that she did experiments on the Doctor. From our understanding, yeah, she's not a nice person. And just in case you forgot everything that happened in The Timeless Child, Tecteun just explains it all again for us. Wow.
Oh, I wouldn't go down there, miss. It's dangerous. And also, some folks say he still walks the tunnels.
Hang on. Isn't that Paul McCartney from The Devil's Chord?
Gallifreyan device for the protecting and storage of memories and identities. Of course you kept them.
Yes, Doctor, why are you explaining the very device that the woman used on you? Such natural exposition here. It's not as if this line of dialogue was here for new viewers, because new viewers would have no clue what is going on, mainly because of the amount of subplots going on. And this device has already been used to initiate this whole story arc in the first place. The episode ends on a cliffhanger where Nether Quartz Man game ends Tecteun, takes over the Division, and the Sontarans are preparing for war with Earth. Riveting stuff, guys. I had to pay real close attention to ensure that I didn't lose track of what was going on. And of course, it was more extreme exposition dumping, and yet more of that, hold on guys, we're definitely going to answer your questions, just not right now, maybe next episode. And in the meantime, guys, here's more things for you to question. You're welcome. Whilst I definitely think the Flux has been a huge improvement in comparison to series 11 and 12, it just feels like an absolute chore to watch it. I'm wearing myself out trying to remember the 18 subplots going on. This episode, guys, is going in not for me.
Shock.
Chapter 6, The Vanquishers. Well, here we are. The series finale. And of course, the cliffhanger just gets put straight to bed because the Doctor just runs away. So, we've got 143 story beats to wrap up, and we start the episode with terrible Chibs aiming, of course. And of course, this story can't be simple. The Doctor is split into 3 or something, just so we can hear more of her talking lots more. Yay! I will say, this sequence in the corner shop, albeit hilarious, is definitely the strangest thing I've seen in the history of this show. Nether Quartz Woman explains her plan to watch the Flux on loop.
And watch it again and again and again.
But if I had to endure that same pain, I would game end myself almost immediately. Oh, and then in some throwaway dialogue, every Lupari has just been game ended. All happened off screen, because God forbid this show actually shows anything. I will say though, there is something about this sequence where the Doctor being interrogated was actually really good.
Any human would be sweating. Or any Sontaran. I'm thinking binary demi-species, but they're really rare.
It was a title bestowed.
See what I mean? Do you know what I think it is? This era comes across like, you know how YouTubers, like child YouTubers come across. Guys, today we're going to be doing this, we're going to be doing that, it's going to be insane. And it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. When she was talking like that, it was very calm. You know, she's in a very dangerous situation right there, and she's calm and collected. And she's sitting there going, right, okay. And she's deducting. That's very Doctor-like. The second she starts going, guys, what the flip is happening right now? I'm actually really scared. Like, it's so scary what's happening. Like, it loses it. That example right there, and I didn't explain that well enough here. She's in a position where she's quite vulnerable right now. That sounds really weird. But you know what I'm trying to say. And she's calm, and she's collected, she's deducting, she's giving a little bit of sass. It's really good. And that was the first time I'd seen her and gone, holy shit, that's the Doctor right there. What the flip? That is just one of the huge things, one huge noticeable things about Jodie's Doctor. She's way too loud, way too animated. And the Doctor should be animated, but not in the sense where she looks like she's coming out of a pantomime. Guys, we have to go save the world now, right? I think I've made my point. What the fuck's happened to my headphones?
Be sweating. Or any Sontaran. I'm thinking binary demi-species, but they're really rare.
It was a title bestowed on me.
Yeah, I bet you've been making lanyards with that on for years.
I genuinely thought this was Jodie at her best. I can't quite figure out why. But of course,
I just explained
it immediately gets ruined when the Doctor meets herself.
Look,
cute. Yes. So are you.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
See what I mean?
Split Doctor thing, that's where things started to go downhill. Like, it's so clear Chibnall thought, yeah, there's a lot of side things going on. Would be good if the Doctor could be in all 3 locations to solve this. Oh, I have a brilliant idea. I will write a convenient way for there to be 3 doctors at once. I am big boy brain. Sideburns man just leaves. Vinder and Bell find each other, then leave. Jericho gets game ended, although I will say it is a shame. I actually thought he was one of the best characters in this series. He actually would have made quite a good companion. The passenger then sucks up the flux, and then the Nether Quartz people, and then the Doctor gets warned of her inevitable end.
Your time is heading to its end.
And the big final defeat of the episode, they make the Grand Serpent walk through a door, and he just goes, yeah, okay. And we have no time to get his reaction because there's this horrendous swipe transition. Wow. And get this. This whole series has been leading to finding out more about this Doctor's backstory. What does she do? She tells the TARDIS to lose all her memories so that she can never find it. Meaning this whole arc was for nothing. Wow. What an ending. Chibnall really fumbled the bag with this one. This series could have easily done with, I'd say, I don't know, about 60% less of the subplots. And Chibnall clearly wrote himself into a corner and didn't know what else to do with this timeless child arc. So he's chosen to bin it for a future showrunner to deal with. I will say, guys, this is definitely the best Chibnall finale we've ever had. However, the bar is seriously low. This whole series had serious potential, but Chris Chibnall's incompetent writing resulted in this hot mess. The overall easy write-outs and abrupt endings, and a conclusion that ultimately resulted in no questions being answered and more questions being asked. This episode, guys, is going in not for me. It was a poor wrap-up with the typical Chib tropes that left me unsatisfied and still asking a lot of questions that I guess I'll never know the answers to. Wow. I'm so tired. I'm so tired, guys.
And now I need a wee. We've got 20 minutes still to go yet. 20 minutes. Yikes. Okay, I'm back again. I've had my little wee now. Let's wrap this up.
There's 3 episodes to go. Just 3. And one of the 3 is the 2022 New Year's special. Please don't be Dalek themed. Please don't be Dalek themed. Please don't be Dalek. Oh, fuck. So Doctor and NuFan end up in a warehouse because the TARDIS is resetting for some reason. Oh my god, a Dalek. I was not expecting this.
I'm using my sonic to jump its weapon systems.
You can tell I'm just done at this point.
Thank God, series over. Good night, good night. I wish. Yeah, so basically they all keep getting killed over
face gets so
and
itchy.
over until they figure out how to stop the Daleks. They're literally in a time loop, guys. They're not going to die. I don't feel the tension here. I know a lot of people, for some reason, really like this episode, but when you pick up on constant minor Chibnall issues, it starts becoming really irritating and blocks any ability to enjoy an episode even slightly. Okay, that was funny. That was funny. More terrible aiming, more terrible aiming. Obviously, I get that they are being game ended, so obviously some bad aiming is fine. It's just the way that they miss the target. Like, if the character is zigzagging about or using some sort of shield, then it's excused somewhat. It's the fact that the characters are always running in a straight line or standing completely still. This woman is not very nice. This man is definitely a serial killer. This woman is annoying. This woman loves annoying women, and Dan's actually alright. I like Dan. Oh, and just to top it off, guys, there's some more queer baiting, of course.
Have you ever told her?
Told her what?
How you feel about her?
Look, guys, these two are in love, apparently, but you ain't gonna see anything because there's only 2 episodes left. We literally have to have Dan explain that she's in love with the Doctor because we, the audience, have literally not had any inclination prior to the end of Flux. Anyways, guys, they save the day. It's the conclusion of the Dalek New Year's trilogy. Man, they just suck, don't they? Whilst the second one had the best conclusion, this episode, I suppose, is the best of the 3. I like the Dalek miniguns. There's like 1 or 2 funny moments. The premise is somewhat interesting.
I'm so done at this point.
I'll be generous. It's New Year's Day. Okay, I'm going to put this episode in okay, right? Which I think is way too generous, but you know what? I will literally never watch this episode again. Legend of the Sea Devils. Now, this one This one I've been dreading. I remember watching this for the first time and actually dancing when it ended, because I realised there is one episode left of this truly awful era. The intro, for instance, the acting is horrendous.
Stay here. If anything happens to me, the duty passes to you. You have no idea what you're doing.
The special effects are diabolical. And the fake handheld camera movements. Man, I literally have this preset in my Premiere Pro that I downloaded for free.
See what I mean? Wow. So stupid.
What are you wearing? Yes, did you just stand up like this?
What is this pantomime level dialogue and acting? This episode genuinely has some of the worst editing I have ever seen in television history. Just look at this. The way each shot is put together, it's like it was edited by a child.
You want to die out here too? Like him? Like him? Like him?
They're literally not even trying at this point. It also costs too much to animate the sea devils' mouths, so they've got like these medallions around their necks so that we know that they're talking. Wow, guys, this is so creative.
I said leave!
He's forcing them off to die in the water.
Yes, Yaz, we can bloody see.
Of where the ship went down, and a TARDIS that can take us to the same spot in the future.
Wowee! I love that we have our main characters not letting us use our tiny consumer pea brains. They have to explain it to us, even though we could probably figure it out for ourselves. Oh, that's really cool.
Oxygen bubble.
Oh, I want to fist my screen. I'm going to fist it. I'm going to fist my screen. We have more Doctor asking questions that she will just answer herself. Honestly, it's genuinely like Chibnall has a checklist that he has to tick off.
Terrible aiming, Doctor answers own questions, queer baiting, exposition dump, Jodie funny face, use sonic screwdriver, point out the obvious. That's a pretty solid checklist.
With me.
Sorry, how did they get back on that ship? They purposely didn't show it, so it didn't have to be explained. I am seething right now. There's like a 10-minute boring sword fight, I just do not care. And of course, it ends with man game-ending the Sea Devil. And just to tick off another thing from the checklist, the Doctor gets all moody about it. Weapons bad, weapons bad. Ah, but it's okay when Dan does it, of course.
I think you're one of the greatest people I've ever known.
What? Oh, what? That is now Graham, Dan, and the Doctor claiming Yaz to be the greatest woman that ever existed. How can the Doctor even say this after Rose, after Martha, bloody Donna for God's sake, Clara, who literally entered her time stream to save her life, bloody River Song, who, might I just add, is the Doctor's wife? All of those women single-handedly saved the world at one point. Yaz has never done this. How on earth can anyone say that she is the best woman they've ever known? This is just lazy and poor dialogue. I am actually seething with this one. Orphan 55 looks like a bloody Van Gogh painting compared to this poorly written, terribly produced, awfully edited, shamefully performed, quote-unquote story. I strongly believe everyone who had a part to play for this episode should genuinely be ashamed. This is worse than God awful. Jesus. It has to go there, but if it was my opinion, it'd be flushed down the toilet. This is cataclysmically shite. Do one. The bunting is going up right because it's time for Chibnall to get lost. Power of the Doctor. The Cement Special. This is the first episode I ever recorded a reaction to
so
when
youthful.
I originally planned to start this channel in 2022. I have never been excited for a Chris Chibnall episode in my life, but this is one of them. This is it. All right.
Look
I'm
at my
so
hair.
glad to see the back of Chris Chibnall and Jodie Whittaker. Today is the day they leave forever. Bye-bye. Goodbye. What I'm interested in is who the Doctor is going to return into. Is it going to be David Tennant? Is it going to be Ncuti Gatwa? I don't mind, but based on the rumours, it is rumoured that it is going to be David Tennant. If I see David Tennant in today's episode, I'm going to have a meltdown. Here we go. And of course, the episode starts with bad aim, as always. There is so much going on my screen right now. My eyes are in agony. But I see what Chibnall's trying to do. He's trying to blind us right at the start of the episode so we can't criticise the rest of it. Smart move, Chib.
Everything is under control, and we will be slowing to a gentle stop momentarily.
See, I actually like Dan, right? He's the first companion of this era I actually like. Oh, he's leaving. He's leaving. Okay. Well, guys, Dan's been returned and he's got no home. Well, at least the Doctor could help, you know, like she did with Amy. Oh no, she just shuts the door and leaves. Wow. Anyway, guys, plot needs to move forward, so Dan has now been forgotten. They're running in a straight line, man! Come on! How were the Cybermen shooting? We have the most awkward reunion between Ace, Tegan and the Doctor.
I'm Yaz, the only one here who doesn't really know what's going on.
We used to be you.
Instead of Yaz being concerned that, oh, the Doctor just leaves everyone, I might be next. No, she just looks at the Doctor like this. Now plot must move forward. Oh yeah, and the Master is back again. Oh, and Vinder's back too, for some reason. Oh, and Ashad is back too. Great. What is that, man? Oh, well, come on. You're shooting 2 pensioners on a flight of stairs. How many are there? They were swarmed around that whole spot, and you're telling me that every single shot missed.
Welcome to the Chibnall era, Danny. Welcome to the Chibnall era.
It's been like this the whole way through. Yes, monsters have always had terrible shot. Come the fuck on. Like, being 3 foot away from the person you're shooting at. 2 old women at that as well. Come on. So the Master traps the Doctor, where he says he's gone through all of this effort to get her. And then you realise that this whole plan was so extra that literally all of this unit stuff was really not needed. All he needed was the Daleks to trap the Doctor and he could have brought her here. This whole unit stuff is absolutely pointless. Haha, get it? Because Sound of Drums Man is now dancing to Rasputin. That's very good. Alright, fine. It is actually kind of funny. Alright, it's funny. It's funny. So the Master's plan gets even more confusing when he forces the regeneration so that he becomes the Doctor. The Master uses this forced regeneration to cause havoc in the universes, to damage the Doctor's name or something. Why didn't we just have the Master dress as the Doctor and do this without going through all of this hassle? Or if we were going to stick to this plan, why didn't we have Jodie herself, but with the mind of the Master? You know, to show some range or creativity?
I literally might just be the best showrunner of Doctor Who, I swear. Like, why did they not do this? The whole force regeneration thing, literally, and I can't express this enough. It makes no sense, because the Master still behaves the exact same way. All that's happened is he now wears the Doctor's clothes. It is the stupidest thing. Man, this era just... I'm so glad it's in the past now. Like, I'm getting angry, but then I need to remember, it's done. It's over. It's long gone. 3 years this year as well. Jesus Christ, we're getting old. This episode was written by Chris Chibnall, so this is unnecessarily complicated and boring. And Jodie is essentially just sidelined in her own final story. Now, in contrast with the awful that we've seen so far, we have the best sequence in Chib history.
Well,
Goosebumps. Goosebumps.
What are we going to do about it? And you were doing so well.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
True Doctor Who fan right here.
Yes.
God.
We've got David Bradley, Colin Baker, Peter Davison, Paul McGann and Sylvester McCoy. The first time we got classic Doctors in NuWho. Well done. Yeah, we'll just ignore this bit, shall we? Oh, these absolutely beautiful sequences between Tegan and the Doctor.
Patrick.
Oh, that... You nearly got me there, man. He nearly got me. Look at that. And again with Ace and the Doctor.
All children leave home sooner or later. We're Ace.
Even in age, they just rock it. They just do such a good job. See? Yeah, I cried. Incredible. I never thought Chibs would be able to do that. Why the hell is Graham here? Why is Graham here now? What? Why? So guys, they shove the Master back into the box and just change him back. Tegan then unplugs an Ethernet cable, which game ends the Cybermen or something. And in the big climax, Doctor then gets zippity-bopped by Kid Squid Thing. It's begun. The Doctor has started to regenerate, where we get this scene between Yaz and the Doctor having a little ice cream. Ah, how cute. The Doctor has essentially just kicked Yaz out because she wants to do this on her own, further confirming the pure queer baiting of this era. Guys, if you don't think this is queer baiting, I'm just going to leave the definition of it here.
The incorporation of apparently gay characters or same-sex relationships into a film, television show, etc. as a means of appealing to gay and bisexual audiences while maintaining ambiguity about the character's sexuality. That is precisely what has been happening over that series. I'm sorry. I stand by it. Look at the quotation underneath. The movie allowed the audience to imagine a romantic relationship between Holmes and Watson, and the fans decided it was guilty of queerbaiting. Replace Holmes and Watson with the Doctor and Yaz, it still applies.
At least this shot of the TARDIS here is pretty fantastic. We get this lovely AA meeting scene with the Doctor's former companions. We even have this with the late, great William Russell.
But I do miss her.
Sorry. Did you say her?
Rest in peace, King, which leaves us with the Doctor standing on the cliff face, and she actually has a wonderful closing speech. It's the least she speaks throughout this entire era, and it's perfect. The Doctor says her goodbyes and then begins to regenerate. Wow, 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 what an ending! That is brilliant! And with this beautiful, stunning soundtrack over the top to say goodbye. Fantastic stuff.
So I just want to say as well, I did not know that was actually the 13th Doctor's theme. That is apparently the 13th Doctor's theme. It never played throughout the series. It never played. We all know the 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th Doctor's theme. Even the 15th Doctor's. Jodie Whittaker's theme never played. So when that happened at the end, I was like, this is a really beautiful piece of music. It just backs up my point that the soundtrack in this era was absolute shit.
Yeah, it's safe to say I was a little bit excited.
What I would do to feel that joy again. You got to understand, like, we knew David Tennant was coming back. I didn't know that's how he was going to come back. And also the change of clothes situation was never explained. Apart from Russell saying that David would have looked stupid in Jodie's clothes. But to have David back on your screen after 5 years of Chris Chibnall, I fully stopped filming and had a good old little cry to myself. I was very excited.
The positives. The visuals in this episode are absolutely spectacular. Yaz actually had a purpose in this episode. The Doctor's send-off, short and brief, was perfection. We got nostalgia bait, which I will argue is allowed due to this being the Centipede special. And we got, of course, David bloody Tennant. Oh, it's all gone full circle. I love it. Despite the usual Chibnall tripe, an overly complicated plan from the Master, and more title cards and terrible aiming with exposition dumping left, right, centre, I will allow it, fam. Just for this episode. This episode, guys, is going in good. Wow, what
it's
a
not
way
a good
to
episode.
Wrap this up. So for every Doctor
but
we've
I had to
had
be
through
generous.
NuWho, I have been somewhat sad about the departure, but not with Jodie. Jodie leaving was like a really heavy weight being lifted off my shoulders. Was Jodie let down by the writing? Of course she was. Was Jodie the right person for the role? Absolutely not. The first female Doctor was an absolute failure. There are other actresses out there who could play this role magnificently and bring something, but Jodie just wasn't it. I think her not watching any episodes beforehand to at least get a base understanding of what she was getting herself into was her downfall, along with Chibnall's incredibly bad writing. I genuinely have night terrors thinking back to this era. When it originally aired, I came back week after week in the hopes of improvement, and it just never came. And I know some people are doing that now with season 1, but please, if anyone out there thinks that Russell T Davies 2 is bad, I implore you to go and watch Legend of the Sea Devils and see how far we have come since these dark days.
Facts.
Chibnall, I appreciate you're a Doctor Who fan. I can appreciate your big ideas, but the way your ideas were executed or just not explored, the exposition heavy dialogue, the telling and not showing, and writing the Doctor to be this truly unlikable, contradictive, rude, socially awkward hypocrite would indicate that you are anything but a true Doctor Who fan. And I don't even want to start mentioning the whole timeless child situation, which poor Russell T Davies is having to take on because it was so underbaked. It is with great pleasure to finally close this chapter of my life and end this series. NuWho is over. We've seen the golden age to the gradual decay of this once loved show that is still fighting to this day to get back on its feet. I understand a lot of people may disagree with me, and like I said before, this is just my opinion. I thank you for watching me along on this journey. This has taken up nearly a year of my life doing this series,
Bloody
and
hell.
I've had a lot of fun doing it. But at the same time, it has caused me an unholy amount of stress, and I'm glad it's over. Wait, it's over. It's done.
It's music video time.
Guys, I don't know what to do with myself. I've spent most of my evenings for the last year working on this video, and now I have no purpose.
Well, the thing is, now I'm working on Sarah Jane Adventures in Torchwood. I have struggled. I'm not going to lie, guys. The Sarah Jane Adventures Series 2 video is coming very, very soon. I've really struggled with it. Not because I don't like it. It's just I'm experiencing slight burnout. I think after I'm done talking about Sarah Jane Adventures in Torchwood, I am going to be trying some different series. I've got loads of projects lined up, Doctor Who related, that I want to do. Obviously, I have suggested that I do want to talk about other TV shows as well, which I will inevitably do. We've also got the Doctor Who Season 2 still to come. We've also still got the War Between the Land and the Sea to come yet. So there's a lot to go on. The music video, little like actual creative bits I did. Like, yes, I used an AI software to make the song that's about to come up. But it was fun, that whole process of toying around with that and making a little music video. That was fun to me. So I definitely want to do more stuff like that.
I'm completely lost.
Danny's fingers clicking fast. Editing gun that last. Doctor Who ranked high and low. Russell, Moffat, CHIBNALL show.
I also do want to point out, I think the prompt I'd put in was a YouTuber called Danny, brackets DTDW, has finished his Doctor Who review video, ranking all episodes from Russell T Davies to the Chris Chibnall era, and he's very stressed out. But now he has no idea what to do with himself. And it created this. The lyrics aren't bloody bad, I tell you. And the backing track to this song, fucking nuts. I do see a few people saying, what's the outro song that you use? It's this song.
Uploaded for the world to see. Episodes listed 1 to 3. Comments flooding in so quick. Feedback coming in.
So this guy, this guy, I blurred out his name. I think his name was Tom, I think he called himself. He flooded my spam folder and then accused me of deleting comments. But the problem was, the comments he was leaving were so unbelievably racist, homophobic, and sexist that YouTube was flagging them as spam. So I didn't see them until I one day checked my spam folder. Hence, you can see the tick underneath. It was being put in my spam folder. And I think this is the one I did approve because it was so funny. Well, I managed to survive the first 4 minutes of this uninteresting video before exiting. Why should the viewer care what a nobody like this guy has to say about an episode of Doctor Who? He clicked on my video, by the way. If he was connected with the show in some way, or even remotely some dude we'd heard of, then maybe. This screams of a man who's, I can't listen to anyone's opinion unless they have a high social status or some sort of clout. I can't listen to anyone's opinions if they're not important enough. But he's just a nobody. So who in their right mind cares what he thinks? We can watch the episode for ourselves and make up our own mind. Okay, you clicked on the video. You're the one actively looking at Doctor Who reviews, and then you're annoyed that somebody has reviewed the show. If people want to know what a nobody thinks about an episode of Doctor Who while he's watching it, then that's on them. A considered and well thought out review of the episode would possibly be better from him than this puerile drivel. But given the infantile level this guy's mentality operates at, I wouldn't bet on it. Just to add, I'm not a fan of watch-along/reaction videos. This is one of the worst of the few I've ever seen. Yes, a video that took me a year to make. That's not a watch-along nor a reaction. Just mental. Absolutely mental.
So thick. Lost without my list of notes. Where did all my time just go? Each episode, each twist, each turn. Ranking now, I start to yearn. TARDIS travels through the screen.
There's some very blatant AI lyrics in there. Like that sequence made no sense.
Story arcs and monsters grey. Debates that keep us up so late. Now it's out there on the net. Feeling like a big reset.
A big reset. Big reset.
I was spent dissecting lore. Now I'm feeling something more. What to do now that it's done? night, editing for fun. Every doctor, every tale.
I love it. I think it's great.
Danny's lists a grander veil. Now that it's done, all night,
Banger.
editing for fun.
Every doctor, every tale. Danny's lists a grander veil. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. Well, all in all, that was a lot of fun. It was fun to watch back over my own work and not to be like, you know, not to do like a vanity project and sit there and kiss my own arse. You know, there are a few things I disagree with now in hindsight, and I should have paid attention to some of the episodes I blatantly neglected. I genuinely thought I'd said a lot worse and come across a lot worse, but actually I don't think I did. A lot of my criticisms I stand by, particularly in the CHIBNALL era. As much as I hated making that CHIBNALL era video, that is my best video, that standalone video, and it was the one that did the worst of the three because so many people don't want to watch a video about the CHIBNALL era. And in regards to the Moffat era, I gave him a lot of shtick, but I don't think I was nearly as aggressive as I thought I was, so that's all right. I'm still going to remake the video, I hope, because there's so much I want to talk about, and there's also so much more creative ideas I have for that video, and I do want it to be my swan song video on Doctor Who. But we'll get to it. We'll get to it. It'll be a long one. It's going to take me ages. A huge thank you to my channel members for supporting this channel. I know I've been a little bit quiet recently. I do apologise. These are all taking time to make, and of course I'm trying to adapt work life, personal life, and YouTube all at the same time. I'm still trying to figure it out. It's very difficult, and I don't want to let you guys down. I know you guys are spending your own money to support me, and I really can't express enough how grateful I am. The Sarah Jane Adventures video is coming. I've already started working on the script for the Torchwood Series 2 video, and of course I've also got to get started on the Doctor Who Season 2 review, so there's a lot to come in. DTDW Reacts, as you know, I've started reacting to Doctor Who Season 2 over there right now. You can watch episode 1, so go check it out. And other than that, ladies and gentlemen, I will love you and leave you. Take care of yourselves and cue the epic outro music. Oh my god, I'm going to go have a sleep. See you later. Bye-bye.
And guys, I will see you very soon. Take care and goodbye.